Thank you very much, Ian Chambers. As much as all the fans out there have a lot of noise, maybe some drums, so we welcome everyone back.
Dude, Motor, I was gonna say RIPT1, dude. By the way, this guy's red hair looks so good compared to mine.
On the day, you've been all over the place. How's it been for you so far?
Thank you. It was
like, look how good he's got the red shoes matched to match as well.
Under the weight
the
of
red Nikes.
It's getting back on the desk and I'm ready to break down some good old-fashioned.
Oh man, my red hair was not good.
Team League of Legends action.
All right, let's get on to it. LCK versus LPL. Let's start with the MSI back.
Motor, I know, man. I'm not gonna lie. My blue hair, I had some of the best blue hair. Like some of my blue hair dyes were so good and like so popped. Like they popped so well.
The beginning of last year, Valdez, win percentage in the 90s.
Take me back, dude.
Been, an amazing run to watch based off of a couple of those guys on your screen, Chovich, Cannon.
Yeah, I mean, especially internationally, right? It felt like 2024 was where they began to really pick it up, and obviously in MSI.
I don't know if I'll ever go back, man.
World's not quite getting there, but
I mean, I definitely will probably never go back
for the LCK, and then obviously this year, big favorites after once again winning MSI. So not a big surprise that a lot of people do have them slated to potentially win this matchup, but it's not as one-sided as you might imagine, as AG.AL are definitely having a good tournament too.
Yeah, they've been pretty dang good. Medios, when you look at that roster, I mean, who has stood out to you at the most since the beginning of this tournament here at Esports World Cup?
Dude, so one of my favorite things about the EWC that you guys might not know about is that when they beat the team, every team has these like gold keys, right? With like their names on it. And when they beat a team, they get to pick the play. Well, first off, I think at the very end, they just take everyone's keys and they crush them and then they put them at the bottom of their trophy, dude. It's so sick. I wish EWC existed when I was playing Halo and competing in H1Z1 and PUBG.
Not locked in yet. Because they also have a pretty fantastic, established AD carry and leader, world champion in his own right. It is Rula. He's standing by right now on the stage with an
Esports World Cup is what EWC stands for.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview for the grand finals between Geng and AG.AL. I got Ruler from Geng, so welcome to the pre-game.
Bro, wasn't Ruler trolling like in the semifinals on Sivir?
AG.AL. Last time you guys merely took the win, so what's going to be different today?
일단 룰러 선수 첫 번째 질문으로 일단은 MSI에 이어서 이렇게 두 번째로 또 AG.AL과의 오전제를 또 앞두게 되셨는데 사실 저번에는 조금 타이트한 경기였는데 이번에는 좀 어떤 경기를 좀 예상하시는지 궁금합니다.
이번에도 좀 비슷하게 타이트한 경기가 나올 것 같다라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really close match like before.
Oh, okay, interesting, because you guys both swept through the EWC competition so far without dropping a single series, might I add, without dropping a single series within the last 23 series. So,
oh wow,
what is keeping you motivated for you to continue this type of achievement?
이제 이번 EWC를 포함해서 지금까지 국제적
I watch a lot of Korean dramas too, Gibran. So when he was like testim니다, like that's like how they end.
이렇게 달리고 계시는 이유가 좀 뭘까요?
일단 저를 비롯해서 저희 모든 팀원들이 다 이기고 싶다라는 그런 열망이 좀 많이 있어서 계속 더 발전하고 싶어하는 그런 것도 많이 있고요. 그래서 이렇게 연승을 할 수 있지 않았나 싶습니다.
I mean, we're fully motivated, and I think we're trying to do better as game after game. I think that's the greatest reason.
Bro, could you imagine being a translator and you just trolled?
A win streak.
Thank you so much. That's going to be all for now, and best of luck.
Could you imagine? He just like doesn't say anything what the guy says at all. It's just like, yeah, we're gonna absolutely crush these noobs. They're trash. We've read him like a book. Just completely
so poised.
Oh man.
Every question so far in 2025. It has been so fun to watch this team here, Valdez.
Yeah, they're just consummate professionals.
As we're in the finals already, so 5v5.
Just like they are on the
everyone's already been disqualified or not disqualified, but they've already all lost.
They do the same thing
besides the
in
finals.
Interviews and off the stage as well. They're always super professional, have the best interviews, just a fantastic team to be a fan of.
Now, but standing in their way are the champions of the LPL, AG.AL, and this.
Good morning, Catherine, by the way.
With talent, still a room to grow here. And
Andre Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, Kale.
First team in quite some time to win one of these international titles that isn't from the LCK.
I mean, this team has just bulldozed through this tournament, and you know, I came into this tournament and I wanted to highlight how beautifully they play team fighting. I can't shut up about it.
Yeah, you keep talking about it. The flanks, the flanks.
I was ready for it to come into fruition against T1, but they just stomped them 2 games in a row. I didn't even get to show those beautiful team fights, and I feel like they've just been so.
Oh no,
dominant.
Jiran, are you
That's the
serious?
man I'm looking at. Tarzan has just had such a stand.
Mavis, I've been playing League of Legends for like 10 years. How old am I?
I don't know what's happened with them.
Yeah, I've been playing it for 10 years, on and off. Like, I'm not straight.
Consistently getting advantages and snowballing it masterfully.
Yeah, Medios, it's been so much good decision making from Tarzan to
Yo,
stifle
Milkshake, I appreciate the
opposing
50,
junglers,
dude.
and then
They're like
just
Lebanese
give
Middle
that
Eastern food.
lane advantage by,
There's
fake ganks that
pretty
could
much no
potentially
food
be
that I
there,
don't
and the lanes
really
start to fall
enjoy.
behind.
Yeah,
I
think
usually don't like
Tarzan's
extremes
been
from
great
certain
at this
countries.
tournament. Maybe the best performing jungler
Like,
because,
you know,
although Genji's in the finals as well and Canyon's very good, he has
like I wouldn't try
as untouchable as he normally does. You know,
I wouldn't try haggis,
G2
right?
where
Like
they
sheep
lost,
stomach.
was kind of
from
playing a little loose,
Ireland.
a little bit silly. Whereas I feel like Tarzan has just been completely locked in the whole time. He took out T1, and he's doing a really good job with these aggressive early game junglers and just pressuring.
Oh,
the
Medios
entire
is doing a
map,
great job.
not making a lot of mistakes, and yeah, just getting his team huge leads.
Yeah, you got to see on that bracket, they are the slayer of the LCK, and they've got 1 team to go. They beat the number 3 seed in Hanwha Life Esports earlier. Then we got to see them dismantle T1, and now standing in their way is the final hope for the LCK in Gen G. It is a step up for
Oh,
them,
heaven's
but they've
anger. Thank
taken
you, brother.
every step so deftly and are looking to do so to etch their name into the totem for 2025 for the Esports World Cup and get that special notation.
I can't believe T1 got third, bro.
Slayer after defeating T1, who were the current reigning title defenders.
Oh, yeah, T1 won last
League
year.
of Legends here at the Esports World Cup. It's been on the back of that man, Tarzan.
Is this the exact comp that T1 just played?
Yeah, right?
I think T1 just copied their homework. Whoa.
No way. Who would have guessed that? Teams look at other teams and scout from there. We have 2.5 minutes left on in here. Another lane.
Now, that was kind of a dig, bro. Who would have thought that teams look at other teams and scout them? That was shade.
Of the day in the last 2 days.
Yeah, well, Meteos is really praising Keen, and I think these are, in my opinion, the best 2 top laners in the world right now in terms of their playing style. I feel like Flandre against Doran yesterday, and in general, even against Zeus, he just showed that he is just outclassing them individually.
Bro, how are they alive?
Fundamentally
Oh
in
no,
every
Ezreal,
single
bro.
thing in the game.
Ezreal not landing
I just
skill
love
shots.
the fact that he has these pocket picks like the Yorick that you have to respect in draft. He has the Sion that is so capable of playing, and also the Aurora, the lane dominant kind of team fighting style. He just does everything so well. He's a jack of all trades, master of all.
Yeah, and I love that because when you take a look at the names of the top laners that are here.
Oh
you
my,
have
nice little double for
Zeus,
Trundle,
You
dude.
had Doran as well. You had Broken Blade. You go up and down the list. It's like, wow, this is a pretty stacked role, and he has been on top. So Valdez, when you think about that, how do you feel like Keen versus Flandre could match up going into this grand finals, especially best?
Bro, is that a Yorick?
I mean,
Am I looking at a Yorick right now?
Especially in these tournaments where you get through a couple of fast best of 3s into a best of 5 towards the end. It's like it's all about momentum, right? And mental state. I feel like right now AG.AL still have the advantage there over any other team, right? They have rolled over everybody, and they've played a lot of games as well. And they just look more dominant than anyone else. And so while Keen is a very strong top laner, I do wonder about how he'll deal with that momentum coming through the top and jungle of AG.AL.
All right, final thoughts here before we start wrapping up and sending it to the stage for the finals.
I just saw Flandre's KDA, 18.5 KDA for a top laner. What is this man doing? I need to.
All right, Andrew, let me explain League of Legends for you so you can and I'll break it down as well as we watch, okay, guys? Listen, it is the simplest thing in the world, okay? Don't even worry about like what you're looking at. I'm literally just going to explain it to you, and then just know that that's what's going on throughout the entire game, okay? There's 3 lanes, okay? One is straight down the middle, one goes like up top, and the other one is down low. It's called bottom, okay? Top, middle, bottom, and then there's a jungler. All right, and the jungler basically fights monsters and takes objective points throughout the map on their side of the map, and sometimes can go out and contest the enemy's jungle, and also can weave into lanes and help players that are in their lanes, right? So like help the mid lane or help the bot lane, okay? The bottom lane has an AD carry, which is an attack damage carry, and a support player. So it's a 2v2 usually in the bot lane, All right. So 2v2, 1v1 mid, 1v1 top. And the end of the game, the goal of the game is the enemy's team has this big crystal. It's called the Nexus. And the only way to win is to destroy that. And how do you get to that? Right? You eliminate the enemy team. You get gold. You buy weapons. You get stronger. There's objectives on the map that also make you stronger as you defeat them and as they spawn. Right? So it's a video game chess match, basically, where the goal is to just break the enemy's, Nexus. How do you do that? You do big team fights, get them all on respawn at once, and when they're all on respawn, you can take objectives, or you can make them back, right? Recall to their base. That's pretty much it. It's obviously so much more complicated than that. Oh, and here's the most important thing. The most important thing is as the game progresses and the longer the game goes on, the respawn timers are longer, which means that deaths are more crucial. And that's how the game will eventually end.
MSI에 이어서 EWC까지 당연히 뭐 그런 스파이크처럼은 아니더라도 압도적인 기량을 보이고 제 존재를 세계 각국에 널리 알리도록 하겠습니다.
我们做好我们自己的，谁都打不过我们。
Lil Frizz, I appreciate that, man. Well, welcome, dude. Let's enjoy the EWC Finals. Dude, I just wish I could have played on a stage like this, man. Like, I wish esports was at this level when I was competing in esports. No, it's best of 5. Oh, dude, I would have done everything. I would have had, like, a crazy song if I could have had one. I would have had my own walkout style for sure, dude. I would have done crazy hair, like haircuts for finals. Bro, they have a drum walkout. Are you kidding me? Oh, Zed, I would have tried. I don't know if I would have aura farmed. I would have fucking. Sorry for cussing. I would have tried, bro. Ooh.
Forget favorites. Forget underdog stories. This is a collision of two beasts from the East. Two teams gunning to end each other.
Your MSI champions are looking for 2 international triumphs back to back in a space of a week to show the world they are truly built to win.
Their opponents weren't invited.
Nah, McPipin, I don't need to play ads right now, brother. I don't need to play ads during a sponsored stream. That's like, that's double dipping. We don't need to do that.
Everybody who doubted them know what they are about. They have taken down tournament titans.
Now they are at the grand final of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. Not to compete, but to conquer.
Now, of course, we have a $2 million prize pool. We have club championship points on the line. This trophy, of course,
But on top of that, playing on all of these players' mind is our key graveyard. This is where
look at this key graveyard
reside. It represents heartbreaking losses and monumentous joy for the victors here in Riyadh.
Winners win titles. Legends stack them up. Are you guys ready?
Are you ready?
Thank you, Ash.
Get set on a back-to-back silverware. Please welcome Geng.
Jimmy, weekend's going good, brother. Morning, Brandon. Look at them carry their keys, dude.
From hopefuls to history makers.
They gotta practice that walkout, dude.
One more victory here makes them legends for real. It's AG.AL!
I think I have to go for AG.AL, dude. I think I'm gonna go for the underdog. I'm a huge underdog guy. I think they said that this would be like their first like major title win. We got one of the guys playing into the crowd.
Riyadh, are you ready?
Every team fight, every battle in every lane, all led to this moment. The grand final of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup is now.
Revenge for T1.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that incredible introduction.
Oh, wow. They're not in soundproof booths, which is kind of crazy.
Here to bring you the grand final. Geng, the #1 seed from Korea, and AG.AL, the #1 seed from the LPL. It could not get better than this, boys.
Genji's been great for years with their players. AG deserves this win regardless of them being the underdog. Great team, great players. Frankie, we're gonna find out, bro.
Much this year, we had this team fail to defeat both Korean representatives, MSI, but now have the
Byron, I played League the other day.
Anyone's legend took.
I think I won one, lost one.
And T1, they are the Korean killers, the LCK
and then I took a break.
killers here, and their final opponent to lift the trophy is Geng.
It's their best opportunity to do so, and I think they've got a pretty good shot.
I think I played Varus twice.
Our first fearless best of 5 of the tournament as well, so we are going to be potentially going the distance. Everybody I talk to says we will be going the distance, and 5 games should not be a big surprise.
Wow, they're expecting a game 5.
AG.AL have been having huge momentum so far at this tournament, but Geng scraping by G2, and after winning MSI, still a big favorite. So who's going to step up tonight is really
all gamers ADCs on crack.
We always have for teams,
let's go, Denny.
Especially from our region of the LCK, is will they
Andrew, a game. I mean, like, I would say like the earliest a game like this will end is like maybe like 25 minutes.
I think factually,
but they can go up to like 45-minute, 50-minute games at a pro level if nobody's messing up.
We have seen some really high highs though from Geng, and at their best, they look amazing.
But here we are ready to get into the draft for game #1. This is the first time, of course, this is going to spice up as we head, hopefully, to 5 games. There has been one series.
Yeah, Denny, this is going to be like a 4-hour stream.
Since the road to MSI.
Oh, my bad, man.
Hasn't gone all 5 out of like what, 4 best of 5s that they've been in. They played 10 games against T1 in a row at MSI.
Nah, they'll be like probably like 20. Yes, I reached that limit. 25 to like 50 minutes.
EWC title as well. They did go to 5 with AL, like you were talking about. We'll see what
Denny, I
does
love that you're in
happen
here, by the way.
already. The Varus going to be locked in first here for Gen G.
Oh, an instant Varus.
Onto Ruler to give over the Azir as well.
Crazy to see a Xayah ban prioritized over the Varus here on red side. They get that, and it'll be exchanged for the Azir, which looks like that's the gamble.
I know, Denny.
AG.AL wanted to look for here, but the Talia is up. If Gen
Am I
G
going for a
wanna
specific
take
team,
it
Jimmy?
in
I mean, again,
response, so-
I have no stake in the game, dude. I got no skin in the game. I want a good series. I don't want a 3-0.
Has been the main threat in terms of AD carries, the most successful pick.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of
I find that
picks
so
here
interesting
at
that
EWC specifically, it's been Varus. There's been a lot of Pantheon focus as well.
Pantheon Varus.
The Azir.
And I love Varus. It's so funny that like Varus just gets crushed when you play him in regular gameplay because nobody peels for him and he has no mobility. But in pro play, Varus is like one of the greatest AD carries. I mean, I think it's the value of his ultimate, right? The value of any CC, especially coming from an AD carry.
Remember, the Rumble is also still up. I think that ban is going to definitely get a look in the second phase here for AG.AL as they're looking for that final pick. They could lock it in here as their third pick, but that would give up jungle. I actually like taking this Alistar instead. You know, it's a strong pick for the lane and is going to be incredibly powerful for those team fights, and it's a pick that you're never going to get your hands on if you don't grab it here.
Alistar, Jhin, Azir, Yone, Maokai,
Have Gen G been scrimming against
and Varus.
Is that the thing? Because we know the Maokai is still very popular over there. That's the one region. Maybe MKOI and G2 have been giving them some ideas.
Well, you know, T1, as I think it was Finn was pointing it out on the desk, they were playing the exact comp that AG.AL were playing just yesterday. So maybe Gen G, after playing up against G2, take a little bit of learnings from that. I think that's not a bad idea. We do see the Poppy coming out as the ban here. I do wonder about a potential
Poppy ban, bro.
Flex with the top Yone. I think that would be kind of crazy, but you know, something to think about. We just saw Faker playing the Sylas to an amazing degree, and with Alistar picked here for Kyle. Could be a consideration. I'm not expecting it, though.
It's definitely a consideration for sure. The Poppy.
Yeah, Poppy's phenomenal, obviously, and I think one of the best things about Poppy at a high level, obviously, is whenever that like little ring she pops up with her CC, right, stopping stuns and dives, etc. Poppy's busted. I hate playing against a good Poppy. Like, it's very jarring. I just love how different pro gameplay is than like actual matchmaking and ranked.
What's also really good with Maokai is
yeah, Vix, coaches are so important in League.
Quite a lot, and we've seen a lot of that tech over in Korea, the Maokai Blitzcrank. I do wonder if that's another consideration with Duro. Maybe not the best into the Alistar, but there's going to be a lot of other picks that you could look at.
It was the Gen G special, but it wasn't Duro, right?
Well,
it was Lehens.
Duro and Lehens. Like, both of them actually have played this, you know, even with two different sports.
Sniffing.
Will be taken away.
I don't think so.
The pick priority does go over to anyone's legend here, so
pro games are like Chaz solo queue poker. Oh, for sure, just hard gambling.
Strong scaling damage here in the side of AG.AL, but what they are missing is a strong front line, and you know the Alistar can help shore some of that up here, but I do wonder what we are going to see to round this out in the jungle.
Something crazy could be a flex of the Maokai to the bottom lane, right? And then you could pick something a little bit more aggressive in the jungle if you would like to. There's some crazy things
top left for now.
Get done there, but the K'Sante, Keen Sante going to be coming in as the answer against this Rumble. And I was thinking that maybe like
K'Sante Rumble
here of like on Trundle, for example, and then you could have really shut down what this Rumble wants to do, as of course the Rumble doesn't have the greatest time against the On.
This is kind of an awkward spot here for support with no Poppy. I guess they'll just
Denny, we gotta play, bro. I'm not even joking.
I feel like you really want a range support here. You want a little bit more engage. Damage is going to be somewhat of a concern here for Gen G, especially if they go lethality on this Varus. But
this Trundle it's so devastating.
It is incredibly strong now that the K'Sante is locked in.
Trundle K'Sante, bro. Trundle is gonna eat his ass. Sorry for cussing. I need Andre to. I'm pretty sure I can't cuss.
It seems like anyone's legend have really just gotten a draft that scales incredibly well, had some frontline issues, but that's somewhat mitigated by the Alistar ultimate, by the subjugate. This Trundle's going to be a menace on the frontline.
Rumble, Trundle. I mean, so you got Alistar to initiate. Azir could maybe capture someone. Jhin can follow up CC at a distance. Trundle's pillar.
In that game, and yes,
so the only hard engage is Alistar.
over at the LCK, but it's not the highest tier pick. So.
And then you have Maokai engage. I mean, I like Gen G here.
I think it's a great answer for some hard engage on top of the Maokai, because with just Maokai, you might not be having enough, but yeah,
again, Azir has to capture though, right? And like that could be a little dangerous too.
That really is like the nail in the coffin for the AG.AL win in the draft.
I think Gen G are really going to have to control space on objectives, because
the Azir shuffle.
Lethality Varus. You know, I think on hit isn't necessarily going to cut it here. You're up against a mostly squishy composition where the carries that you want to be poking are the main targets, and you want to be able to poke those down. But if you end up losing control, I just don't think this comp has enough damage. If you have to use your Maokai ult defensively, I just don't think you're winning any fight like that. It's just going to be too tough. Your Cassante isn't going to be doing damage. It's frontlining for Varus really only in terms of that DPS. The Yone can get a lot done if those ults are clean. The Maokai could set that up, but I think map control and objective
all right, that sounds good, bro.
has to be maintained, especially in the mid game.
Yeah, I also think that winning out in lanes is going to be pretty important here for Gen G. Top lane is, like you say, going to be so incredibly tough, but mid jungle could be somewhere that they can attack. But already, it does feel like AL
Morning, Coach Chris.
a great start. And last time these two teams met in that best of 5, yeah, the Rumble situation wasn't necessarily dealt with by Gen G. And maybe it's a bit of, well, let's get that one out of the way so we don't need to worry about banning it next time.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like there were a bunch of mind games going on within this draft. There are a lot of different layers to this one, as it appears
the onion draft.
Slight issue as we will be getting through this one.
We got an instant screen pause.
It's crazy to see the entire arena just stacked with so many fans that are obviously so excited for this matchup. It's a real treat to get Gen G up against AG.AL.
So give me some of those glow sticks, bro.
In their current form, so I'm really looking forward to it.
In terms of subjugate targets, I think the Cassante is obviously one of the best you could ever have, right? But at the same thought process of what this Trundle is going to be able to get done, you shouldn't, unless the Varus is making a mistake, ever really be able to be anywhere near him. I don't think the Yone is going to care too much about the pillar, because he's going to be unbound. He's going to be looking.
I know, those look like some premium freaking glow sticks, dude.
Lock the Yone down. So I'm curious how much value in team fights the Trundle can get. Sure, you could, again, if there's no summoners on the Varus, if he's playing
guys, what region is Gen G? I think AG.AL is are they both South Korea?
Find those catches. I don't feel like it's a giga sick Trundle angle outside of that subjugate value. So we'll see what they can get done with this, because I think that's going to be one of the big sticking points.
AG is Chinese, so Chinese and Korean.
The best thing about the Trundle is that it reminds Ruler of what happened yesterday. So basically, what Tarzan needs to do is walk towards Ruler, and then Ruler will maybe just pause the game again because he's a little bit too frightened. What Skumon did underneath that turret in mid lane will be burned into my brain for a very long time. The champion is just really strong, in my opinion. It's not necessarily the greatest of matchups in the jungle.
AG is a Chinese org, not sure about the players. Thank you for clarifying that, TCast. Appreciate you, brother. Morning, Maj.
And you can kite him out with saplings placed well and things like that. So we'll see whether Canyon can find some angles. Canyon wasn't really the Maokai guy, though, right? Like, that was sort of Peanuts' MO in the LCK, and Canyon played a heck of a lot of it, but it wasn't necessarily the iteration of Canyon that we really liked.
I think Canyon's still very good on this pick, and I think it's a fairly easy pick to play in a draft like this. So I'm not worried. I do agree.
Here we go.
One he's known for, but
W's in the chat. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Game 1. Let's get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, everything is solved, and we're onto the rift for game number 1 of the Esports World Cup.
Sniffing. The defending champs got third. T1.
It's a best of 5, so make sure you settle in, as once again, I believe
not
a rumble in
dude, League is so good at these tournaments, man. Not the freaking keys
that are going to be saying that it's not the greatest
above the
time, but they do not have a microphone now, and I can tell everyone, though, that line of pineapples, it's just glorious.
It's a good one. You know, I think that whoever doesn't have the mic currently is incorrect. So I would agree with you there, Atlas, as
Thanks, Brendan.
We're spamming some...
I'm not looking angrily at him or anything like that. There were no threats that were mouthed or anything. Just take my word for it.
Did you see the shout-outs there from Ruler? He's got the old Samsung
My pleasure, Zentra. I got you, dude.
Flare and also the
I'm going to go underdog, bro. I'm going to go AL here.
That Ruler has been everywhere. He's gone over to China. He's won in the LPL.
If I'm Maokai right there,
now he's back with Gen G.
I'm diving, bro. I'm getting in there, dude.
Predecessor on JDG back in that 2022 roster. I was super high on Hope that year, and I thought JDG were going to make that run. It was DRX ultimately who won it in the end. But,
bro, the nerves, like right here would be just so high.
Again, not a surprise to anyone probably that we see double unsealed spellbook.
Why no invade? You know what I mean?
We're going for the Comet. We'll be going for that.
AL just instantly,
which I think is again. It's extremely common and makes a lot of sense here, but it does mean that consistent damage is not something Gen.G necessarily have in a longer team fight, especially
so that was the jungle right here. This is mid lane right now. If you, unlike Dota, you have to last hit the minions to get the gold.
I feel like this is his stomp champ.
For those who are like super new, I have no idea what's happening.
When he wants to send a message, like he has done
it's called CSing.
So many mid laners in the LCK
and it's one of the most important things about the game.
Champion. Obviously, it's very strong nowadays, so that's another good reason. But I feel like in terms of that, you know, trying to get into their heads, if you have a really good game on Yone and your Chovy right from game one, I think you're going to be sending a great message.
Well, let's see how it is going to go. Already playing pretty aggressively in the lane as Shanks holding on to things. We'll get knocked up here momentarily. It is just
Chovy's getting chunky wonkied, bro.
Can and try not to trade your entire health bar for it, as Keen is going to be able to find a cute little Q here. So far, feels like the lanes are relatively neutral outside of bottom side where the push seems to belong to anyone's legend. It's good to see things starting off real close.
Chovy looking aggressively here.
Yeah, what do you? I mean, you kind of have to play. I mean, you have to play like that.
You were talking about Atlas, where
you have to play like that.
You get the trades you can. Otherwise, a tough matchup to play is Duro.
CS answer creep score.
Does mean that Kyle does have to.
What an interesting back. Oh, a nice tag from freaking Varus there.
I mean, desynced backs really matter though when you're trying to go for a lane swap like this. And,
oh, they are going for a lane swap. Jin's going top lane.
Now it's just going to be a Jin top situation. Jin against Kasante is going to be the answer. As Tarzan moving towards the mid lane, just going to try and help sort this lane out, give Shanks a decent back angle.
It's like Flandre will get his back off without a problem here, and there's no crash.
Oh, they're just doing a full-on swap.
Disaster averted here for AL for the time being.
Yeah, absolutely. Just waiting for this very early swap. We used to see this all the time at 3 minutes, 30
Lane
seconds.
swaps never happen like this in regular gameplay, by the way, guys. This is just next level pro stuff. By the way, yeah, Kasante 26 CS, Rumble 17.
On the desk, but they were just saying, like, you really want to go for the swap immediately when you feel like your top laner is going to have a better time into the into the duo.
Coach Chris,
I think it was Busio,
if you're gonna play League of Legends, just disable team chat and enemy chat, and then just play and have fun. But yes, it can still be toxic.
Away from the Varus, who can be an annoying lane bully, but also feeling.
But as long, I'm not even joking. Your teammates will be more toxic than the enemy team.
1v2 as Flandre will.
Flandre losing a little bit of farm here. You could see that's starting to.
Yeah,
add
slash
up
mute all, bro. Every game.
Even though they're not laning against each other. But did not have to use his teleport to get to the lane, so is still holding on to that one. Keen, obviously, same story up here on the top side, has not completed his first back just yet.
Kind of awkward.
Yeah, Chovy's kind of popping, bro.
On an island trying to get as much experience as he can. He's well and truly zoned away.
And then Shanks just sits there, tanks it, and trades. Like,
I think is in experience range. Trying to do the same thing on the other side of the map is Gen.G to Flandre, so it's going to be some pretty low econ top laners, I think.
Which does favor the Kasante, you have to think. I mean, Kasante does a lot with a little. Rumble's going to need those items a lot more. And Keen is happy to just not even take a back here and sit in this lane. He is soaking a lot of that experience, even though it's lower eco than otherwise. He's about half a level up. On Flandre is Shanks.
Yeah, Shanks level 5.
Shanks is gonna, oh yeah, I was going to say, he needs to flash.
One more auto. Before
that is not good.
Chovy not even going to invest the flash. Shanks gonna have to go home and has a long walk back.
I mean, you could see that both the junglers and the supports are kind of.
That's a big win for Gen.G.
Because Chovy's
didn't even get an elimination, but Flash is so important.
Again, he's setting the tempo. He is setting the pace of this game, and he's saying, "I'm going to control."
Garth, welcome to the stream, bro.
On this Yone, he's like, "Yeah." Melee into range doesn't matter. I'm playing Yone. It's OP. I'm going to win the trades. I'm going to have my team there to support me, so I can continue to put on that pressure and essentially just do whatever I want. Is what Chovy is saying.
-1 CS from Ruler.
Back here, it looks like Keen's going to TP.
Vars already with
that lane into the Keen Sante here.
Oh my gosh! How did I literally forget what it's called?
I was looking at this thinking he was going to just TP back in, but the wave state on the top side means he doesn't
choking.
have to, so he's actually going to
it's
maintain
lethality
advantage over Keen, who had to go down there and catch that wave as it was being pushed in.
I gotta start grinding again, bro.
So he barely gets the back off top side there with that
A Dirk,
wave.
thank you.
Straight
Dude,
to the bottom lane.
I was literally thinking of Dirka, dude.
We'll go down and
I literally I was like, I think I know what it is.
This Chovy lane pressure that's been generated is exactly
Actually trolling.
what you want to see. Gives you hope that this Yone is going to hit the mark in these upcoming team fights. Speaking of, we're a ways away from one right now with no dragon control really to either team, and the Grubs aren't spawning for another minute 30.
I mean, you're not gonna kill.
Yeah, he just takes a beating, and he's just kind of okay, I guess. The Malmesh
Jasante level 6.
Sorry, the Negatron cloak helping more than I think it had any right to. At that point in time,
Come on, Bulls.
Still retaining a decent CS advantage.
Destroy the enemy team.
We've seen that combo
Get
before.
eliminations.
This time he's
Farm.
going to be able to eliminate it. Is that
Get
all
gold.
out? This is 1v2
Spend gold.
Keen. What are we doing? This guy's absolutely insane, but he's getting
Oh.
away with it. Absolutely. We'll be able to dash away.
Hope had some nice dodging there, but
Slow him down, but I don't know whether you'd want to stop him from leaving, Hope. It was looking dicey.
Looks like Genji's just playing better right now. Across the
What I
board.
was talking about earlier, the reasons why you would swap. I feel like it's actually a better situation for Gen G because Flandre's having a lot of trouble into the Rakan and the Varus with unlimited sustain and the insane damage from the Varus, but the Jhin and the Alistair don't do anything to Cassante.
They can't stop him, and we've seen Cassante be one of the best.
Oh, he's got him. Oh my gosh.
Lane swaps were massively nerfed, but we'd see them at level 1. This was Keen's life for like a year, right? And he's winning it this time. He's got so much practice with this, and the Lethality Varus with the Dirk in hand here is just gonna smash Flandre there on the top side. The sustain you mentioned from those Rakan.
So right now, Gen has only a 400 gold lead.
Steal some of the jungle away, set up some of those deep
Nothing
wards there
major
on the top
at
side
all.
of the map, but Gen G control of both sides of the map right now feels fantastic as Grubs have spawned.
Nah, it's not that I don't want to play League on stream. It's that
Full vision available to AL. Canyon walking on forward, should be able to watch this.
it's just
first
tough.
one
It's
go
tough to play
down.
on stream.
We'll see whether that's all AL can get, although they are still
Personally.
in this pit, 4 versus 3.
Wow, that was an incredible dodge from Hope. Oh my gosh, bro. Hope's mechanics right now are out of this world.
This is a dangerous fight for Gen G to take.
Oh, he just hit 6 and immediately stopped?
Flash, and Hope really speed ran the curtains there.
Yeah.
They were closed and then they were open and then they were closed.
He just
again.
shot one curtain and then stopped.
Yeah, not the greatest fight setup there for AL. It's really desperate, but I think after
Gen just looks like they're just winning every small minor engagement.
2/3 here, the Grubs, and taking a fight follow-up after that is just
Tough to focus, tough to stream. I'm not
You were talking about this in the draft, Wolf, just giving over Varus essentially.
I'm not that good at it anymore. Like, I have to get good at it again. I'd get clowned a lot.
With his Varus, it feels like he's run the lane, and obviously Chovy's done a really good job in mid as well. So now they can just kind of roam.
So
the
Genji
map as
literally
as
gets everything. All 3 grubs
and take whatever
and drag.
objective they want. Like, Hope playing this Jhin right now has 0 impact compared to the Varus in these team fights.
Yeah, that's
And,
wild.
Yeah, he was just being bullied essentially by Chovy and Duro, who weren't allowing him to do anything. So Genji get 2 grubs and they get the first Drake. So off to a great start there.
Yeah, it's just the objective control that is so necessary for this Genji comp that they are very strongly holding tightly onto in this early game, just through lane pressure alone.
It's one of my favorite Varus skins, by the way, as well.
I don't think he'll find any opportunities, but does hit level 6 here.
The Snow Ops, right? Seer Ops. Snow Ops.
And that's
Arctic.
gonna be the end of that.
Arctic
but,
Varus.
just gonna wrap his way all the way around.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit weird.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little. I'm like, what's his plan?
He just wants to get as much information as possible. They do kill his ward immediately, though. As the lane assignments are kind of interesting. Chovy now laning up against Flandre towards
Yeah,
that
Frankie.
top side.
I play AD carry, yeah.
Equalizer was actually invested.
And then I'll like play like,
Just a
I
little
can play like
while
Corky
ago.
mid or like
Was probably just
Corky Ziggs
eliminated
mid,
midway.
even though they're not really mid
Duro
champs.
is
I feel like they're more.
following Tarzan here towards the top lane. Chovy says hello to his former jungler from Griffin. And
Wow,
does
Tarzan's getting
a whole lot of
absolutely
damage.
rinsed.
Snaps back to that soul.
Nothing major yet. The gold lead is still very small.
So it's just a sacrifice of 50% of Tarzan's health bar.
The
Thankfully has the
itemization
King's Tribute to get that health back.
That Keen has into this Rumble works into the Azir as well. So he's actually just sitting here chilling, going, well, I
Yeah,
put all
Zed
this
though,
in
but
R.
like
It's hard for you to
Ludwig
put a
isn't
dent in
really
me, so
that
he
great at
can
video
really
games
trade
though,
with you.
right?
And
Like
Chovy
what's
is
his
also
rank?
just happy to trade into Flandre here because he
I'm
can
not trying to
snap
talk shit.
back when the Flame Spitter comes out, when the silence comes through, and just avoid that damage and take these aggressive trades. We're going to see that TP here.
Like
from
how
Shanks
how
to
high
try
did
to
he
swap
end up
away
climbing? Didn't he
from
like try to
him.
get
He's
league?
gonna catch the wave, but Genji have had so much vision on the top side of the map. Like
Gold,
Duro
yeah.
can make those plays where he's just surfing through the jungle.
I mean,
and
although, like,
dropping
that rank
wards
is just a
everywhere 'cause
troll
he can
rank too,
see
dude. Like,
literally everything. There is
platform, it's not bad.
risk whatsoever to what he's doing. And Genji, look at the wards they have all over the map. Like they have
The
so
top
many.
lane is insane. It's just a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the first time Gen Z have done this. I think there's a reason why their macro game is considered the best in the world.
Yes, people expect you to be good. You're a streamer. You have a lot of viewers. You're supposed to be amazing. This is a great. That's a phenomenal first elim, dude.
Because Tarzan has teeth, and he's able to take a chunk out of the Rakan, and that's first blood. It's kind of insane.
First blood goes to AG.AL.
1.5 minutes into the game, and I feel like there's been
It's still tied in gold.
But that is the first kill that we've actually.
Elim goes on to Trundle too.
But I feel like it's almost also this sort of caster explanation we gave, because he had so much vision top side, he can make those plays, right? He can be anywhere he wants. On the bottom side, not so much. They find him, they kill him. He's trying to get wards on both sides of the map, and he's
Ludwig's definitely a gamer. I know he plays. I know he games a lot of different games. But like he plays a lot of them, and it's difficult to be phenomenal at games when you're playing all of them.
That you have is just insane, right? You can hop to allies, but he was alone, so he couldn't hop to allies. He used his W, and then he just got caught by the pillar, so you're just
what up, Dan?
out of options at that point. So Duro, you know, still very much a
Jin behind 20 CS, by the way.
At least his teammates.
At least he got that assist, though.
A little bit of a rookie mistake there. Got to be careful about that. Still a very close game at this point, though.
Yeah, and I think
bro, not Chovy, Cheekin that plate.
Fight for right now, but a fight around the Herald, something like that, somewhere that a Rakan can get a whole lot of value in. So we're gonna check this one out one more time.
Wow, dude, it was that W from Jin. That was a max range W from Jin.
It didn't matter.
He is able to deny the kill.
That's a crazy hit, dude.
That movement was pretty good there, so it's still significant that that doesn't go over to Hope, because that's definitely what they would have rather had. It's not the end of the world that it goes over to a Trundle, still valuable. But that was well played by Duro. I think that's why he commits the ult there. It will be back up for the objective. Doesn't commit his flash, though. Knows that extra movement should be enough.
Yeah, and sometimes at tournaments, some players just, they
wow, that's incredible poke from Ruler right there.
To just, they're like a magnet. Like, all the kills go towards them, and it feels like Tarzan, he's always in the right place.
Wadi. I've been playing League for a decade, brother.
Big names from this team that we've been mentioning over and over, but Tarzan is just part of everything, right? He is the core of this team, and you know, it's a little.
I literally, my top 3 streamers that I watch are literally
like this Trundle.
Tyler One, Mouse.
A bit of a fear in you that this Trundle's going to get super fed once again.
And double it.
And Keen's like, stop feeding the Trundle, man. Like, I want to be able to build my tank.
I'll also watch Charisma's jungle.
And if this subjugate gets too scary, then it's going to become a little bit of a problem. As Chovy here towards this bottom side of the map, dealing with Flandre, continuing to do so. Tarzan was shadowing Shanks, make sure that he can get this crash. Might even be able to get another plate.
We're trading plates top for mid, it looks like here, as you can see where Canyon is on the map right now. With 10 seconds until Dragon, I favor the position of Gen G here. Diving, this is going to be so tricky into a Cassante. Flandre's just going to.
I used to watch mid beast a little bit.
Should be a free Dragon. Let's see if Keen can survive, because Subjugate will come through, but he's still Cassante. He's still.
Yeah, they're just going for him, dude.
Showmaker's going to be talking about this one. 3 versus 1 is dangerous. He gets
I mean,
and he uses that to leave. Unfortunately, he brought
yeah,
with
yeah,
him.
you're.
That guy is real scary.
Did he not mean to bring Tarzan with him? Yeah.
And that is exactly what happened.
That's 2 elims to AG. Gen G about to get their second drag, though.
Good, but if they get that whole turret with this Nashor's Tooth Zir, I think that might be a price that's a little bit too big to pay here for Gen G.
First turret also going to go to AL.
He pulled the Trundle over, so that was definitely a bit of a issue. I mean, they were kind of stacked on each other. But yeah, there's that first turret going down that you were talking about, Wolf. They're just going to get it essentially for free after
yeah, Trundle's going to be fed, bro. That's 2 eliminations on jungle. I feel like that almost never happens.
It's not a gigantic
oh, no, someone else got the elim.
I believe it's Infernal Soul on the way. Going to be feeling pretty good.
Oh, wow. Player POV, this is brilliant.
Perspective as he takes the Cassante ride and just flashes off.
Azir got the kill. Oh, yeah, you're right. Wow, that's always big, dude.
I don't know if things would have been that different if you pulled Shanks, but I think that the Trundle was problematic, to say the least, in terms of the target he pulled over there on his attempt to escape. But with the turret going over and with 2 kills to 0, even though Gen G have gotten all the objective feats of strength, it's just 1 kill now for feats of strength to go over to AL. So another significant factor that comes with getting that turret. So
Trundle is still down 20 CS.
It's a mountain soul for their
Jin is down 28 CS.
Pretty good about that. We'll see, though. Is it
Two limbs only down 400 gold. It's really still anyone's game. So close.
Just kind of doing whatever he wants in this game. He hasn't been part of any of the action because there hasn't been a whole lot, but it does feel like whenever we're looking at him, he is doing a good job of bullying his lane opponent, but he's still 400 gold behind Shanks, who did pick up the kill. So
TF Blade streams from time to time.
To deal with that. Obviously, now that he finally has his Bork, he becomes even more of a champion. Does Chovy on the Yone.
It's looking pretty scary there as Tarzan once again sacrifices 50%, but of course what goes unbound.
Trundle has his Maokai has his first item too. Leandries, Triforce, Nashor's Tooth on his ear, Ghost Blades on both ADCs.
Continuing to push one more kill, and that will be feats of warfare.
File thing with 3 months, baby.
And some upgraded shoes to boot. Oh, that was not the pun that I was looking for. Take it away, Will. I think I need to.
Wow, 30. Jin's down 30 CS.
As I was mentioning before, who knows when that's going to happen, though, as we won't have a fight really here for a while. 3 minutes until this dragon will spawn, and it's been a relatively quiet early game. There's no real pressure points on the top side of the map for Genji anymore. Herald will just be used here to try to secure this mid turret with the Varus wave clear that Ruler can provide. See if
Force of Nature's magic resist, right?
Have equalizers, so I think this is just going to be Genji getting a turret in return.
Yep, there it is. Not going to be first turret or anything like that.
Oh, the pillar.
It's still there, and the pillar is going to annoy Shelly.
Oh my.
She just decides she doesn't want to crash into the turret.
Wow.
Tarzan.
Yeah, beautifully done.
But it was all a distraction, guys.
A cunning ruse?
They used it in mid, and look at where Canyon is. He's the guy who dropped it. He's in top. He's like, okay, I'm getting my vision.
They might go for this fight.
That Chovy can push the top lane and get that turret by himself. So they're going to get a turret eventually. Although, as I say that, it does look like Chovy's trying to join in here.
Exhaust. They're going for Trundle. Wow, wow, they're trying to burn Trundle, and they get him. 4 ultimates. They used 4 ults there.
AG.AL now only 2 away from getting the feats beforehand. Actually, a kind of interesting race towards our feats of strength in this game, as Chovy will be able to finish off this turret, and that gold advantage that Genji has is only going to surge further forward. Game is still extraordinarily close, but it feels like Genji's starting to come alive.
They're starting to get back control of the map, right? Like Valdez was mentioning, you know, the charge didn't go off, but Chovy got the whole turret topside. They used Chovy's pressure there and the attempted defense of the turret.
I'm sitting here thinking like AL needs to be looking for a fight since they just have ultimate advantage, but instead they lick their wounds, go back to base. That's why I'm not a pro league player. I see 4 ults there only to take out one guy. Like they should win every other fight, even a 5v4.
Feels like hasn't been that relevant in this tournament. We haven't seen it too much, and it's only a small gold lead here. It's minuscule.
Varus is literally about to have his ultimate.
1,300 gold here, but Genji at the same time have really never given AL any core in this game. They've just
can't start a fight. Right.
Yeah, it's very nice to see Genji getting right back on the horse after a little bit of a shaky series up against G2. I like what Arnold was saying on the stage earlier, how Chovy went back and he's like, we're not playing our game, guys. We're better than this. And maybe they've come in with that kind of fire and that energy for the grand finals here for EWC League of Legends. There's a ton on the line.
That percent damage from the sapling from Maokai is so painful.
Because I think that's where we're going to get the best series.
Oh, me giga nerd, bro.
Farm in this game too. Look at how far behind he is in terms of Ruler's farm. Ruler just constantly clearing these ways.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think he just slashed in front of Chovy to stop him with his ultimate. That's Charm down. Kyle messed up. He's dead for sure.
To keep himself alive, and I don't even know whether that's going to be enough, as the will is indeed broken.
That's not looking good, bro.
He thinks he's found the angle. Still has
oh my god, that burst was insane. I think they're dead, bro. Varus missed his ultimate. They still have Rumble's ultimate. If I'm Rumble, I drop my ultimate right there, bro, right now in that little choke. Just deal damage.
And they look to answer it with a dragon.
This is such an important time, and we got the dragon up, we got the Otacon up right here, and they massively overextended.
Like, right? Like, you drop that ult, Rumble? Right in the cross?
They're not able to do so.
Where's the ultimate?
Don't have their jungler.
Oh,
is it down?
And Canyon will be taken down. That's the feats of warfare to come in as hope.
I think Duro's dead. No, Duro flash. Another flash. Yeah, Rumble's ultimate's gone.
Harpoon comes in from Flandre, but there is still a turret.
Dude, oh my gosh, that chunk from Yone.
But are they actually able to fight for the Otacon? 20 seconds.
Chat, I actually don't know what that Otacon does yet. What does it give you?
TP is going to back here, and I mean, contesting this, I think
It's literally one of the only things I don't know about the most recent update.
They're looking to actually get a top inner and that mid turret instead here. I think this is a wise call from Gen G, given the game state here.
Gives you EXP and adaptive force, more power. Nice.
But watching the fight again, like you said,
thank you guys.
It's the Yone that they're collapsing onto already unbinds here, and that's why Shanks says, okay, I'm going in here. It looks to interrupt the ult. The pillar placement is good. They force the flash, but it's Duro who does all of the real.
Oh, because Kale got charmed.
There at the last possible second on the ult, and Genji rotate over. This could have been a lot worse here for Genji if that play from Duro isn't as crisp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Duro's there. I feel like AG.AL, though, the only way they
Varus missed his Q over the wall. Misses E. Misses his ult here. Yeah, I would have went for Jin with that ult.
I guess towards the end of it all, it
Denny,
does, because they do get that
you're Chovy in my eyes, bro.
It's a third Drake here for Gen G, and that could be potential Mountain Soul on the way here in 3.5
Dude, Bartek,
minutes.
AoE slow if you kill enemies too. That's massive. Massive.
That damage done to the turret here on the top side. Okay, it was a little bit less damage than I expected. It was hidden there by the Rumble Portrait. I thought they got like half of it. Mid turret did go down though. Ruler was able to clear that one up, so they went for the double TP play there. They were able to get a lot of map control on the top side after this. But I think the Mountain Soul point is incredibly valuable with the lead that you already have here as Gen G. And Keen is just going to be such a monster in this game.
Not to mention the fact that he built the Force of Nature.
Yeah, that's so rare.
That really, really interesting. Because, yeah, we don't see this item ever. But it's actually kind of
Dennis, you called that.
The Rumble and the
Force of Nature.
Course,
yeah, it is.
A lot of little magic damage happening all the time is how you stack it up real fast. It's not necessarily like the best statted magic resist item, but if you're ever going to build it, this seems like the place to do so. And having movement speed is always.
He's got Frostborn Gauntlet now.
He's onto something here as he's a little bit above half health for the minute. Gen G here clearing out
the ward, the vision battles are so odd to me. It's like they're there, they place wards, they get rid of the wards, and then they run away after they place the wards because they can't defend the wards, and then the ward division gets cleared. And it's like.
They have vision.
Now AL has no vision in their own jungle besides one ward.
They have deep vision there behind the red buff. Like everything that Tarzan is doing is known. Like they could see him here as he rotates through his jungle. So Ruler backs up, lets the wave push in mid. They get that bottom outer turret. Chovy can continue to pressure onto Shanks. And they just are trading like, okay, when you guys are clear on that vision top side, we got the vision bottom. By the time you come to deal with that bottom vision, we're going to put that pressure back up top side. And this has kind of been the rinse repeat during these downtimes between objectives we've seen from Gen G.
I've got a theory.
258 CS
right, so
at 23 minutes into the game.
AG.AL are actually giving up Mountain Soul because it'll give more defensive stats over to Gen G, so it doesn't matter who Tarzan subjugates. He's going to get so many defensive stats.
Wow.
Just think about it for a minute.
Yeah, I think if you
Giga Brain.
Give me like a 10-page paper by tomorrow on that, I'll consider your theory.
You know what? I think I'll pass. I don't know whether I could sell it if it's actually going to be done.
What was that? Tarzan just walked forward and ate a Varus Q to the face.
That's all right. Going back. Gen G, like we mentioned, I'm trying to figure out why, you know, they've been allowed to get so many dragons, but I think it was mainly because they prioritized that over the Otacon later on. So will it be the soul that's actually going to be picked up here in a minute's time for Gen G?
Man, Chovy is just so fat right now, bro.
But AL have been grouping and team fighting really, really.
He's getting that Gromp too consistently.
Yeah, it just feels like Gen G have been winning in the macro game little by little. There have been a lot of plays around the map where like Chovy's getting the top lane turret. Or
yep, shield bow second item.
Put a lot of pressure on so that they can sneak away a dragon. I mean, they even got the.
Is that normal? Yeah, sometimes you run that first. So well, not shield bow. No, that's not true.
Their way bit by bit in this
game. You used to rush it.
About to spawn, but I think this game just a bit too close, and obviously the Mountain Drake is going to be the more important objective right now.
Infinity Edge 3-item Yone is like that's like 3-item Yasuo. It's huge.
They always have to be the ones who are defensively set up on it.
It's that 10 death power spike.
Always have been, like every single time. And I mean, once again, this Maokai could just keep everyone at distance, and AL just.
This bro, look at their CS. Dennis, I know, man. 274 for Yone. Varus is at 300.
And when Ruler has this much vision to work with, and there's
Varus is almost 50 CS above.
He can do poke-wise here in the neutral. He just sit back.
It's supposed to be 10 CS a minute. Varus is almost at 300 CS at 25 minutes.
Good luck crossing that nature's grasp.
And Ruler has been getting every advantage from the leads that...
The fight hasn't even started yet. Alistar's at half health.
Look at Duro's angle.
And there's Mountain Soul. Good job. Way to fight for that. There's Chains of Corruption.
Nothing more that they can get done as Kyle has to ult, but he's down so incredibly low. They're trying to play it defensively, but Keen's going forward. Ruler untouched, but Keen gonna
Shanks wants it. Everyone runs. I don't know, man. Like, what are you guys doing?
To immortality in this game.
You know, there's not a lot of things that are free in life, but that Mountain Drake, that Mountain Soul was so free for Gen G. They had immense vision control. There was no entry for AG.AL at all. The Maokai they had to run into with all the treants, it was just way too much for them.
I don't know what they're looking for, bro.
They had a Nature's Grasp at the ready. They had Chains of Corruption, which didn't land. They had Duro on the angle, so he can set up a charm to deny any entry.
Yeah, they haven't fought for any drag. They literally just gave up Soul, no contest. And like, here's what I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand when it comes to these types of games, right? Like, and this is something that I would constantly be talking about, dude. Like, you have to make a play here. You are AG.AL right now. You are getting chunked down little bit by little bit by little bit by little bit by little bit by. It's death of 1,000 cuts. Like, at some point, right? I'm shot calling. I'm like, guys, we have to make a play. We are gonna lose this if we don't do. Like, you have to do something. Go for something cheeky, like. At this level, waiting, like playing for someone to mess up, like waiting for the enemy team to mess up, like no one's messing up at this level. They're making almost no mistakes.
If he can snap back, Tarzan once again down to 50%. That has been Chovy's hobby so far this game, and even going further and further. Keen on a ward, but that is not a sight that AL wanted to see. This Baron down so low, but that rise was amazing, and Tarzan flashes in.
They got Baron, but
can they keep themselves alive though? That's the question. As Tarzan utilizing that subjugate to keep alive for an extra 40-odd seconds, maybe.
Shanks, one dead,
the Emperor's Divide connects
2 dead.
To the Rakan as the all-out to bring hope to the death chamber. Doesn't quite work out just yet, although Chovy does.
That's a great trade. As I say that, it's a great trade.
They keep
I don't know why they 50-50'd that Baron.
A few that die on the side of AG.AL, and they get a successful steal.
It's a very messy fight both ways.
Tarzan's nuts are huge, bro.
Getting in there, and it looked over-aggressive almost, but he created so much space and a big distraction, knocking 3 guys up and allowed Tarzan a way to get into the pit and steal it away. And the kills are very similar in this one. It just got so messy towards the end, and it's a big win for AG.AL.
Yeah, what was like what was the catalyst for here? Like,
some hesitation here. Do we pull off
I think Shanks gets some good poke.
Because the Maokai ultimate is the best.
It might have been the Rumble ult.
They still have Chains of Corruption, but it's not the same setup.
Yeah, no, that's Alistar with a 3-man knockup. Alistar with a 3-man knockup, dude.
You see the Chains of Corruption. Equalizer here would have been great if there was follow-up. And unfortunately for Hope, he's just trying to get damage done here at the end. Keen does get on top of him here. Luckily, though, for him, he does survive. He and Andre will be able to keep the Barons here. So it's not that they got nothing out of this, as he barely survives. Look at that, down to like single-digit health.
And now they're sieging. There's the Rumble ult. Oh no, Varus ult. Oh, they're getting screwed. No, Hope is gone.
Meanwhile, on the back end of the fight, it's Hope that's just being.
They're gonna lose too. Yeah.
Kyle gonna get the same treatment. And
Varus hit a crazy ult on Azir.
Seal away the Baron, and this is not the result. This is not what we wanted to see.
I think this may be the beginning of the end of this one, Atlas. Gen G winning the fight here, punishing the siege. AL had one chance, one Baron to work with. They wanted to make the most of it, but now they
Chovy ults into the freaking.
Yep.
Maokai root.
And this Rumble performance a little bit different.
Azir just lost to that game by getting hit by the Varus ult.
They're looking to push through and take game number 1. Shanks going down low as there is the attempt to knock up from Duro. It is going to get the Zonya's out of Shanks, but Keen is just having the time of his life, manages to take down the Azir and
another Varus ult, Chains miss, yep.
And they can go to Narnia. They don't need that to do the damage. As Kyle fresh out of the death chamber, but he's going to be going back. He left something there, I think. Needed to go pick up his keys. It's now Tarzan going to fall as well. Nexus turrets on the ground, and Gen G
game 1.
Game number 1 here at the EWC Grand Final for League of Legends.
Absolute masterclass here.
That was beautiful, dude. That was beautiful.
Gen G is back in form here and declaring it in game number 1. AG.AL, some nice moments.
Chat literally called it. Danny, that was crazy.
but that over push in mid, and they just get caught.
Yone, bro. It was Ruler, bro. Ruler's Chains of Corruption won them that game, hitting us here in the middle, and then that was it. It was GG.
Is the amount of vision control Gen.G had this game. They took lane prio, they were able to get control, and they just had wards on both sides of the map non-stop. Never.
Watch this, that chain right there. Boom. Charm, knock up. Gets him to half, and then completely just, and then they just, GG, bro. Yeah, Rumble, one shot, cross map. Rumble wasted ult. Rumble ulted the back of the turret, bro, on no one. Rumble ulted one person right there. That's wild. Ninja versus Ruler 1v1 bars? Danny, I'm so bad at League. Maybe my prime, bro. Nah, man. I wish I got into League right away. I think I would have competed. My peak rank was Diamond 1 my very first season ever. And I never grind harder than that. No, I wouldn't play, I would not play Siege. I mean, I'd try it out for a sponsor stream. I'd give up all my BR experience for League. Denny, I feel like you and me are the same in that. I think I could have been dude. I think I could have gone pro in any video game I'd put my mind to, Kev, if I was practicing. I never played Counter-Strike though. Like I never got into attack FPSs until Valorant. I always prioritized Halo. I mean, yeah, bro. I was like 28, 27 years old. 28, 29. Almost went pro in Valorant, man. I mean, our team was semi-pro. Competing in tournaments, taking out pro teams. Beat phase once. All right. Imagine if I was playing Counter-Strike since I was like 13 years old, dude. You know what I mean? Professional Halo, like semi-professional Halo 3 player, professional Halo Reach player, Halo 4 player, Halo 5 player, Master Chief Collections, Halo 2 Anniversary. Professional H1Z1 player, PUBG player, Fortnite player, not really a Fortnite player. Danny, imagine we just play League, bro. There's no 34-year-olds competing in League. Actually, there might be someone that's like a veteran still gaming and grinding. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. 2 seconds.
I started playing the game seriously at around season 6, and jungle was the strongest role at the time. Feels good to be better than your opponents.
그때 제가 정글러를 했었을 때 가장 티어가 높게 나왔어가지고 그 길을 좀 갔었던 것 같습니다.
I hated jungle players, so I just became one. Desperation, I think. You just get flamed for everyone's mistake. Like you're just escape bullet to everyone.
因为打野位置就很好玩吧，就跟队友配合也是一个很好的玩的地方吧。感觉就队友的优点
，you can make a lot of creative plays, play around vision really well. So I think that's one of the specialties of jungle.
If you're not where you have to be, can really make the map harder to play.
그래서 그냥 제 자신을 믿고 그냥 제 플레이를 하는 것 같습니다.
You should generally know like how to play the map, what you want your teammates to do, not just what you want to do.
정글러가 맡는 책임 같은 경우에는 아무래도 이제 오브젝트 관련해서는 정글이 관련이 제일 많다 보니까 그런 부분들에 있어서 책임감을 가지고 또 오더도 내리고 약간 그런 게 중요하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Until then, it's your responsibility.
Hey everyone, I am at the Free Fire stage, joined in by Gideon. Once again, thank you for having me. Tell me more about what's happening today, because I heard it's the grand finals.
Yes, so the grand finals is going to be crazy. We have 12 teams looking to battle for one championship spot to be the winners of the entire tournament. And I mean, even yesterday, right? They got a bunch of points just to try and give them a head start for today. So some people are coming in with an advantage.
Oh, well, talking about advantages, yesterday we also had our semifinals, and going into the championship weekend, we have our grand finals from League of Legends between AG.AL and Gen G2. So tell me more about what's going to be happening today.
Well, today, these 12 teams and some really big organizations are looking to try and get that top spot, of course. More importantly, money is on the line. Everybody wants to be that champion. We've got $1 million worth of prize pool to kind of spread around the block, but hopefully I'm looking for at least one team from Latam, all the way from Brazil, to win it all.
Ooh, Latin America stepping up. Thank you so much for joining us, Gideon, and I can't wait to see what plays out over at the Free Fire stage.
Thank you very much, Kitty Grande, as it is a big weekend, not only here in League, but across
Oh my gosh, you guys. That
as there are many
was an experience.
Points on the line across two different titles here at League and at Free Fire. As we take a look at the EWC.
Yeah,
Club
Denny. Yeah, T1 lost to him. 2-0.
By STC. We already know that Team Vitality is on the mark at the top.
Oh, I forgot about this. The club championship.
MLBB Women's Invitational, but right there, right behind it, is Gen G at 1550 and has a chance to climb up the leaderboards, as well as AG.AL after we had the opportunity to talk to Eddie.
BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing.
AG.AL, they have participating in, and a win
What up, Denny?
Would do wonders. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. It is game one in the books. Gen G over AG.AL 1-0.
I would go to Worlds. When is it?
Grand Finals. Degon here.
And where is Worlds this year?
And Finn to break it all down here. And this one was a methodical game of League of Legends. Plays right into the hands of
Normally
Gen G
September, June, July, August.
Yeah, this is pretty much what Gen G is known for, just having a very slow, you know, not very volatile game.
It's in China?
Very controlled.
I've never been.
Just basically stack dragons on cooldown. AG wasn't really able to contest any of them. Even when it came down to the soul, Gen G just...
Denny, you realize that we would you'd have to, it'd be like a 12+ hour flight, right? I mean, we would obviously fly first class, and I would make sure that, you know, you have a laydown seat.
Wasn't ready for it.
Finn, this is our first best of 5, so we know that the
To be clear, by the way, those flights, I don't feel, you don't feel a lick of turbulence.
But it felt like this was a draft won by a certain team here, in your opinion.
I mean, I really like Gen G's draft, and a little bit of a question mark from me regarding AL's choices. I feel like Gen G got...
Medios needs to lean back a little bit.
Really, the biggest question mark...
Kyle, facts, bro. Literally. Give him the... Dude, get rid of his watch. Don't let him... Don't let him check his freaking blood pressure, dude, in the middle of the flight.
As we all know, Gen G loves pushing out those lanes, securing that deep vision and controlling the river, and this just plays right into their kind of identity, their magnum opus that they do all the time over at the LCK and globally, and they just know it so well, and it felt like AG didn't really draft good answers into this playstyle.
So there was 3-2 for the longest time here, and then we finally got some more scraps that led to kills. First highlight here, Otacon.
Jellybean, what's up, brother? Thank you for the $2 super chat.
Otacon setup was a big part as we take a look at this fight.
Yeah, I mean, here we just have a fight. Genji really tries to get his dragon, but in the end, Canyon does end up dying at the tail end of it. And
Wow, Hope just whiffing. Hope whiffed twice there.
Trying to get some flashes, try to get some health bars, chip damage here. Flounder looks for his fight, but in the end, Genji seems to be quite happy with this trade. Sure, Canyon died, but he did end up getting that dragon while AL AG got that Otacon in the end. I thought it wasn't a good trade, but they proved me wrong.
I
TFT now.
prefer
Kev.
Otacon if I was in that situation, but I think just because of the pace of the game, you know, there wasn't a lot of kills, which then translate there's not that many petals around the map. Also, you're not gaining more petals because that's part of what makes the buff so strong is each time you get that execute and like the little AoE, you get another petal for your team. So I think that Genji was kind of okay with it. They figured, you know, it's not that much value for them, and then they were just able to get a quick soul.
Yeah, well, the focus on objectives was on full display here. Our second highlight, the big moment, a Baron steal that went the way.
Yeah, Genji just started Baron. I mean, they just did it. And
Yeah, Genji starting Baron there is so odd, and then they're like, oh, let's just continue to go for it, and then they're
just gonna try to 50-50 it or use the Maokai Q smite. Maokai Q smite is one of the more powerful smites.
That's so odd.
And the HP damage, I'm sure the jungle savant meteors
probably their biggest mistake.
Yeah, I was.
But it doesn't matter.
Genji for this one, you know, sometimes.
Varus gets a
when
double
you
kill
see Baron
there.
get stolen, it's usually like, oh, you know, why did you start this Baron? Like, why did you let it steal? But I think AG.AL actually had a pretty good setup for this steal. Alistair went in right before Trundle did, and he was able to get a 3-man pulverize, which kind of slowed down the DPS a lot on the Baron. And then Tarzan was like 1 HP, and he just like did the YOLO flash in and go for the steal. It worked out, but I think most of the time that probably would go Genji's way. So yeah, you know, not ideal for them, but I think it was okay because even if that happens, you're still really ahead and you'll win the fight.
Yeah, MVP type behavior there. Again, we're still.
That was a good breakdown from Medios.
Sony MVP. So y'all at home, let us know in the chat who you think that should be. Finally, here, highlight number 3. It was the mid engage that closed off the game, and from here we're kind of like, do they end? I guess they.
Yeah, look at this right here. So it literally. So look at that. Look at that ult on Ruler, and then he responds with an ultimate back. Just the Rumble solo ult on Ruler, and Ruler's full HP. Like, that was just atrocious, and then Hope gets isolated. Just an absolutely atrocious use of ults. I don't think I saw a single good Rumble ult. But Varus, like, responding with that ultimate by, like, just Chains of Corruption back, like, no hesitation on the Azir.
That would kind of
turned that fight so heavily.
Showed how comfortable Genji was engaging from multiple angles. Like you mentioned, the Varus ult hit his ear. The same time, Maokai ult's coming in on everybody. Keen, I think it was a teleport flank, but
so much CC, dude.
Gen for not having flash because he used it in the previous Baron situation. So just a really good team fight by Genji. They didn't really seem bothered that AG.AL got Baron because they knew they could punish.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Genji, right? They might have made a mistake earlier, but if you make the mistake, you step up too far, they always find a way to make it hurt even more. In this case, it ended up costing the game. You had some lives come back in line straight from the fountain, and they tried to do like a 1v5 defend, a 2v5 defense, and eventually the chain dying ended up being game number 1 in the hands of Genji. So let's turn our focus here.
Morning, Mr. Jack.
Number 2, gentlemen. Draft-wise, very Genji sided. It felt like getting Varus, getting the Maokai, something that they're all comfortable in.
Hey, give me Varus, I could carry. You know what I'm saying, guys?
That's not the game plan here for AG.AL as they now shift on over to the blue side, Finn.
Yeah, man, I feel like AG.AL, they really thrive when they can just take fights, no matter, like, I think they thrive when all of the players, or at least most of the players in the team can kind of start fights, get them going. It felt like they were kind of running into the wall that it was Genji. They were like banking on it, banging on it, but they just couldn't really get any progress. And I would love to see a little bit more proactiveness.
Dude, better made. The host is rocking the red hair. It's phenomenal. It fits him so well.
He was kind of stuck on his rumble. He was catching waves in the swaps and couldn't really get into it. Same with Tarzan. He was also, yeah, it just felt difficult for them to get a foot in. I would love to see something a bit more engaged, or at least something that really focuses on these team fights, because I think that is where AG can actually beat Genji.
Yeah, we saw the top side for AG.AL that game was Rumble, Trundle, Azir, which doesn't really have much hard CC. A lot of the time when people play those top side drafts, we've seen it with Braum, someone who just has really good lockdown, who can keep the other team from being able to kite. And one thing I would be a little bit concerned about for AG.AL is they did actually lose with Trundle, who's one of the strongest early game.
Vars has 0 mobility.
And that's kind of a big deal because I think when you have a matchup between two really good junglers, being able to get the most out of your early game champions is going to be a pretty big deal. So the Maokai was able to neutralize it. You know, you just have phase rush, you build AP, you're not really a great subjugate target. It's hard for Trundle to really do anything to you. You just kind of avoid him the whole game. You make it so if they face check a bush, they take, you know...
No, I don't think Malvarados is dead.
And it's just super annoying. So I agree. I think AG.AL will probably try to get more engaged in their comp, just some inevitable team fighting champions, maybe stuff that can dive. And I think for them, they'll really try to up the pace of the game because I think these like slow, low kill games are so much in Genji's favor.
Yeah, Genji's not afraid to scrap, but that's not their normal setting. We got to see it on full display here in game number 1. I want to talk about MVP frontrunners here for both squads, right? We did have the steal. We know that Tarzan's had a good run. Flandre has won the daily MVP over the last several days. On the opposite side,
come on, Doug.
Leading the line. You just brought up Canyon with his itemization in this matchup specifically. Chovy, I mean, Duro. You could hear CEO Arnold calling out Duro getting his plaudits. Who do you have as your front runners for both squads here, Finn?
I mean, this is so difficult because I think for AG.AL it's been quite easy this tournament.
They keep showing this girl, dude.
And Flandre that really has been the front runners, but when I look over at Genji, it's like, wow. It's really hard to pinpoint one individual in this team. It's just such a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
And they're all different cogs and they all twist and turn in their own ways. And it's really hard to highlight individual players. I think for me it's going to come down to whoever has a standout series now in the finals. And for me it's a little bit early to say, but really like what I've seen from Chovy on the own. Really like what I've seen from Duro. And honestly, Keen has had a great tournament as well. It's so hard to say.
I think I would have to go with Keen as well. I think he's just looked so solid. As top lane, it can be hard to have all good
Not the cameraman zooming in on this woman's eye.
Gets short into the stick. But he's somehow managed to avoid that. Even this game, as Cassante into Rumble, he was able to neutralize the matchup. He's put in a lot of swaps where he, you know, almost got a 1v2 on their bot lane. I think if a few more Qs connected.
Cameraman looking for cheaters in the crowd, for sure, dude. Like, what is happening?
So I think he's doing a great job, and yeah, it's just awesome watching him play.
Yeah, I know. Just getting to see League of Legends at this level and see that we know how good everyone is. There are no free passes. It's not like, hey, we won't get punished by a stronger team. This is the stronger team. You are getting punished. How do you respond is so fun over and over again. Both these squads getting ready on stage.
Bro, you could have seen if these women had fillers in their teeth, bro.
Buy a little bit more time for the players.
Or fillings. Like, that's how zoomed in. We're seeing their freaking dental hygiene, bro. In like 5K, 8K.
After the loss, especially in a long series, what is the best way to kind of reset your mental after it's kind of like
a big bro hug.
You don't go out with bang, you go out with a whimper in game number 1.
I mean, there's one thing that almost every player does, I think, that has played on this stage. It's just such a common ritual after a game like this is you go to the bathroom. It's the first thing you do. I'm sure Meteos can confirm. You drink so much caffeine and water that just like
coffee.
You gotta get there fast. And then while you're there, you're thinking about the
yeah, I'm sure. No. You go to the bathroom to pop a freaking addict.
Then you go to your coach and you say, okay, I want to play this side. I want to draft around this. And then it's like, oh, we chose the other side. And you're like. Okay, I'm speaking a little bit from experience here, but like in general, it is that you gotta look ahead, right? You gotta think about what went wrong in draft.
No, the best way.
Quick fixes. You can't make fundamental shit.
The best way, I'm not even joking, dude. One of the best ways to mentally reset is to just be so locked in with your team and to have open communication and to just continue to get back on the same page, right? Like, fake confidence is so important. As someone who's competed my entire life, like, you just go to your boys, you dap them up, you give them hugs, you're like, guys, we got this. We have this next game. Like, what do we think we need to do differently? And then if you guys can all get in like a great little conversation and pace and like all be on the same page of what needs to be done to win the next game, you're just in such a high spirits going into the next game, right? Like the confidence that you're going to come back, like knowing that you were going to drop a game, not a big deal.
interesting part of the game. I think you're probably thinking about, you know, what's available this next game, what do we want to play, and also what do we want to play into, because any given champion is only going to be available once per series, and it's like, do we want this on our team or do we want to give it to them and then try to counter it? So I think there's a lot going on there that people are probably thinking about, but ultimately you just have to not think about the games beforehand, especially if you lose, because I could see AG.AL being kind of antsy after that last game, right? It was like Gen.G just sort of choked them out. It didn't seem like they had a lot of opportunities to play the game, which can be really frustrating, but you just have to forget about it, just go into a game with a fresh mind, and you know, play how you know how to play.
Yeah, and when I think about
Dude, Dennis, you're an actual
last
troll.
year's tournament in 2024 here at the Esports World Cup compared to this year, it was a 3-1 in the grand finals, T1 over TES. There was no Fearless at that time, so it was still just a lot of trading some of the meta mages in the mid lane and checking out those jungle mid matchups that you just got to perfect, rather than, okay, we have to kind of remember
Oh, Joel, I don't know if there's league
figure
drops.
out what type of composition that we're going to build around these power picks that have been, you know, banned, and now we're going to start letting some go so that they let some go here, Finn.
Yeah, but I think that's a big liberty for some players, because I remember one of the most stressful moments as a pro player was those long draft meetings before you played official games. You sat and you went around in circles. This guy wanted to play this guy wanted to ban this, and you sat there and went around. It's like people never agreed. They never came to a good conclusion. I mean, of course they do sometimes, but like a lot of the times there was these massive discussions, and at least now in Fearless,
Massive.
you could try something. If that didn't work out, you don't have to worry about it again. You can go on to the next game and really try to look for a fresh start over and over. Like Meteo said, it's all about resetting between the games.
Massive
it is
draft.
So true, because you can't linger on the past. You really gotta look ahead and just focus on what you can do. That is the most important part, and then you try something different.
Yeah, I feel like that's a really good insight there on the fearless mentality and trying to identify how to fix your problems. It's don't worry about them. Let's set our own pace here, which, as we set the pace, it seems like we are about a minute out from going back to the stage. So, a lot of yapping here. Let's do one final
Lot of
reset.
yapping.
1-0
Great, Gregorius.
Gen.G
He read your
over
mind.
AG.AL, the LPL champions, after a game where AG.AL felt muted. They tried to make plays. Gen.G ready every time. The only kind of little blip on the radar was the Baron steal that went their way. Meteos, what's the key here for game number 2 for either side here? What do you want to see here?
I think AG.AL should probably try to get more hard engage, more ways to just get the fight started. And there's a lot of options for that. You know, you could try to get the Vi, something like Nautilus. You could go, there's the Nocturne Orianna combo we've seen, Ornn, Sion even. There's a lot of champions that kind of have these inevitable engage tools that's like, okay, you know, when you press this, the fight's going to start. Let's hope we can win it. So maybe something like that could be good.
All right.
I love Meteos,
What you got
dude.
here for me, Finn?
Gen.G is keep on doing what you're doing. It's going well.
All right, there it is. 1-0 to Gen.G in this best-of-5 grand finals for the 2025 Esports World Cup, presenting League of Legends title. Let's send it on over to the stage to get into game number 2.
All right, Real, we've got a grand final on our hands. On one side, we have Gen.G looking confident, looking calculated. Do you think it's going to be a full sweep?
Not the Gen.G kitty cat,
These
dude.
AG.AL fans are very loud. AG.AL, let me hear you.
Did the
No,
drums.
This is a big matchup. This is a huge matchup, so let's go a little bit.
Yeah,
boxing
Yone can't
influence
be
here.
back in. Yone can't be back in here. Oh my gosh.
In the red corner.
Oh, dude.
AG.AL.
Imagine these two fight to the death.
And in the blue corner,
Imagine,
we
dude.
have
Imagine they just whip out some knives and they just have a knife
Right, you
fight.
know what? Let's have a face-off right now in the middle of this stage.
Dude, this is out of pocket.
Who's gonna take it? We're going into game 2.
Throw a punch, Panda.
Gen.G
Just throw a
versus
punch.
AG.AL.
Throw a punch. Imagine he just decks him.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible matchup here between
They start
Panda and
tussling,
Tiger.
dude.
I know if this was, you know,
Knocking
the
themselves
Wilds,
over into the trophy.
I know where my money would be, but you never really know. You can't count them out, even though they lost game 1. See how the Pandas are going to perform. Welcome back, guys. We are ready for game number 2. Although maybe like game number 1.5 as we see the result between Tiger and Panda. What do you think, guys? Who takes it?
I feel like Pantheon's such an easy champion to play, and with how viable he is and valuable he is with his ultimate and his stun, his point-click stun.
Although, in terms of the two matches,
Point-click stuns are so busted.
It might be a draw. You know, I feel like they're pretty evenly
I thought
matched.
you were going to say, just give it to the General. Just give it to the General. I mean, game one was such a stomp. It's really the onus now on AG.AL to say, okay, we've got blue side now. We're going to have a better draft. We're going to draft more hardened games.
What up, Zeladin, by the way?
We're going to lead the pace of this game because game one, it kind of felt like they were just being dragged along.
Oh man, nobody shaved this guy's neck, man.
I think the Vi is 100% going to be banned.
Every single one of these people, all these teams, all they're missing is like a professional team barber to like make sure they are looking just impeccable.
Is what I'm most curious about because it does seem like those are the.
I'm not even joking, by the way. I'm not trying to be rude.
Taken in game one, the Varus is gone.
Look your best, feel your best.
Otherwise, kind of an unusual draft for Genji. So there's the Pantheon.
A team fade, bro. Facts.
We'll see whether the Xayah continues to get banned as well, as that could just be taken away here on the blue side. You have a little bit more flexibility.
I'm fat. I'm in my Illinois home, bro.
Taken away.
Yeah, Pantheon ban instant. Gwen instant. I hate Gwen, bro. She's busted. Her like little aura sphere that she spawns around her, like, and you can't do any damage. It's just so lethal.
Willing to pull it out very early up against G2 in the 3rd and 4th place match. So could be something they look.
Yeah, Gwen is just literally perma immune. It feels like.
As I'm saying that, we are going to get Lucian actually banned from the red side. So certainly the power level of that duo has.
A Lucian ban? Is that a Lucian ban?
Interesting. Something that we were talking about and Atlas was mentioning a lot is the fact that now that Trundle is gone, a lot of these tank picks also really rise in priority. The Sion, the Ornn are a lot more viable to play in the top lane. With the
let's go pink.
That AG.AL is looking for here
for this game. Pink vibe.
Perhaps in their 2nd rotation. The Talia I was talking about is banned away. Vi is still up though, and I feel like it's so incredibly powerful with so many different types of compositions here.
Yeah, Lucian Braum, I mean, obviously the ability to stun quickly with it, Braum's passive is valuable.
Yeah, that's certainly a big pick. It hasn't found the same level of success as we've seen for the rest of this year, right? Like Vi has been pretty much permaban status globally until, I guess, MSI, where we saw some smatterings of it. And that's kind of what Genji feel as well. The Wukong is what's going to be taken away from Tarzan here. And will it just be the Vi lock-in? Of course, I think on red side, you feel a little bit better because you can pick a 1-2 punch.
Come on, dude. Who we picking?
You know, if they don't take it, then you get Vi-Ahri.
Vi,
you know?
there it is.
And it's just so scary. I feel like it's mandatory because of that, right?
Did Nidalee fall off?
Give Genji that 1-2 punch, and they will take it here straight away.
One of the best options into the Vi can be the Xayah at times, but we already see.
Oh, Grumbe, no. No, the mystery, Grumbe. Great Gregorius, you're not banned anymore. Yeah, Nidalee.
Go towards that Ezreal. You don't have to pick it here.
I mean, it's one of those, like, feast or famine, right? Nidalee is a 100% feast or famine.
Senna, another choice if you want to get a big front line and then you have huge amounts of range and just try to.
There's no in between with Nidalee.
Just try to avoid
I think that's the issue,
fights,
right?
But that does mean that AG.AL immediately, even just after seeing these first couple
when it comes to picking your champions, you want the lowest floor possible.
Yeah, it's
just naturally, like a natural
in terms of safety.
Low floor.
Very risky pick here. And a blind Galio.
And Nidalee's floor is really low.
We've seen it blind and still find success. Especially
like Nidalee's floor can be really low.
So incredibly good. His catch on Hansama defined the end of that series yesterday in the semifinals. So gonna just lock this one in, and it looks like it will be into the Annie rather than the Ahri here for Shang.
Vi Annie. Oh my gosh, they are like, yeah, we have engaged.
Between those two, hold them in position, and then allow that layering CC to come down. So will still be a lot of mid jungle
Galio's
power,
great.
But I do feel like Galio answers Vi
I love
really
Galio.
well, right? Like she presses R on someone, and then you press R on them. And she has to stay there in that big circle of being knocked up. And that's not a whole lot of fun.
Matt, good to see you, bro.
Shanks, what are we going to be picking here to round out the first round of picks here for AG.AL?
Yeah, it just feels like we're already seeing these compositions take shape. Genji
I'll change my own fate because I could do it.
Just protect the carry of probably the Senna and maybe something in the top lane that Keen could bring some more damage in. I wonder if he would consider something like an Aurora into the Sion. We've seen that before. The Camille.
Who do I have winning this game?
Very good shout.
You look think a lot of the professionals thought it was going to a game 5, so let's give this one to AG.
I think you will. you might want to just grab a support here or a jungle pick. They're going to go for the Ambessa instead. This is both a decent.
I literally don't even know what that champion does, by the way.
But also an aggressive pick into the Scion. I feel like Gen G would have been very happy themselves to get the Scion because the
Bro, guys, could you imagine Baus's Scion right now?
Just engage only, and the Senna
A
would
Baus Scion
really
top.
safe if they had that Scion. So I think that's a nice pick away here, but it's a good answer from Keen.
Yeah, immediately gives you that extra bit of damage as well. It's a pretty aggressive composition already from the side of AG.AL. Corki with huge amounts
I
of
love
damage
Corki.
follow-up as
Oh,
well
they
from
banned it.
close and from afar, I think is a good shout, especially because the Corki stocks have been rising a lot.
Tom Kench, super obvious here just with how safe it is into the Vi Annie. Maybe a Caitlyn ban would make sense here, just simply because it's a strong pushing lane into the Senna. But we're really just talking about 2v2 here, as in terms of Kai'Sa follow-up to the dive, that's also an incredibly strong pick. Isn't
Tom Kench ban, Kai'Sa ban.
As hard as something like a Caitlyn, but
oh my gosh, I forgot my story.
Ban instead. I don't think we're going to see a Thresh here. You know, this real safe.
Hang on, I forgot to do my Instagram story chat.
What about Blitzcrank?
Oh
Is
no!
what we always just want to say when it comes to this guy. But the Skarner ban, actually kind of interesting, as of course we are still looking for Canyon's pick. The jungler already locked in.
All right, here we go. You guys ready for fake
what is
fake influencer post? Here we go.
Gonna do is, oh man, Nocturne Galio. That's a little scary as well, as the semi-globals are continuing to pile in, because you got Dawning Shadow to layer on top of everything.
What's up, everyone?
at the
I'm doing a
same
sponsored
time. So
EWC League
they
of
would've
Legends
sort of turned on a
Finals
dime to
watch
decide
party.
who
Tune
they
in to
wanna kill,
twitch.tv/ninja
and
or
that just might be a jinx
youtube.com/ninja. Watch the
at
live
the
streams.
start
Check
of
it
these
out.
fights. A dangerous
Already on a
jinx
game
angle
2,
here,
baby.
gentlemen.
Yeah, I feel like the Nocturne was in part to just deny the Jinx. Obviously, it can be really good into dive as well, just because you turn the lights on and then it becomes really hard to coordinate those fights and set up those Annie stuns after the Vi ult goes in, and then you can re-engage. But Jinx, so powerful in the lane, and if you get any pick onto any target, it doesn't even have to be the Senna. It could be onto an ulting Nocturne, it could be onto a Galio that gets caught.
That was actually phenomenal.
Who's just a little bit
oh, Jinx, dude! I love Jinx, bro.
Carry those late game fights.
Oh, just have to see what
One of the most fun passes in the game to play with as an AD carry.
Maybe not a Blitzcrank, but we'll see where he is going to go. Don't know why. I've just got Robot on the brain at this point in time.
But
I really liked it in the last draft.
But also, like, what will Jinx do against this Nocturne? Bro, is that Bard? So the Bard ult to protect against Vi, Scion,
especially into something like Jinx. Gotta be careful
Annie.
because you really have to get your setup before the Jinx gets excited, because if she does,
I don't see a.
pick, I feel
I don't
like
know.
it all falls apart like a house of cards for Gen G. Like the Bard's not going to be able to do anything. Jinx is too fast. You don't have enough peel. I would say
I think
with
AG
the
wins this game.
Nocturne
I would bet money. I would bet like $1 million that AG wins this game.
Yeah, I think the Bard is a good choice, but it will rely on Gen G having a lot of control before the team fights get started.
Based on what we saw from last game, that control you're talking about, Gen G knows how to get. They can wrestle it away, and when you have the double global Nocturne Galio playing through sides and shutting down this Annie, as we saw a little bit happen to Caps yesterday, shutting down the Annie or even just stopping that Scion from being relevant, is already going to struggle a little bit in side lanes in this game. It means that you should be able to dictate fights, but I worry about what happens, you know, if we get to a mid-game where AL is just ahead, if the Jinx gets accelerated, because you just don't have damage for Gen G, and you need time for that Senna to get her stacks online. So it's a really risky, yet confident draft here for Gen G. I think they were really making a statement here in this game, too.
Yeah, and I think they also need to get their combos in order, right? It wasn't as much of a combo draft last time around. It was a little bit more, we can kind of hands diff you all over the place, find these angles.
Winner gets $2 million?
Whereas this time, it's going to have to be layering of ultimates, making sure that they eliminate these key picks to start off fights. Because if Hope gets excited,
600K, my bad.
The Hope is going to end for Gen G here in this game number 2. But we'll just have to see how well they're going to play match point.
$2 million is the entire price pool, my bad.
And AL wanting to turn this into a best of 3.
Seeming pretty likely at
Dope
this
Bard
point,
skin.
to be honest. I do really like what AG.AL have drafted in this game number 2. I think it's very aggressive. It allows them to grab hold of this series and fight it on their terms. The one big thing on the other side for
Where's
me
the
that I'm
invade?
scared of if I'm AG.AL is
Where's the
Jovi's
5-man
Galio.
invade?
We were talking about how strong he was up against G2 just yesterday. It's a classic. It's a legendary pick for Chovy. There have been so many huge plays even right here on this part of the map.
Yes.
For Chovy, the flash, like 5-man taunt that he
Where's
got
the 5-man invade?
a long time ago.
Come on, Kyle. Where's the
He's just
5-man invade?
fantastic on it. And I was going to do a segment earlier.
I'm always
actually
down
on
for an
Chovy
invade
and the
first
way
blood
that they love to team fight, and it really
in ranked solo queue, dude.
down to Chovy moving in and out of vision and making the aggressive Galio plays work. So a lot of onus on him, but he can handle it.
Yep, and you were talking about his clear. It's terrifying for exactly the same reason, right? It's fear the cross map and fear the rotation that Chovy is so good at. Him and a lot of his other mid lanes.
Yeah, Denny, no exhaust, no ignite. We got heal Braum.
For that sort of style of play, and something that Chovy
We got Ghost. I love Ghost on AD carry, by the way. So we have Ghost on Jinx, Cleanse on Senna.
I feel like the Bard ult is necessarily going to be game defining. It certainly can stall things.
No
out
ignite, no exhaust in the entire game, by the way. Not a single exhaust.
5v3 for a minute for you to get into position, do some additional damage. But the ability to rotate around the map with a magical journey, I think, is super valuable for a low-range composition.
Jenks
like
getting
what
some
Jinx
early
is. Sure,
poking,
the Senna
dude.
will have a lot of range later on, but a lot of these fights, you're trying to get your melees into position to threaten that Jinx or get to the back line, force the enemy to use her stun defensively. So that's what I'm most looking forward to here for Duro on this Bard pick. There's a lot of
Oh, they both have
risk with this
spellbook.
pick,
Wow,
though, because
nice.
if you fall behind, you're a squishy support that's going to struggle to get vision into this dive pop with the Vi. That will just blow you up if you ever show your face. If you ever have face check, if you ever try to go towards an objective you don't have control of, there just really isn't a recourse for the Bard that's going to get blown up because he's so squishy.
Yeah, sort of does feel a bit.
And he's kind of controlling this mid right now heavily.
Where these lanes are situated right now, Flandre on this Scion having a real good time at this point in the game. I believe we saw this matchup previously, and it didn't look quite this good for the Scion here at EWC, but still very, very early into the game, so things could certainly turn around for Keen, where he's going to be having a bit of damage onus on himself. Those are two items he needs to get to as soon as possible to make sure that he is going to be a threat heading towards that back line. And you guys,
Kyle and Denny, you guys are still grinding. I love it, dude. Pretend I'm in there, please.
I want to echo it. I love how well it sort of bridges towards late game with the last few picks that they lock in, because it was quite late that you got the Jinx and the Scion into this composition, which allows them to team fight.
This is the second time that AL's AD carry has backed.
Gen G with their sort of fancy combo composition
and got
that
Cole.
They have here will certainly be.
They did it last game too. They backed immediately with Jin.
It's just AL playing some pretty classic League of Legends and setting themselves up for it with some pretty good picks for the situation. As this,
Oh yeah, for the lane swap. That's why.
We've got very used to.
Yeah, look at the timing of this. Hope catches this gigantic wave. It's just kind of almost funneled into him, right? It's like the Scion sets up a giant pushing wave into him.
Right after he gets a call.
He's right after he gets the call.
It's actually genius. That's actually so genius.
And he's just farming up there. He's having a great time. There's no threat from an early game Ambessa, of course. So these another early swap comes out from AG.AL. This one I feel like does make a bit more sense. You know, I think you can absolutely bully the Ambessa a lot more with something like a Jinx compared to a Jhin into Constante.
I don't know what that is, Impa.
Yeah.
And you've got Scion, who never cares about anything.
Yeah, so. And also if you're farming alongside, then you're absolutely fine, because Jinx wants to scale and scale and scale. You've got a Scion that's going to be getting infinity health as the game goes on. And so definitely a much better scenario. I'm glad you bring that up, because that is very, very important. Not going to feel as much of that pressure in these side lanes. As Gen G will answer the swap now.
I would hate to farm on Senna.
You could have left the Senna into the Scion and just sit there and chill and stack, but you're not going to.
Oh yeah, Andre, I got it. I posted it. You're right.
Such
Boom.
a big advantage if you leave.
Didn't finish uploading.
That it's super frustrating. And with the tempo they got with that fast
All right,
swap and the call buy, they can go, oh, your Senna's back topside? Well, we've already reswapped bottom
I didn't add that to that. You're going to have to do like a follow-up.
This is part of why we're seeing
I'll send a picture, Andre.
Unsealed Spellbook taken for supports these days, because sometimes you're going to need that teleport to get back and catch the tempo. Won't necessarily be the case in this game, but this time AL are the ones running the show, at least in this early game, whereas we saw that for Gen G the previous game around, as Shank's going to get taunted.
Yep, Chovy doing a bit of
Taunt into the stun, completely
What's happening, and Shank's able to find a few extra Pyroblasts. Is Chovy moving forward? I'm not sure about this, because these autos are raining down on top of him.
He really wanted to push that wave, and he's not really going to be able to. Meanwhile, AG.AL is just taking
Hey, here we go, dude. Free drag.
After the re-swap
Nah, Maclet, not skipping church. Jess and I,
in the bottom lane, and so they're able to have that pressure.
We're gonna be watching it.
Take the objective this time. So
immediately after this.
AG.AL this time in control of the pacing of this game.
Yeah, I mean, just really gonna get a ton of value out of this. They're gonna get a plate here as well for Hope off of this wave, and Keen just really has no recourse here. He hits level 6, but he's playing into a Braum, so the all-in just isn't a thing. He's not gonna be able to do anything with that. You can see he's stunned by the concussive blows here already. And even with Kyle sitting on level 4, I just
And
don't
he still has
think
the longest
Keen is
auto
gonna
attack for
be able to
caster in the
find
game.
an
I have no
angle.
idea,
And
Denny.
sure, on
I think
the top
so.
side, there's a little bit of push for Ruler and Duro, but it's just not the same amount of value into this Scion. He's stacking for free, but Jinx is stacking money and stacking a Drake.
Yep, Flandre also stacking himself. So
CS is almost dead even across the board. Scion down by 5.
All over the place.
And he's up 7.
Steal away some jungle. Will do so. Tarzan just going to move out of the way. Bit of an El Clasico as far as the LCK history is concerned.
Oh, yeah, that's gone.
Tarzan,
Oh,
Shanks
she probably got
could be in
flashed,
trouble.
actually.
The exhaust comes down, and you know what he does? The
He
walk
walks
quickly
it
strategy,
out.
utilizing
What?
that phase rush to get him to safety. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I think that was a bit overzealous on the play. It's Annie who's got stuns, has flash, and phase rush here.
Duro just really wanted to cycle through the summoners. It was fine.
Yeah, I guess so. At the end of the day, they don't spend a whole lot to do that. But yeah, unless you've got heaps of CC, you're not going to be locking down this Annie anytime soon. And it was just
Oh my gosh,
yeah,
Xers, yeah, dude. Well, it'll go live at like 9:15 Central or 9:30 Central is the first one. It's Destiny in in Florida. Google that.
Doesn't care. There's a really opportunistic attempt there by Genji. And if this is like a Leona or a hard engaged support, maybe you could have made something happen with Chovy looking for the taunt, but instead Shanks is just like, all right, nice try, I suppose.
Yep, and so the result of this early game is one objective, one dragon going over
No limbs
AG.AL,
yet.
and Genji being able to utilize some of these swaps in order to get a bit of a farm advantage. That is about all we can really say. Most of that money is on Keen, who has done well as this Ambessa, but we know Scion doesn't necessarily need that much money. He will still just be a body that they can put in front of a Jinx to hopefully soak the damage so she can kill everyone, right? Like, we'll still do what it says on the tin, as we like to say. Void Grubs have popped up here as Canyon looking to get something done here towards this top side. Paranoia at the ready.
Yeah, I'll say that this Nocturne at this point in the game, you don't have a lot of setup. You can't really gank the Annie. You cannot do anything with the Bard in the top lane. So you're just level 6 and you're kind of just hanging out because you can't gank the Scion, obviously. So he would
4v3, they win this. Just collapse on this.
AL, again, they're in control of this river at the moment, and Duro's just magical journeying away from this fight for now.
If they can get in there, though,
Shanks just got
could be
rinsed
a
by
pretty
that.
good angle for Chovy. Canyon can place that gargoyle wherever he wants.
I mean, I just don't think Genji really need to fight for these grubs at such a risky point in the game, because it could just open things up super hard against them. And if they get grubs, like it's an Ambessa. If the Scion gets grubs or the Annie gets grubs, it's an Annie or a Scion, right? I like playing it slow like this, looking for the later TP here from Chovy. And just
Great vision
slow
control by
playing
Genji
it. I
there.
thought for a moment they were going to try to hard force with a Nocturnal, which I think would have been a huge mistake. Just try to win the war of attrition with the Senna. Even in the early game, you can actually kind of just chip away at those health bars and win out, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Late TP here from Shanks, though. A bit late for the contest, but they could look for a big stun.
Well, Magical Journey just gets you out so comfortably.
Yeah.
So that teleport does come in. Shanks makes it over to the top side, but
Why are they not going for this? They want Tarzan to get it.
Available here for
One grub better than no grub.
So Genji, after this one is finally taken, they will even out even the feat of strength count here between the two squads, and the gold is practically even as well. And so you look at the teams that have a lot of extra scaling, and that's both of these teams.
That's some good
hyper carries both
poke
of
there on
these
Shanks.
teams. And so I'm feeling like this is an even one at this stage of the game, gentlemen.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Atlas. I think you're onto something here.
It's close.
It's a very close game.
I'm making the hot takes over here.
Yeah.
Like I said, I just don't think grubs are that important for either team that much.
Dennis, I love
they're
you.
blowing the game.
Both of them 200 CS by now.
Flipping it basically at this point would just be
And
such
5
a silly
deaths.
choice to make, especially with Genji kind of slowly getting control there. was a late TP from
7.
you
True.
know, to enter the fight from Shanks there. And
What up, Rev? Good morning, bud.
leading to a fight
I'm gonna go
with
and
the
make
Magic
after this game chat. We're gonna go and make a yogurt bowl, and then we'll be back.
Because he commits that, he loses
Probably
the plate here bottom side, right? We'll lose some farm.
No more breaks after that.
TP anymore. Keen getting an advantage there. So small victories here for Gen G. They have a very slight lead, but this game is by no means really in their favor right now. We're gonna have to wait and see what that first team fight looks like. The second break is up here.
Galio checking outside of it.
Slowly grouping down towards that bottom side of the map. Toby does not have TP to join the fight, but he can, of course, if he can traverse
Geng Scott
some of
BF
that
sword.
bolt in.
See whether he does do that. I love that little fight towards the top lane. It really did epitomize this whole game, which is pretty much meaningless damage and jostling for position.
Ooh.
Into Shanks
Is the
here.
second time Shanks has been chunked out heavily.
The Eclipse has been completed. A big spike, actually. Full keen on this Ambessa. Freshly teleported into this lane with that power spike.
Already giving AL already giving up drag, by the way.
Try and take down this Dragon Ruler. Not able to quite find the snare, but the Dragon, it
Double
goes
smite.
down. Yeah, double smite working out really nicely.
He
here.
missed
In
his-
goes Tarzan, and off go the lights.
Oh wow, what a counter! What a counter from Gen G!
Goes over to Canyon, and it's not going to end there as the Braum shortly to follow. Canyon looking to continue this fight.
And AL ulted it too!
Backline and Gen G.
It's gonna be an ace!
Chovy wasn't even there.
They didn't need Chovy at all. It was just insane the way that Gen G turned that fight around. I mean,
Oh
you
my
were just
God,
talking
the
about item
mechanics.
spikes. Nobody's got an item here on the side of AG.AL.
The
It's an incredibly
mechanics.
forced fight from our Chinese team, and on the side of
Look
Gen
at these
G, they just
mechanics.
wait, they turn
Misses
off
the
the
flash
and they
Q.
turn in the fight.
Ultimate.
It's unbelievable. Keen
Dodges the ult. Ult's the only person he shouldn't ult on to Annie.
Duro secured the Dragon with a smite before this, and it felt like
The
AL just
Ambessa ult.
felt forced to make something happen here after giving the objective. They're like, well, we just can't simply give this up for free, but I think you just had to be willing to do so. Remember, Shanks lost half his health bar to the Eclipse in the bottom lane just moments before. They were by no means in a position to contest that. A huge mistake to go for that call, disrespecting Keen's reaction time as he goes unstoppable, looks for the exact re-engage he wants there. And then Duro catches the Vi with his ult. I mean, how more well played could that have been for Gen G, and how much more risky could have been for AL?
Well, like, AL could have hit, like, Tarzan doesn't need to go for the only guy that
Oh my
has
gosh, Braum just
unstoppable in
face
his
checked.
kit, right? Like,
Braum's dead.
That's just, it's a little bit of a mistake.
Oh,
There
he's
was
not
the
dead.
only target presented right there, but just because it's the only target doesn't mean it's the right one.
Sometimes you got to walk away. Sometimes you got to say, it's unfortunate we lost this Drake, but we're going to have to make a play elsewhere, and AL, we're just not willing to do that.
Yeah, and I really feel like AG.AL had, you know, a lot of tools in their kit in some of these team fights. They have so much great engage, but as you mentioned, Max, you can't use it onto the Fed Ambessa.
Why wouldn't he have hit that other ping first?
And that's what the Nocturne does, right? If they overextend, you turn off the lights, you make it really confusing, and then the counter
Oh, this could be,
And he is, well, going to get
that's
down, but that's 4 people.
And the shutdown goes to Annie. That was terrible. That was so bad.
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, sorry, 5 people. Sorry, 5 people. Gen G get a plate for it though. That's the trade. I'm going to say that's a trade in the southerly direction.
I feel like this was a good collapse there from AG.AL.
It was a good collapse, but he was in a terrible position.
Of a deal for the side of Gen G. Keen didn't have flash there. He's super mobile. Thought he could get out, as we are going to see a Galio TP top to get the minions there.
Yeah, that's a red dot TP. That's not an aggressive.
That fight was without Scion, but it was a 4v4.
Taking the opportunity to back here. He has a Scion after all. So money was picked up in the mid lane. Like you said, it's not an even exchange in terms of where the money went there. It was a big shutdown for Shanks onto Keen. But they're going to need a lot more than that. Just a pick on the Ambessa before anything is really relevant. Like, they couldn't turn it into an objective.
Nice
fight.
pick.
Isn't going to matter. But
Nice chunk damage from Scion there.
Every little piece of gold you can get is significant.
Very true. Once again, Keen just going to be face checking a brush and loses out on that trade against Flandre.
Sitting on a brush.
But,
Or sitting
Flandre
on a word, brother.
offer enough in order to deter him from continuing the lane. So it should be fine here for the Ambessa as he moves down to put pressure on the bottom side. 1.5k is going to be the resulting lead here, but 1 objective away from feats of strength here for Gen G. That will be a big deal. Those buffs do not go anywhere. Those shoes will be available for them as Ruler with his Static Shiv just going to park himself in this mid lane from now on. Make sure that the center is continuing to get these stacks. We can see 40 already accrued here by the 15-minute mark.
Oh, well, yeah, it's a, yeah, good.
Straight up dead. He flashes, he magically
He's
journeys,
trapped.
and he's unfortunately
He messed up his
now
magical
stuck
journey too.
inside
The ghost.
Chovy could press his R button, and he does get the cosmic binding down. Kyle now in trouble as Ruler over the wall, doing so much work. The magical journey is up again. I'm sure. Never mind.
Wow, what a mistake. Wow, that's actually insane. 2 deaths, 2 mistakes.
Another one of these buds that just not looking super hot right now.
I mean, every single win.
Can they walk in on this?
Has a return
Yeah, they
by
can.
Gen.G somewhere else.
It's all a bait.
Maybe that was the grand plan.
That's first turret, and that is feats of strength going over to Gen.G. So kind of worth a little.
Yeah.
I think if he gets out, it feels very worth.
I feel silly. I shouldn't have been talking down to Duro. He knew exactly what he was doing.
But at the end of the day, I mean, it's still going to be probably a turret to go down here on the top side for AL that will be able to get some of this money.
Oh, they're gonna get they might get 2 turrets mid here. Canyon taking a crazy turret damage there, by the way.
Where Gen.G, yeah, maybe they give up something small, but they get something even larger.
The amount of objectives that were just bought by Duro being a little bit of a silly Billy in a Herald pit.
Yeah.
Kind of nutty.
Genius maneuver.
Yeah, something like that.
he's just on another level. We just do not get it.
Braum is so busted.
Quite get the charge, but turret also not going to help out towards Kyle here.
I'm pretty surprised, to be honest, that they commit that.
And that's Drake for Gen.G again, bro. 2 Drakes. They left it. They keep forgetting about Drakes, I feel like.
Down because Dragon's up, which, by the way, also goes to Gen.G with the bottom side.
From stats the rest of the game, bro. I don't
This
know.
composition actually kind of legit.
They could have just tried to transition that topside play into a mid Herald drop to pull Gen.G off of the Dragon or look for some chip damage to the turret. Instead, they just fully sent it topside, and then Duro's like, well, I mean, I do have this really cool ult, and I'm just not even going to let you get the charge. So very low value play, unfortunately, for AL, again, in comparison to what Gen.G got on the map.
Yeah, I mean,
Did I say Braum? I meant Bard ult.
Which I'm not sure.
A good Bard can be one of the most. They can either sell the game and do nothing, or they can be one of the most impactful champions or supports in the game.
Neutralize so many of the plays of
All with mechanics. They have to like very much IGL.
Obviously, you know, the beat play into the Rift Herald pit. Maybe not on purpose, but it worked out for Gen.G. And also, he's doing the same thing, right? He's going to have his ultimate for these hard
Dennis, you're done. You're done.
He has the redemption. The Chemtech Soul is coming in. They're going to be stacking those. The heal from the redemption is going to be huge, and from the Senna as well. It feels like Duro's game is kind of panned out. He knows exactly what he has to do in this game. As long as he doesn't get caught out in those weird spots, again, he should be just fine and in a great spot to help out his team.
Yep, Ruler also in a really good position right now. Rapid Fire Cannon now completed, does have the Swifties done as well, so actually a lot safer than he was previously with all the extra movement speed. What his 2 first
MJG, Jesse, you are not too late. That's a Bard.
Invested here by Hope.
Bard ult miss with the flash down for.
After that ulti wears off, so Gen.G
Jinx no flash is huge.
Scaring AG.AL right now.
That's your main target. You know, you were hitting the nail on the head. You're thinking exactly the same thing I was. Like, Ruler's on 2 items now. He's stacking really well. He's at 56 here at 18.5 minutes. Now your Jinx opponent doesn't have flash.
No flash Nocturne.
Out here is Canyon going to be very early ulting.
Why are we trying to get rid of?
Entrance to come down here is Canyon getting into that
yeah.
And
Bard crushed.
The Bard is dead yet again, but they
there goes Vi, but I think they're all right. I think they win this still. Shanks has stun, and he has stun.
So scary, and Keen wanting to kill
but they're just getting chunked.
Of these AG.AL members, but they are going to be playing it real slow, actually letting them kite back and just moving towards the next objective on the map, which will be Otacon spawning in a minute's time.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, you know, there wasn't any objective on the map. Both these teams are sending all
Jungle
5 of their
support
members to join this
Good
fight.
trade.
It feels like finally AG.AL are stepping up to Gen.G, who very aggressively try to take control of the map with their vision, as we saw in Game 1. And now we got Shanks in trouble.
He really is. Just
oh, that dodge doesn't matter.
Find the snare, but it doesn't matter because he finds the auto
Senna
is locking that kill down.
Engaged.
Chovy takes a lot of damage, but
Senna is engaged. She's attacking so fast.
It's going to be up in 23 seconds.
The truth of the matter is, and we talked about this a lot in the draft, is it's a Sion on the other side, so he doesn't have agency to try to make a cross.
I love that sign. It said revenge for T1, pick Bard 3-0.
There you go.
But like, if you have Kyle and Flandre going, okay, they're stacking top, let's make a play there. With other champions, maybe you can actually stop Keen there. Maybe you can get something done. Maybe if he's not 1,500 gold ahead as well, but they just don't get anything in return. And this is these exchanges we keep seeing with Gen G, where they heavily commit to a play, and there's a trade, but their trade is a massive trade up. Even this play here, where it's a support for jungle trade, and they end up winning out on the health bars so significantly that it's hard for AL to make any play afterwards. And the Gen G fans are loving the dominance we have seen so far. This game was relatively close, but now 4,000 gold the advantage as Gen G set up for Otacon.
Yep, that MVP discussion.
Well, I'd be down $1,000, guys. I said that AG.AL is going to win this game.
As we're heading through this series, this guy has been playing so well all tournament, but also, I mean, I had Duro there as like a dark horse as far as MVP was concerned, but I think there's no taking away from Kane after this game unless something crazy happens in the next one, or the one after that, or the potential.
Oh, you're right. I did say $1 million. Oh, God.
AG.AL are able to grab a cheeky victory here or there. This game, not over yet, but feeling very much in Gen G's hands for now. Otacon has taken...
Dude, is Gen G going to sweep?
And so it might claim Gen G here unless they're very, very careful. King getting his ducks in a row here towards his bottom side as far as the wave is concerned. AG.AL, will they be able to get an entry, and will Tarzan be able to achieve the steal? This is indeed started.
Shanks is...
They have great vision control right now.
That first pick here.
Like, AL has great vision control of their own. Like, they can make a pick, they can get a play potentially from this.
Composition really tough.
But that's only if Gen G becomes aggressive.
But they can't just walk away and go, well, we'll side lane. Not with this.
And that's actually a really aggressive ward that they have there, that Gen G has in their jungle in the bottom.
Use that phrase too much anymore, but like, what do you do, Kyle?
Say goodbye to Braum.
Just a little bit here. He throws out the ulti. The door has worn off, but it did its job. And so Kyle is going to be alive, but maybe the Otacon is not, as Chovy just being a bodyguard here alongside.
Oh, that's a decent potential pick.
Yeah, I don't. Like,
Chovy's so tanky.
It's not letting Tarzan get over here.
It's a great angle. Here comes Sion.
And into the back line goes Flandre.
Sion, decent damage onto Senna.
That's dealing with it. He gets
oh, it's over. It's over. It's over. It's over, dude. It is game.
Taken down an AL and just getting decimated. Fight after
fight
here in game 2.
Jinx has no damage yet. Sion,
that was incredible.
Too slow.
Once again, sets it up right onto Kyle. The follow-up.
Oh boy, this is a stomp, dude.
Perfectly timed for Chovy to taunt them all and knock them down.
These Gen G keep-away comps are just so insane. We saw it with the Maokai last game, but look at this. They deny Flandre entry. Hope is so far away from any of these targets. So Kyle gets caught here, suppressed, right? The follow-up Galio ult on top of the Tempered Fate means double taunt.
Sion did literally nothing. They just walked away from him.
Sure, he gets one kill in exchange, but the whole team is wiped when he's excited. Down he goes. It's just Gen G crushing them, dominating them. The combos that you were asking for, Atlas, are we going to have to see them? It's going to be a little bit trickier to pull this comp off than game 1. And the answer is Gen G 100% can pull it off.
And I have to say, as far as compositions that utilize Tempered Fate well, this is a really good one, right? Like the Galio lands, you see doesn't get the knockups, but then you are freely able to position the easiest taunt of your life for after they get out of that stasis. The setup here, if you can hold them in position, is just insane.
And they don't even start the fight off with the Nocturnal. Most Nocturne comps start that way. They end it that way. You have no peel anymore, Hope. I'm just gonna go right on top of you and kill you. The fight is already over.
Nah, Denny, you gotta be DD Sion, bro.
Here. And taking Otacon, that felt impossible.
It's got to be like DD hybrid Sion.
Yeah.
Full tank Sion's just so bad.
Was meant to try to help the Jinx not
right, like you have no pressure.
Like that, but I feel like when you have so
the Sion's so useless.
And champions that just go over the top of the Braum and do not care at all about the Braum. Like think about the Galio, the Nocturne. You're not even interacting with the champion really outside of being in melee range. It just feels like that Braum is falling very short. Maybe they should have gone for something a bit more aggressive, just to really all in on that engaged composition. But yeah, you guys were talking about it. I mean, a lot of these champions go both ways. The Bard sets up either the defensive ultimate or it sets up the Galio perfectly. Same
I just bush camp right now, bro. Give me a 5-stack bush camp. Classic. Can never go wrong.
To it again. Like, Canyon's spell shield to make sure that Sion is completely worthless. It's like they just have every answer for what AG.AL are trying to do in this game, and it's making things
Hope is on a
really
ward.
difficult for the LPL squad. 5,000 gold plus is going to be the advantage here. As teleport to come in. Tempered Fate doing nothing this time, as there is the heroic entrance to
Nope,
also
dead.
find the angle, but in goes Keen.
Jinx didn't get a single auto attack off.
This
game.
now just getting destroyed. Finds a nice double knockup, but Keen is just running amok. They are way too distracted in that backline. And even though a whole bunch of buttons go missing, it does not matter.
Can you FF in pro play?
Wander over to a Baron.
I mean, AG.AL just trying to fight for Prio, and they're losing control of top side. Toby's pushing their shanks. It's like, I got a
yeah,
TP
T1
top
lost to this
defend my
dude.
turret.
Yes.
The second he goes, Keen teleports on the flank, and he's like, you guys want to contest for Prio? I am right into your backline, and Hope dies a third time.
Push mid
in
is
this
5, win the game.
Blown up, unable to get excited, unable to be that scaling Jinx that their comp so desperately needs, and Gen G will take a Baron.
I don't know if you guys saw it, but Duro's double binding in that backline after the flash from Hope. It really just snuffed out the hope.
Yeah,
of
Bard was
AG.AL in
Bard,
that team fight.
incredible
And yes, at this
ult,
point, you know, Gen
incredible
G, they pick up
follow-up
the
Q.
Baron.
Look at this
They're
chat.
very far ahead, but this was kind of the last hope.
Look at this.
of
Ready?
AG.AL
Ult.
this fight. They try to throw everything
Boom.
at
Misses
Hope,
it, but it
who
doesn't
does
matter.
have
Gets the
flash.
flash. Flash Q.
double
Doesn't matter.
binding, And then Keen from the left with his own TP gets the perfect angle after Kyle sets him up.
You know what would have been really nice is an Andy to peel there, but he went to the top lane and he was not there as Duro.
That's actually a really, really good pick on Duro there.
Is going to press his R button
This
as
is what
well,
they have
as
to
Megan
do,
kind of
though, man.
thankfully
Like,
is going to be here.
invest,
Shout out
do
to
that.
Valdez,
You need numbers.
Utilizing that one
That was a
for
great
the
pick.
disengage, but Duro wasn't able to do so. It feels like a bit of Duro giveth and taketh away in this game, and I think the positives do outweigh the negatives. As we have a look at the gold, it is cresting 8,000 at 27 minutes. As there is the engage onto Canyon. He's taking a fair bit of damage for Ruler as well. Oh my god.
Oh, that's a great. Yeah, go. Yeah.
He's looking for the reset, but he doesn't
They
quite
can
get
win
there. The
this.
zap is
Ruler.
going to land, and now Ruler is dealing with a teddy bear whilst also just
Shanks with a Q.
murdering them. Redemption comes
Cleanse.
down, there's a
Ult.
flash in, and Kane says thanks
I thought
very
they had
much,
it.
buddy.
I thought they
I'll
had
take
it.
MVP now as he picks up the triple kill after all of Ruler's hard work. And I think Gen G are going to probably add a Nexus to that one.
Well,
I think that's enough response.
Ruler is limit testing in the finals.
Plus Tibbers, not
Ruler literally
timing it
1v4'd.
out, waiting for Keen to find that ult angle. He has flash as well. And so close to an excited Jinx were so many of those moments, but it just wasn't meant to be. And Gen G, their most dominant series of the tournament so far, maybe the last one, the one where they
The
lifted
Q
Sophie now
onto
up
Braum
2-0.
and Scions.
This is the best that they've looked all
Passive,
tournament
oh my
long.
god.
And Gen G, one Nexus turn and a Nexus away from winning this. Is there is the root.
Oh my gosh, the root and the CC. Oh no, here comes the double Q. There it is. Oh, it's blocked. There goes Hope again. Oh, it's toxic. Oh, it's toxic. Oh, it's so toxic.
This time, the Quadra comes in, and he'll be
Wow.
able to take down the Nexus after one-upping Keen, at least after the last little skirmish. Gen G poised to pick up the title here at match point.
Absolutely crushing.
That's insane,
AG.AL,
dude.
and they're just one game away from crushing their key as well. It is just insane the form that Gen G are on tonight. It is not a close series. We had faith, we had hope that AG.AL's comp would be good enough that they could bring it back. We would be tied.
Just
and
bought
it would be a
Ambessa got a
fun
test round
back-and-forth
ranked, then
series. That is not the case tonight.
You're so predictable.
Absolutely incredible performance here by Gen G. It is time for us to take a short break. We'll see whether AG.AL can pull themselves together.
That was
because it
terrible,
needs to be
bro.
a reverse sweep from them if they want
No,
to
not the
destroy
reverse
Gen
sweep,
G's
dude.
here.
It's over.
We are going to go to that short break.
It's
We'll see
never
you
over,
soon.
chat. Yo, Officer Nicholas, thank you for $10 super chat on YouTube, baby. Hope you're doing well. Early morning, we've been live for 2 hours and 40 minutes. We might have a 3-0 sweep in the finals here, dude. Total damage dealt. 10,000 more damage in the top lane, 7,000 more in the jungle, mid 4,000. Ruler did 17,000 more damage than Jinx. Yeah, that was damage to turrets and minions, Dennis.
Hi everyone, I am live from the AG.AL crowd by my side. AL fan, welcome. 欢迎，你是 AL 的哪位选手的粉丝呢？是香克斯的粉丝，香克斯加油 ！Shanks fan, how long have you been supporting Shanks？ 你支持多久了，香克斯选手？我从他从 WE 的时候就开始喜欢他了。哇 ，WE 的小卡。真的是老粉了。那请问你是从哪里飞过来 ？Where did you come from？ 我从重庆飞了10几个小时。
This is so cool.
She came all the way from China, Chongqing, and flew for 10 hours. 谢谢，加油 AG.AL 321，加油！谢谢重庆。
Hi guys, Ginny here. Hi guys, Ginny here.
And I'm Finn, and I'm Hawks.
And we're here at the Riot Games Arena to try some games, have some fun, and see what's up. Ginny here,
Taurus, if anyone can come back from a 2 deficit, it's AL. Because they're the only team left.
In a 2v1 to see whether or not we can beat him. And
Oh my gosh, have I ever met Faker, Dennis? I don't know what I did, man. I would fangirl with you, dude. I would legitimately fangirl with you.
No, that is not okay, by the way.
Oh my god, stop.
Ooh, that's a scary illusion. You should care if he does that again. Don't care, Ginny.
I have flash now.
Nothing like an ARAM, dude. Really get the blood pumping.
A little bit of a skill issue, I think. Well, I mean, I guess you didn't really play.
There's a lot of yappa right now, you know?
Hit him with the yappa, 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 dude.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh, this is so we can make light when the games are playing? Play.
Nah, there's it's 2-0 only. Best of 5, 2-0. Genji's up 2-0. This could be a sweep.
This is great, but I can't find the bathroom in the night. Is there different points where you hit it? Okay. If you have aggression, is what you do.
A yappa, yappa, yappa. Alright guys, I'm gonna make a little breakfast yogurt while we wait for game 3 to start, okay? I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I appreciate y'all tuning in, man. We actually are I mean, surpassing my expectations for how this stream is going to go. I'm in an incredible mood. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being here. Dennis and Kyle, if you guys are here or listening, you guys have actually made my morning, dude. Just kind of hanging out with me. I really appreciate that. All right, I will be right back. And thank you guys for hanging out. I'll be back, guys.
everyone, I call myself a really cute Genji fan. Please share with us, where did you come from?
I'm come from South Korea.
Who's your favorite player from Genji?
My favorite player is Geng.
Do you want to show us your sign?
Sign?
Yeah.
This.
Oh, frog! It's a cute frog.
This is Jenna.
Oh,
Geng.
Oh, this is cute.
Yes.
Super cute. Who do you think is going to be the best player for this series today, Genji versus AG.AL?
I think it's Chovy. Yes.
Thank you so much. Best of luck, Genji. Genji fighting!
Fighting!
One win away for an EWC title for Gen G in League of Legends in 2025. They've looked like the best team in the world throughout the year and continue to do so as that fan is on the point. Keen has looked so dang good, and Gen G one away from making history. Welcome back to the STC Arena, everyone, as we break down game number 2 and get us ready for game number 3. Degon here alongside Meteos and Finn in front of this sold-out crowd here at the STC Arena. Let me hear ya! All right, let's get on into it. Game 2, different game plan in terms of the draft, Finn, but still same outcome as AG.AL are trying to find any type of fight, but Gen G are just constantly finding a way around it.
I mean, you heard us on the desk. Game 1, we were a little bit disappointed because AG.AL couldn't find avenues to actually attack Gen G.
Yo, what up, Mitch? Good morning, man.
Onto them, so we said, okay, let's draft more engaged, and so they did. But Gen G drafted even more engaged and went even harder in the paint. You see this draft by Gen G, full dive. That Nocturne and Bessa Galio combo made it so difficult for the carries of AG.AL to put out any damage.
Yeah, this was very reminiscent of their third game against G2, where they played the Ambessa Galio combo, and they just looked so good on it. Shows that they can play more than just, you know, like a slow dragon stacking comp. They can find really good engages when it's presented to them, and it was just awesome.
Yeah, again, the control around objectives was huge. One thing that you wanted to point out there, Finn, the Jinx pick early on, it was something that, yes, there's engage around, but the Jinx pick very, very vulnerable to even more engage, as you said.
Yeah, so your 1, 2, 3 is already the Sion, Annie, and Vi, so it's not really a great peel. And then you see this Senna, Galio, Nocturne, and Bessa coming your way, and you pick Jinx. And I think if you do this, you kind of do need some kind of help to help her, like a Tom Kench. Maybe they can eat you if they all go on you, but
They banned Tom Kench.
Hope really put himself in a whole
Yogurt flavor is vanilla,
position in this
cinnamon,
game because
and
there's
mixed
really
berries.
no way for him to put out damage these fights because all these threats were coming from every single time. And if your Jinx dies in the beginning of the fight before getting any sort of resets, I don't think the rest of AG.AL's comp has the damage to kind of compensate for that.
Yeah, Meteos, I mean, if you look at Canyon and you're the Nocturne, you look on the opposite side, here's the Jinx, and they have a lot of dive for our carry, but I don't have to worry about that.
Bro, Nocturne into Jinx, man, as an AD carry is an absolute nightmare.
It was really clever by Gen G. They took Senna in response to Vi, which I think helps your dive comp, but also it makes it kind of a hard target for Vi to ult because, you know, you can just press E if Vi's trying to ult on you, and she'd have to like throw down a control word to get vision of you. So it's a little deterrence against that. And then, yeah, I mean, playing Jinx into Bard, Nocturne, Ambessa, Galio, it's just nightmare fuel. There's literally nothing you can do if they all go on him. So, yeah, that was pretty hopeless for him.
All right, I love that you bring up that Ambessa because that's where we go for highlight number 1 at the Drake Pit. Keen staking a claim to becoming this tournament's Sony MVP.
This won the game.
This ult, he nullifies the Vi ult and dodges the Bar ult. So the Bar ult goes on the Vi himself, goes onto the backline of AG.AL, and with one button click, he has won the entire fight for Gen G. So clutch. Really
Unbelievable, bro.
AG.AL to just put so much into the best that it can.
That was a masterclass.
Abilities.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of these fights, Meteos, are fighting around objectives. We take a look at the second highlight here over at the Otacon, and the setup around it has been so consistent, not only here at EWC, but throughout the tournaments here for Gen G. They love setting the traps and forcing people to come fight into them.
Yeah, Gen G just did a really good job proving for the objective, and then I like how Canyon used his W to block the Scion ult, and then as AL did try to
Wild.
come from different angles. It
The
wasn't
spell shield to block
exactly what
Sion
you wanna do
ult.
against a dive comp because they can just commit to one side. Sion wasn't there to peel, and then it was just unwinnable for them.
Yeah, I think you could hear there on the microphones. Gen G has joined us on the stage and are ready to go. A little bow by ruler to the crowd, who has been very, very impactful. But they're not alone. The AG.AL fans have been showing up and trying to will their team
2-0, Dennis.
win. And
They got
they've been
2-0'd.
trying to find a lot of these fights, but here in our final replay, again, just a little bit too far behind at this point, and it gets turned around on him, Finn.
I mean, at this stage, it is just a nightmare. You see here, Jake, to walk up on the mid wave. There's 15 ults coming your way. Teleports, great flash Q by Kyle. Finds him there at the back end of that fight. And here you see them try to go. They try to fight back. But when you lose your Jinx in the beginning of the fight, all your hope kind of falters. And there's no way to get that reset. There's no way to chain those kills. And there's no way to kill the onslaught of Gen G players clicking at your base.
I love that. You can see it behind us now. The AG.AL players coming on to the stage. The Gyos ringing from the left side of the stadium, trying to will their team to victory. AG.AL again winning the LPL earlier in spring, trying to
Dude, that boy's
find
falling
and
asleep.
win an international title for an organization that isn't from the LCK, because all of them are currently owned by the LCK. But down 0-2, Finn, I feel like there's so much work they need to do.
Jinx is a good character for beginner because she doesn't have a lot of, but also not really. If you're a new character, you want to play like characters that have mobility. It's like Kaisa,
Mess up the steps, and you gotta really do it by the book. They gotta
Kaisa,
finish up their race. They
Ezreal,
gotta set them up right, and
Tristana.
don't mess up your side lanes, because that is where Gen G will fight you and punish you.
Yeah, these first two games have been pretty one-sided. Gen G seems to have full control, but I think AG.AL might have some tricks up their sleeve. I know Tabby is just a very good coach. He probably has some draft contingencies ready. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope they can punch back and give us some more games.
Love that you bring up Tabe, who's had a lot of success with different organizations in the past. We look at the RNG, we look at BLG. Any team that he's gone to, he's been able to elevate their level of play. He was able to do so with AG.AL earlier in the year during the LPL run, which is why they found the success in their.
I wouldn't play AD carry if you're trying to learn the game also, yeah.
All the way to MSI, get them a third place and one game away from toppling T1 to make it to the grand final. Now they're here. They've been able to do it, but they are 0-2 and trying to battle back for the pride of LPL, for the pride of
I am eating
Chinese
Siggy's,
League of
GM.
Legends. However, on the opposite side is the most dominant team over the last
Night, Andrew.
2 years in League of Legends, adding to their hardware. Will it be the Esports World Cup for Gen G, or will we have a game number 3 for AG.AL?
Thank you very much.
First place payout,
gentlemen,
600K.
and yes, Degon, we will have a game number 3. Don't you worry. Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that AL will be able to take the win. We'll see whether they can, as the reverse sweep will have to start right now.
Remember last year at League of Legends at EWC, we had a relatively shaky run for T1, right? They almost lost to Team Liquid. It was super close. They came into a finals against Top Esports, where a lot of people were saying, I don't know, Top Esports has looked a little bit more consistent. And then we had that 3-0 stop. T1 crushed them. Faker lifted the trophy, got the MVP. And it feels like history might repeat itself, albeit with a different team here, in that Gen G almost lost to G2. You could argue the series were close leading up to this. Sure, they were in control of Game 3, but had things gone a little bit differently, it was definitely a series that G2 could have won. And AL coming to this were super consistent, and yet Gen G has the best performance of this entire week here of League of Legends in the series that matters most, and they're now poised.
This
I
is
think
map
they're
3, yeah.
favorites to take this 3-0 if they can continue the form.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible how different they look today. And I think that AG.AL, they need to go back into, you know, the players' lounge and think about what they're going to do to change things up here, because they have not looked like they are on the same level as Gen G tonight. So you got to do what Chovy did yesterday and say, hey, guys, we're not playing up to our form. We can do better than this.
Not a poll, dude. Who started this poll?
Even to us, we were watching Gen G, and it just looks like they're on
Pantheon, Gwen ban.
Maybe as some of the more comfortable picks for Gen G get taken away, perhaps AG.AL can get something going here in this round.
Well, that's exactly the time that it is. The Gwen is going to remain permanently banned. The Pantheon is also going to do the same thing, as there's that Skarner ban coming in. A lot of respect for Canyon's Skarner so
Skarner's
far
busted, bro.
this tournament. And Wolf, you brought us back to what happened last year at EWC. It was a very disappointing tournament.
100 gifted of AL wins. Okay, Denny.
A lot of people probably even forgot they were there because they left so incredibly quickly. This time around, something to prove. Saying, no. This time, this year, it is ours. And they are one game away.
Assuming they win that third game, Keen is definitely the front runner for MVP, I would say, for this finals. And he was the one who said he was most disappointed by the
Nah, bro. Screenshotted.
So, a lot of storylines colliding here. And AG.AL, they were so close to moving on to the finals at MSI. It's so close to actually having that opportunity to win that international title. It felt like coming into this, they had the momentum. And it is just completely gone now. This will be their last side selection game of the series, regardless what happens. So we have the Pantheon gone. Nico's gone here. Skarner banned again. We'll see what that first pick is going to be with the Rise here. Talia, I feel like, is the safest one.
Yeah, it almost feels like bait, right? Banning away the Rise, like, do it. Because if they don't, then it's likely that Chovy will just snap it up.
Yeah, I mean, you can't give Chovy Talia. I mean, in its current form, maybe, because in the scrims, in the games
Are we first picking Rel?
I feel like Talia is as dominant as it used to be, but it's a
Are we first picking Rel?
That's first pick Rel, yeah.
I mean, they've had struggles.
Fearless bands.
They have had struggles with Engage this game, or this series, rather, I should say. They've really been unable to get onto the back line, and they've been completely outplayed by the Mobile Recon, obviously later on the Bard. So
it's over, bro.
Frustration, but I just don't know if this priority is warranted, to be totally frank.
It is Kyle, right? Even back when he was in the LCK, when he was debuting, this was his champion. His Rel was absolutely fantastic. Of course, the champion was a little bit different back then, was finding a lot of success in a lot of people's hands, but Kyle was certainly one to find a lot of that magic, as there is a Corki answer. Things are getting weird here in game number 3. It's not necessarily the priority list that I had in my head, but of course, you have to do a lot of gymnastics to work out what is there to answer what, and what is the highest on the priority
Corki
list.
Nautilus
Is going to be picked up as both of these teams really valuing a lot of engage.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the final pieces of hard engage from the support role that you can pick up, so they want to get it
Varus is open
to match the Rel and make sure that they have something. Also makes it a little bit less likely that we see more of those
Jin Zhao
carries that can just be locked down from the Nautilus, but there's so much prio still available here in terms of tier list picks, and they give 2 over to AG.AL.
Yeah,
Talia,
I'm really
yeah.
disappointed with this Nautilus lock-in, because you could have gotten either the Xinjiao or the Talia instead, and they already locked their support, so it just doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, very questionable draft
For both potentially the jungle or the mid pick here in this third rotation, but it feels like you gave over way too much here as Gen G.
Jeremy, it's a hashtag ad, and I love League, so it was a no-brainer.
And keep it a little bit flexible. Chovy loves his R5 unusual, like, pick that comes through. We've seen him play like R5 Cassante mid in the past, so we've obviously seen him play.
Oh, it's fearless. You can't play champions that are already played. I fucking love that.
Keep it a bit of a mystery here. I don't agree with the decision yet for Gen G, but let's wait and see how it plays out.
Yeah, see whether it's his set once again coming out of the mid lane. Don't know whether that is going to be his pick into a Talia, but already we see the Kai'Sa banned away. Corki is something that Chovy has really enjoyed.
Dennis, that makes it so much more interesting.
So that might be something that's forward on their minds. But now the last couple of bans to come through here for AG.AL, we'll see what they're fearing the most, as top lane still hasn't been locked in here, and Keen has been on an absolute tear, and I could imagine
fearless draft is brilliant.
Options could be a good idea, but never mind. Will be that Orianna to make sure that Chovy isn't pulling a fast one.
Yeah, always got to be careful about that. Speaking of which, we have seen him play a lot of Corki in the past.
Yeah.
Something he could do in this game. I don't think that's the current meta that you would go for.
You have to consider it.
Carry Corki, but yeah, it's something to consider.
Yorick.
Yorick is gone. That makes a lot of sense given how well Flandre played just yesterday on the pick.
Yorick.
Frontline, I'm going to smash your face in Yorick is what he was playing.
Kind of
team fighting Yorick.
I'm kind of starting to
Lappy, it always sucks you back in, brother. It always sucks you back in.
Right? Because you're not playing Kalista in this comp, right? Like, You might just end up with an MF composition here, which is a little bit awkward with the Talia. And Corki's so safe, right? It's hard to actually lock him down. Looks like the Aurora is going to be the flex pick that comes through here for Gen G in this 4th slot, really just keeping everything open.
It's a mega flex. We've got mega flex last pick here for Duro. He's going to lock in like either a top laner, a mid laner, or an AD carry.
Wow, is that
and we don't know which one it is yet.
We don't know which one it is. I think with Sivir and her priority coming up a lot nowadays, feels like the obvious choice here, especially with what you already have. Sivir very strong. You've got Xin Zhao that can lead the charge with your ultimate.
I used to love Sivir, by the way. I used to play her all the time, and I was really good with her.
Look for a frontliner here for the top lane. Renekton can handle if anything gets flexed on him. He's always going to be a very strong laner, and obviously
Renekton.
So what's the final choice here?
We could just see something as simple as an Ornn pick here for Gen G. You know, just absorb the Renekton pressure, scale up for later on. You've got some really strong engage for team fights with the Wukong already. You add the Ornn Horn on top of it. You've got a really strong front line for this Corki, and
Keen isn't talking all that much, so it is looking like maybe that Aurora is going his way. The Ahri last pick is going to be locked in, confirms Ruler is going to be playing the Corki, and we are going to be having that Ahri in the mid lane. Ahri Wukong has been something that we've seen find
Aurora
a fair
top,
bit of
is that a
success,
thing?
But a lot of magic damage towards the top side of the map, and not a lot of beef. You know, not a lot of beefiness here in this composition. It's going to be
no one's
Duro
tanky.
on that
Renekton,
front line
maybe?
alone, and otherwise, just a lot of damage.
Gen G have both a lot of zone control and pick potential because of the burst damage of Corki, the Wukong.
Or top big lane bully. I hate lane bullies.
Single target blow up.
As somebody who's not good at the game, if you don't get jungle support and solo queue, you just get ran over.
And AG.AL started off with the Talia pick, but this comp didn't really turn into a single target pick composition. It kind of became a scaling front to back comp that still has Weaver's Wall it could play through. But I think a lot of this game for AG.AL, a lot of their game plan was to try to get this Renekton ahead and play through it in sides with this Talia. But now the Renekton's melee into the ranged Aurora top side, and it's going to be hard to get that prio there. I feel like Gen G have a pretty big draft edge here in this 3rd game.
Yeah, it's definitely a heavy amount of comfort, which they are able to find here in game number 3. We've loved the Ahri into Talia in the past, and Keen is just in love himself with this Aurora pick. And playing range into melee is just, that's right in Keen's wheelhouse. Feels like he can do anything, especially today. Like, this guy is holding the reins on that MVP. He wants it so badly. Might be able to add some extra points here with this Aurora performance.
Could be. I do think that the Talia is going to get a lot of value in this composition
you
for
do
AL.
the
I think that was
Glonkster.
a big risk that was taken by Gen G. And so if this is the turnaround, I don't think that the draft is ill-equipped to deal with what Gen G are doing. I just feel like AG.AL today have not been equipped for Gen G. They just haven't been able to stand up to these Titans from the LCK. Unless they can prove us wrong here in this 3rd game. It is do or die. Their key on the line. And Gen G, as far as the club championship is concerned as well, they can rocket themselves
that is
to the top of those
fake bonsai behind me.
Absolutely massive, not
We have a
only
massive
for the League of
chat.
Legends team, but for the organization as a whole. Because you have to remember, the Esports World Cup is more than just League of Legends. So support's going to be meeting here towards the top side.
How do they always know where to go?
They both had exactly the same idea.
Right, how do they
at the
always
same
know?
Time. Maybe just some supportal combat. They agreed. Okay, top alcove. Let's go 1v1.
That recall animation threw me for a loop. I thought perhaps he was going to look for the dredge. I mean, Keen is closer.
Well, he's just gone and gets the ward down. Oh, the last. Yeah, it does get it. Okay, there we go.
Something interesting to point out, we have seen almost all of our supports go for the
That's an
unsealed
outplay,
spellbook,
dude.
but
+5
Duro
gold.
on the Nautilus, understanding that this champ, if you don't have Aftershock, you just kind of go in and die, has elected not to go for the unsealed spellbook. I think that's definitely a good choice, especially into what you're looking at on the opposite side.
You remember the Glacial Augment when it came in the first time? We had so many Nautiluses just explode over and over again.
It both makes you powerful into the types of ways you could get caught, and it's a safe defensive tool into AG.AL, but it also empowers your engages and your setup for the Ahri composition that Gen G are running. So makes a ton of sense. I feel like even though
Let's see if
everyone
AL
is
does the same
running
thing, if
unsealed
Hope does the
spellbook,
same
there are
thing.
situations where you just have to buck that trend and go, what's good for my champ, what's good for my comp. I'm going to move away from what's overall the meta and focus really in on what this game looks like, what this draft looks like for me.
and it's press the attack Renekton. This is like, we did see a little bit of
PTA
with the
dude.
Electrocute up against Aurora just because you want to go in for bursty trades. I believe that was Ambessa that did it. This is press the attack Renekton, which with some help from Tarzan, Flandre will be doing a lot of damage. It's Kyle going aggressive, but the Shattering Strike is going to miss here as they hit level 2. Still, Duro gets a lot of use out of his Aftershock as he makes his way out. And Genji a little bit late on that level 2 themselves.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I feel like Duro not totally respecting that, but as you mentioned, he wanted to go in for the Aftershock. Took a bunch of damage, still has some potions. Definitely taking a look at that top lane and watching Keen just bully as we did expect. Looks like Tovi's doing a good job in mid at the same time in terms of the health trades so far. Looks like Shanks, though, will be able to get a push and go for a back here. Definitely looking towards Canyon to try to hit level 6 as fast as possible and link up with Chovy. We have seen Genji winning a lot of these early games and getting a bunch of tempo.
Oh, he's going to get a PTA proc.
We've said that a lot today.
Well,
see if they can do it again.
Bit of aggression absolutely everywhere, but it's Kyle taking the worst end of it, down to about
Ignite
250
down
here as Genji stand their ground.
And Duro still has heal. They actually need to be careful about a re-engage. Like Ruler and Duro double flash plus the heal. If another Gatling gun gets fully channeled like that, you are just out of luck in this lane. As they hit level 3, will be matched. And that's the end of that as Tarzan comes over Ruler and Duro, not knowing where he is, going to play respectfully and back away. And this top lane is a huge issue.
Renekton down and
Keen just keeps
8 CS, 9 CS.
keeps chunking Flandre out. And this is a prio lane they expected to get, right? That's why you draft Renekton in a comp like this. And it is unfortunately just absolutely not going to work out.
And now he's dead.
Canyon's coming over. Flandre's low. No Fury.
2v1 underneath this turret. We'll see whether Flandre can get enough of his health back. Oh yeah, without the Fury, it's really, really difficult. But he does slice and dice, and that'll get him to safety.
Double slice and dice.
Want to be the one.
He's still not missing EH2, which is good.
Turret to start things off, but he does get a demolish proc. That is going to be plate gold, and I don't think it's too bad. Canyon was looking for a back anyway. The full clear was completed. And yeah, Keen is like, no, Flandre, you're not allowed to approach this minion wave.
Yeah, he can win
You can
this.
see how he stacked the wave so that it would push into him. So it kind of forces Flandre to move up, and he has help from his jungler.
No flash.
Keen going to spot this and just flash away. So that's actually pretty good here for Flandre and Tarzan. They're able to immediately clap back with a bit of a flash takeaway from Keen, as here's Duro hanging around mid.
But yeah, they're going to swap top here, and it's going to be Keen heading down to the bottom lane. He
Sivir with another
there without TPings, which is
Cole.
huge for him.
I mean, the Cole has not been working out.
You know, supports join.
Mid lane, yep.
Yeah, supports join here as the lane swaps commence. They don't really need each other. As Kyle going to get charmed.
Yeah, not going to be able to crash down out of this one, actually, and he doesn't have a lot of options remaining. Still not enough damage here.
And Shanks is completely This Talia pick is not working out right now.
Make his way out and even holds onto the flash. Like, I don't know. Canyon off to the side is looking to take down these Raptors.
I don't know if this aggression is over yet. I think Genji can continue to put the pressure on here. Canyon's going to get these Raptors at least, and Kyle's low health bar here is such a problem. And also, we did see Flandre TP top, so TP advantage to Keen right now. Genji has so much agency.
Information advantage here, as Kyle wasn't actually seen, but another Shattering Strike goes wide. Kyle actually struggling a little bit here in this
I know the Cole's never the problem, but like, you know, I'm just trying to look for
these Shattering Strikes that we're so used to seeing land
consistencies,
from this guy
you know what I mean?
Just haven't been hitting the mark. As Ruler just really happily going through his history book as far as the teams that he's won titles on.
Wow, yeah, that's great damage from Den. Oh!
Yeah, the 2017 above that. Shanks now getting chunked out. It feels like, especially if the Ahri is just getting guaranteed charms. That one wasn't a guaranteed charm, but he was just able to land it. But if you got the Nautilus nearby, you have to respect the damage, even with no items here in the early game. And Kyle, unfortunately, was not able to do that. So a lot of tempo did go over to Genji in those early trades. Still pretty even, though. I mean, AG.AL have their bottom lane down here. You see Tarzan immediately running at the Dragon. Meanwhile, Genji, Duro, and Ruler are in the top lane. So trying to get onto Flandre.
Very aggressive from Flandre, who looks for Duro. He almost finds him as the Dominus.
He did almost find him.
Ruler only level 5, but you can see a bit of a gank onto Keen on this bottom side as well. So he gets a fair bit of damage.
Another Ignite down again from Rel.
And he says, nice try, and walks back. Sivir has some of the most memorable voice lines, by the way, like the better duck. Oh, so
better
duck. Here's the better duck, by the way. Which one's she talking about?
I want to go back to the game 3 of the Grand Finals.
Darkwing Duck,
and talk about Darkwing Duck. Yeah. So the trade here onto Flandre, I mean, he ends up losing all of his health. He doesn't have teleport as well.
Bro, Chovy is so good. Oh, good damage.
Chovy,
good trade from Shanks there,
Aurora does have TP. So Keen, yeah, he gets threatened, almost gets taken out, didn't have his flash, but he can just TP
Chovy
back
is
to
clutching
lane.
so
And at
hard
the
right
same
now.
time, Genji continue to control every other aspect of the map right now. As you can see, Flandre slowly heading back to lane here, and AG.AL looking for another angle. Still
he's
no
dead.
flash for Keen.
Yep, Keen gonna have to try and weasel his way
Spell
out of this
shield.
one. Does do so with the ulti, and yeah, he's fine.
Wow, that's busted.
Never you mind. Just slip between worlds, ladies and gentlemen. That's your way of escape. And that is why Aurora works on the top side of the map. Or the bottom. Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, definitely putting a lot of pressure on Keen, at least, not making his life very easy, but, you know, with the Sivir, you're not going to have a huge amount of damage unless you're locking down the champion for quite a while, but as you mentioned, it's Aurora, so not really having a fun time of doing exactly that. We're zooming in onto Keen. Can he get all of these minions under the turret?
This is the height of the excitement in this game.
All of them. Got all of them. All
That's
7.
Insane.
Nice. Good damage from Shanks,
Chovy
finally.
is gonna lose a lot of health here. Not actually landing a charm on this one. This is not the trade he was looking for, but at the end of the day, Genji is starting up his dragon, but because
I would have
Chovy
ulted right there.
chunked, I think they're just
I would have
simply gonna
ulted it.
have to
We would have won.
regroup.
Dude.
Grubs are up as well on the
I would have
top side
blind
of the
ulted
map,
that. I
so
don't care.
Maybe they'll just simply pivot to this and let that Chemtech streak go.
I would have blind ulted.
Might be the way it looks like.
Had him chunked down,
the
half health.
Grubs are going to be the
Drags
focus
up.
on both sides. As Flandre going to lose a plate here towards the top side. Ruler's just making his life difficult. As Duro is hovering, making sure that he keeps his Corki safe. Tarzan will start this up. As AG.AL definitely with the priority on the Grubs, as we were talking about. Still might be able to make a run for the Drake as well. As you can see, the blue vision, top side and bottom side, very good around these objectives. But Canyon looking to make his way over, wanting to take at least one of these. As Genji also looking for the fight. Couldn't quite get the knockup.
Shanks
onto
missed.
Tarzan there. Kuduro as they get into the back line. Canyon found no one with that Cyclone either.
Oh
it's
my
not
God.
exactly the fight that Genji were looking for, but still,
How
they take
did
first
Genji
blood.
turn
Still,
this?
Shanks has to flash over the wall, and still, he's looking to go down as Chovy needs to find the charm. He doesn't quite get it, but still he gets the auto. It's not fair. It feels like it went as well as it could for AL, but finally their kills start to come in, and they even out the trade. Canyon gets some shellfish here off the back end of the fight, and in the end, it was pretty even between the two squads.
And the Cyclone wasn't amazing. A lot of stuff whiffs, and Genji, I think, could have had a way better fight. Had
That was
a lot of their
insane,
big
dude. I thought
tools
they were going to
actually
get
gone
crushed.
off. But it still ends up being a pretty good turnaround for them because the Grubs went over to AG.AL. They wanted to get something back. They so desperately needed to get something back here. And now you've generated a pretty significant lead here for Chovy in this game, but it's still pretty close. This is definitely AG.AL fighting back in a big way.
Style,
the initial
right?
part of the fight, though, is so split for AL.
It's very weird.
Yeah, it definitely was. This was kind of like 3 fights happening all at the same time. Ruler a bit zoned by Flandre. Keep in mind that this is 4-on-4 for most of it.
That flash
until
from Ruler,
Oak comes
so
up here on the
smart.
Sivir. So 4-on-4, the Genji are winning. They get a bunch of damage on the Shanks, but Shanks, he's got the footwork. He's dodging everything.
Yep, and he's now able to single out Ruler here as well, who just wants to get himself out of here, although he's pretty dangerous. Magnustorm comes in, Seismic Shove, and Ruler is just
Great stun right there, dude. That's a great
Didn't have the
knockback.
flash from the previous fight.
Nautilus
so
almost
AL
saved his life
can
there.
finally be able to take down the Corki here, and now looking for a dragon. It feels like the winds are potentially starting to change.
Yeah.
Like maybe there is a bit more in this series.
And for the first time in a while in this series, Tarzan actually finds an opening where Canyon is just not there. He's just not able to actually match the gank there, and there's no cross map, so it's just AL looking for a pick there. Ruler doesn't have flash, is unable to get away from that shove, finally gets taken out. The Sivir rotation comes down as well. I mean, that was just completely under AL's control, and Canyon's just doing his jungle. You know, he can't impact
Wow,
the play.
the damage
Keen is trying to
already.
continue the pressure here on the top side, but
And then Genji gets
nothing
the
in return.
drag?
With the resets, will finally, very late into this game, take the first break.
Yeah. I mean, we're just kind of trading objectives by the end of it all. The 3 Grubs that did go over to the Renekton can be a bit of an issue a little bit later on for the side of AG.AL. But still a relatively even game.
Yeah,
it's kind of
Glongster,
going
yes.
to be the Sivir who's getting out of
You can
control,
get
who has a
objectives and
cull,
basically
is
gain
very
a
ahead
larger
on
lead
gold, already
once
has
you've
a kill
eliminated
and
players,
2
right?
assists,
You can
so
take turrets for
kind of the
free,
ball
objectives
is
for
in Oak's
free.
court in terms of trying to carry for his team. Also, Flandre is actually doing a pretty good job, even though early on in the game he was definitely struggling against Keen. He was able to come back in a big way. And it's going to be up against Chovy and Canyon, who are the two Fed guys for the side of Gen G. It's Ari Wukong. We've seen a lot of duos make it happen in many different regions. This game continues to be annoying. So it's going to be interesting to see which storyline does play out in this one.
Look at the vision that AG.AL have on the top side of the map. This is really reminiscent of what we saw from Gen G when they controlled vision on the top side in Game 1. This is the first time in this series we have seen Gen G put on the back foot quite significantly in terms of map control.
And they're still winning in gold, by the way.
Second death of
Gen
the
G.
game. Stabilization of Flandre here. It's still a gold lead for Gen G, but they don't actually have full map control. That belongs to AL on the top side right now, and let's see how they utilize things, because they're the ones who also have this global Talia. So
Ari's up 30 CS.
Be really interesting. It's
Top lane's up 10
for a while, unless they're able to find a pick angle here. But certainly, AG.AL are in the right position, the right conditions to actually blow this game open on the next fight if they can keep that map control.
Well, Canyon has been taking
It
a
is
lot
a
of
mid-canyon,
grabs.
dude.
That's what I've seen recently. Otherwise, not too much. As Gen G holding onto a sliver of a gold lead, about 500 in it. Some skill shots flying around. Kyle finally getting his eye in on that Shattering Strike. Will be able to land it onto Duro, and it is inconsequential. So mid lanes and supports hanging out in the top lane. You've got an 80 carry off in mid. Junglers are jungling. And you've got Chovy versus Flandre hanging out there towards the bottom side. Everything feeling pretty even. No one really finding big tempo leads or control of this game as it's ping-ponging waves waiting for the next objective. Speaking of which, that is going to be the Herald. It's going to be up in a minute and a half.
I think Corki just scales so much better.
Already, it's a gentleman's agreement as far as the wards are concerned. Some deeper vision here on the side of AG.AL, but I don't think Gen G are really hurting for control at this stage of the game.
You mentioned the call.
Server's up 1,000 gold, though.
He had the Untals way accelerated in this game.
I think Trinity Force is being finished. No. Oh, yeah, there it is. Trinity just finished for Corki.
Now he's very powerful.
Big power spike.
Hope, of course, in this game.
Well, not a big power spike, but it is a power spike.
Look at that. And, I mean, AG.AL looking for this next fight here over Herald. They're already grouped up. They already have the better vision on top side. This is where Gen G are going to have to make a really tricky decision. You know, do they TP Keenan, heavily commit, look for the Canyon engage angle? Ruler does have his Triforce here, so it's definitely playable. But this is a really tough fight. This is not going to be Gen G having those wombo combos or just completely dictating the pace of the map, because there's also a Talia on the other side. Shanks
Ruler is still not 10. Ruler is still not level 10.
Control. Like, they had vision, but they did not actually see.
Where's that EXP get fed to? Ari's 11.
Contest angle.
Yeah, they definitely have an angle in this one, but it does
feel
feel
like,
like
about to be level 11,
the
dude.
control that AG.AL have with their composition, especially the Xin Zhao. It just feels like he can just run into brushes and be totally fine in even game states. It's part of what makes him so strong. I mean, a lot of pressure down on the bottom side as Tarzan is all the way down there.
Yeah.
The Herald is spawning.
Tarzan's just given this up. Like, he's not even anywhere near this. I think for Gen G, they're probably a little bit surprised by that as well. And AL just playing extremely safe, but it's going to potentially cost them big. As Canyon has an angle here.
Yeah, AL looking to come in. I think now they're realizing that the Herald has spawned, but it is going to be given up on here by Gen G. They're respecting a whole lot as Tarzan finally does move his way in. Duro
is completely caught.
As on the hunt, has been popped.
Nice
Duro
heal.
trying to get himself out of there, and he will be able to do so. Just using the heal, actually. Still has the flash
still has
available.
flash.
Can go for some cheeky plays with that depth charge if he would like to. Is now Flandre off on his own. Keen moves up as well. 5v5 now a possibility.
Kale missed ult. Terrible.
Doesn't quite work, and Keen takes that as an invitation to connect onto the jungler.
Yeah, nothing's happening.
Like a disaster here for AL to start this one off. And they
Renekton doing very good damage, though.
But is it too little, too late? That's the question. As Hope will be able to get himself a kill.
Yeah.
And now Ruler trying to get himself out. Man, that
Ruler!
was kind of crazy.
Oh,
but
my
it's
gosh.
not going to work there for the AD carrier Gen G. And Hope is looking for Chovy, who's walking around with about 0 HP. Not entirely sure what just happened there. As the back is going to come in here for Flandre. The clone from Canyon looking to try and save him. But I think the Crocodile is just going to eat the monkey here as finally the flash is employed and Canyon looking to get himself out.
That was
this is a really good game.
That was weird. Who even won?
They
Dude,
threw
Renekton hit like a
everything in the
full
kitchen sink at
rage
this
Q.
Nautilus. And Juro's like, yeah, okay, cool story. And we were looking at this like Gen G were going to turn it around in a big way and just sweep the fight. But that was not the case.
Watch Flandre's big spin at the end.
In this moment,
right here, this guy.
Decide he wants to go in here.
Focus here, focus here. Look at that.
Cancels his
damage.
Damage.
Watch this Q. Ready? Right.
And Chovy and Ruler are able to do a ton of damage, but Flandre being
right
this
here.
big and this untouched,
boom.
Q,
One shot, half. Look at that.
If he doesn't get there, if he's not able to make that happen, I think Gen G cleaned this one up. Flandre had such a big part to play in this, and with the late Weaver's Wall here, the chase is good on Ruler. The flash was incredible. It was almost enough to turn it around for him, but it's not quite there. That was a great salvage, though, by Flandre, because otherwise, this game might have just ended.
is still up in gold.
Ended, but the Renekton comes up big. Massive team fight damage.
Massive.
Almost 4,000 in the fight.
That's that buffed dominus, baby. It is absolutely insane. This is just a tale of two top laners here in this series.
Yeah, it really is. In the series entirely, like Flandre getting the Sony MVPs the last couple of days and Keen trying to get it today. But what's going to happen? We got another brawl brewing.
Yeah, second Drake on the line here for Gen G, but it is going to be
another team fight. Wukong is just getting crushed. More trades. Yeah, this is going to be AL, dude.
The ricochets from Hope. Keen getting cut down. Ruler suffering the same fate. And Chovy is
AL has come alive,
Shanks
dude.
looking to put him down as it's a double here for the Croc. Oh
hey, I'm getting my mill.
God, Gen G just fall apart at the seams.
Oh, wait, no, my mill was the second game.
Okay, Charm not going to quite connect there, but Flandre moves in, wants to get the kill over to Shanks.
That's
Good
an ace,
guy,
dude.
It's been the same way, I swear.
This is going to be so huge.
When he was on
Bot
Snake.
tower, mid tower.
Bit of a whiff on this one for Gen G,
They're
though.
taking,
That's going to be the big
Herald.
turret going down on top of the Dragon, and it looks like we might be heading towards a series here in our grand finals with a near 3,000 gold lead now for Hope, but it's so much ricochet damage in that fight. Could take that turret, could take the Herald here very late, but they will secure it. And AG.AL are fully in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, it does feel like this time around, Gen G trying to scramble to fight for this Drake, but this time, Kyle gets that great engage, and you see that the follow-up is right there. Flandre is unkillable. The Ruler doesn't do any damage at this point, and yeah, he gets kind of bullied as well by Flandre. And
Ruler's been behind a level the entire game. He just hit 11. Hope is at 12.
The angle, too.
Hope just hit 13.
Dragon where they just held it.
Ruler's not even halfway to 12, dude.
Canyon all-ins towards
this
it.
Game is over. This game is
on top of the Dragon, but it's not smite range, so they just wait and take him out. And then Flandre gets in, and it's just super easy. Gen G used all their tools to try to secure the objective, and were unsuccessful, and then didn't have anything left for the fight.
And now it is looking like a very uncomfortable position for the team that did have match point 4-0 for
that gold div.
Like, that is absolute insanity. And yep, that last fight, that's what did it. A massive influx of gold. Flandre now able to knock down this outer turret. That is only going to continue that aggression here for AG.AL, as 2 turrets off the back end of that team fight as well here for AL. Just means that they have skyrocketed into the lead. Now it's moving towards 5,000 after that top lane turret went down. Now Otacon is going to spawn. A possible way back in for Gen G if they can find something heroic, but also a way to really put the nails in the coffin here for AL. They can get control of that Otacon and get that big buff.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy just thinking about all the great
top
laners we have at this tournament, and how it does feel like it's coming down to a head-to-head between top laners in this best of 5. And it's crazy because Hope is the most fed guy on the Rift. We're not even, you know, we were talking about his damage and his ricochet damage.
This is a great dive on Shanks. This is a great setup.
Like the main character at this point. Gen G looking for a dive here on a Shanks.
Even committing Chovy's TP, they have to get this. And they
will.
Yeah.
They certainly will be able to kill Shanks, but at what cost is the question, because the Otacon, as we said, spawn towards the top side, and they don't have it. They have 1 teleport.
So they're going to get the bottom inner turret as well. At least that's the assumption here with Keen and Chovy holding this push here, as AG.AL are going to take the backs here. It's going to be a slower Otacon. I like this decisive call. Is it a trade up? At this point with a relatively low pedal count, I think it's okay here for Gen G. It's not what they wanted, but I think making the call to say, look, we don't have any top side control. They're leaving this vulnerable member under a low health turret bottom side. Let's all in on the bottom side, look for that turret instead. Double turrets go over. Gen G shore up some of that gold deficit. They've now cut it nearly in half. This is the best choice they could have made given the circumstances.
Yeah, for sure. It does still mean that AG.AL are very much in a commanding lead at this point. They're going to get a bunch of those petals up to 25, and it's another crucial time in this game. We haven't talked too much about the dragons, but looking to get that next dragon, it is Mountain Soul, and then of course the Baron spawn in 3 minutes. It does feel like AG.AL have total control over the map. There are a couple of wards that were just placed down here from Gen G, so they should be able to clear those out. But yeah, I don't really feel like Chovy and Canyon have an angle to carry this game. It just feels like the Flandre show in game number 3.
Yep, looking a little bit rough here.
Flandre's 3-0 on Renekton. Saber 4-0. She's 1,000 bounty, 1,000 gold bounty.
Certainly one of those options. But right now, Shanks is like a
Kyle, I literally just said that, bro. How crazy is that?
Part of the equation.
No,
when it comes to what's dangerous.
Yeah,
exactly.
he's the setup.
I mean, at least Corki has tier 2 rockets now, and but he's still 2.5 levels behind Hope.
From dueling with the Taliyah keeps him from touching Hope, right? And the ways in which Gen G have to come back in this game, the margins are so thin. But again, they cut down that gold lead massively. And they have to just kind of sit back defensively here for a while in this game and clear waves because they're playing into this Sivir. So the fact they were able to find 2 turrets is like the best case scenario, I feel, for them. And now they're going to have the better group here on this dragon. We do have a rotating Taliyah here. Shanks is coming down. He has that Weaver's Wall. Renekton's on the flank here. A tough fight for Gen G to win, but they're going to stick the Drake.
Yeah, Flandre looking for that flank angle. They do have control vision. He does walk on in as Duro is waiting for him. Hook is going to connect max
that's a great pick. This is a great pick.
Even started, and they do manage to find it. Kyle gets a Magnustorm, but there is no one there to follow up. And now Keen.
Oh my gosh, Gen G, dude.
It doesn't even matter. The dragon goes over to
and
Gen G.
Wukong stole the dragon.
Just stun-locked here by a Gen G that have discovered how to teamfight with this composition. Shanks and Hope are still
Duro
there.
just doing everything that he can. He's about to die. They're losing this. They're losing this. They're turning this. They're turning this.
Maybe I spoke too soon. It's Chovy at full health. Is
okay, never mind. We're good.
Targets as Ruler will finally find one back, but these rocks are on the floor and Shanks is controlling
Kim
the fight.
missed.
The flash in from Keen is not
Keen with a flash. With a flash Q whip. Get it out.
And there's the boomerang.
Oh my God! What a fucking Q. Sorry for cussing.
He's holding on to this game for AL.
Holding on, indeed. Such an incredible end to that fight for the side of AG.AL.
Oh no, kill.
That was looking all Gen G. They shut
Everyone
down
saw
the one guy we were talking about all game in Flandre. They take him out immediately. They use their burst damage, their pick potential excellently, and then AG.AL just barely able to eke it out towards the end of this fight.
This is such an incredible call to drop Dragon and go on to Flandre, even though he's going to get a massive Q. There's just too much CC. The CC changes.
Bro, it was a 5v3 and they lost.
Really
5v3. 5v3 right here, and they lose this.
From here, you could be happy to just walk away, but they want to get the wipe and get more. And this is when the outplays start to come through. Shanks' flash here, beautiful against Chovy. Tarzan is able to absorb
amazing
so
damage.
Much pressure. Duro falls low, right? Canyon is 100% dead. Tarzan flashes for the kill. And then from here, you could still just kind of kite your way out. But they look for the outplays. Keen flashes and
Ruler Wing away there was like lost in that fight.
Point, you're just trying
and
to
then Kin's flash, did you see that? Kin's flash was awful.
So
what a whiff.
Will not concede the point. The greed here from Gen G is insane. They skill check AL and they lose.
Yeah, Ruler not too happy about that one either, and I can understand some of the stunned faces from the crowd.
Wukong just ulted to get away.
As a play-by-play, you often get into your mind what the vibe of a team fight, right, and who's winning and stuff like that. I got it wrong, you know? Gen G were dominating, but then it was actually a win for AL in the very end. As you can see, Hope is
You guys can't see it, but Renekton doesn't have ult, and neither does Taliyah. They try to get a pick on Wukong. Wukong live.
And now Gen G kind of reeling. It is still only a 2.3k gold lead at 25.5 minutes. That's borderline meaningless, but there's Arakan on top of it, which is only getting more and more valuable, as it is only AG.AL that's going to be getting petals from this point on. And there's a lot of these intangibles that they have been able to take control of. But Gen G do at least have some dragons that are starting to stack up.
Yeah, they get that second dragon. That's a big part of that last fight, actually, that they were able to pick up the one. Take a look at the XP and the levels. It's actually Hope on top. It's all those kills, all those assists. He's
Hope
got
is
the
level
max bounty
6.
on him right now.
Still
and, yeah,
Infinity Edge.
It was a good read.
They got to burn everything on her, dude. They got to kill her.
They love to come from so
many
different
angles. It was a great
angles.
pick to kill Renekton. If they're Hope needs to make a mistake.
On the desk, and they do. They're fantastic at setting up the team fights, but Gen G were able to get ahead of it, and it just, you know, they were able to do that, but they don't have a real answer for Hope. Like we saw in that last fight, Duro was able to hook on him, but it just got spell shielded. They don't have that hard engage onto the Sivir, who is basically untouchable at this point.
They used everything on the Renekton, and then Hope just didn't whiff, man. He didn't mess it up. He played so carefully. He was the last to flash to secure the kill, right? He was not playing defensively. He was playing defensively. He was not playing aggressively until he knew he had the guarantee.
Yeah, throw a charm out.
There's a pick potential on the Canyon.
Yeah, shove does come on through there as Canyon looking to try and make his way out. The Magnet Storm doesn't quite do it.
Ruler's getting crushed too, dude.
Is going to come down, and AL are looking for their targets. The Crescent Guard going to go in, but AL not quite able to get their teeth all the way in, but still, they push them out, and now they're going to look for a Baron angle.
They have double control vision here on the approach
Wukong
to the
Burning
Baron.
Smite. Didn't really heal up off it either. Gets the heal off
I just don't know if a contest is possible.
Yeah, I don't.
No flash.
This is Baron going for sure.
They're just simply going to have to give this up, which feels horrible because the Dragon is 45 seconds away. They're not going to be able to
level 10,
trade
Kale's level 9.
They just kind of have to sit back and let AL have it.
Yeah, in terms of trades,
More EXP lead, bro.
The trade was huge. They got a lot of
Dude,
summoners.
Sivir is almost 17. Ruler is not even halfway to 15. Sivir is almost level 17.
And that's exactly
Ruler,
what
Corki is not even halfway to
AL
15.
did fantastically in that last fight. And the timing of this is great because they can just regroup, buy their items, and go straight to the Mountain Drake and really try to solidify that lead. It's still in touching distance for Gen G,
this game's
but
over.
you're really beginning to see
I understand the gold lead is only like 3 or 4K, but dude, the level difference is
2
wild.
turrets left on the map here, so AG.AL, after this Drake is secured, can head up there, grab that extra bit of money. That could really break the camel's back, as we like to say. AL just going to start this one, and Gen G have no interest in contesting this whatsoever. Minion waves are going to be the priority to make sure that this Baron gets as little value as possible.
Some of the things I think we have to really
Free
be tracking and
that's
watching now
fair.
here for Gen G's potential miracle
Renekton just hit
comeback in this game
17.
are Canyon's flash, Chovy's flash. Like, how do they get past the front line? How do they get past Flandre? Get a spell shield out of Hope and kill him, you know? And there's no teleport wards, really. Like, there's one that's very far away from the AL push here that you could try to go for as Chovy, but it's so risky, it's so greedy. This feels like it's all but over here in this game 3.
Oh, they're just going in, dude.
That stealth was on cooldown. He tries to
There
get
it
himself
is,
out, but
Sivir.
He had the
One.
Beyblades in the air, and he's able to take down the Aurora. Chovy flashing away, doesn't get the charm.
2.
And Hope is just a freight train.
Hope is
and
dominating,
these
bro.
Nexus turrets are under fire. AL, they are not interested in the rest of the base. They just want to take down this Nexus.
That's a good charm onto
and look for a
Shanks.
second to try and bring us to some silver scrapes. Gen G will put up a bit of a fight, but it's a flash away from Ruler, and that will expose the last Nexus turret here.
Oh, they're
As
also weak.
AG.AL, they are not out of this without a fight. This game 3
AL.
was all theirs, and this series just got interesting.
Hey, Denny, 100 gifted.
Finally woke up here at the SDC Arena. Wonderful stuff to see. It was a close game, but you, again, just like when Gen G were leading, this time it was AG.AL were leading, and you could feel it the whole way through.
Oh, no way, Denny.
Such a lead, playing with such confidence in that
Let's
skill
go,
set from Gen G. That
dude.
was the
W
defining
Cloaksy,
moment
W
in the
Dennis
game
in the
when
chat,
he
W Turtles in the
and
chat,
Shanks were able to
guys.
outplay. After what was a great collapse here on the Flandre, Gen
Man
G
of his
get the
word.
Dragon, but then
100
get incredibly greedy. And AL hang on through what was a rocky mid-game. They had a huge lead. Gen G fought back, but
Fucking
this
go,
moment
Denny.
here is what sends them to that 4th game. Incredible resilience.
Absolutely incredible stuff here from AL, and for the last couple of games, felt like maybe they hadn't shown up today, but instead they were fashionably late to make sure that they give us as much drama as possible.
Hey,
Now
we
we're gonna
don't.
go to
Hey,
a
we
short
love
break.
a
When we get back, we'll
non-3-0
prepare
sweep.
for that game number 4.
I just bought Aurora after this game. Gonna play it top in ranked. Denny, you're buying. Why are you buying every champion right now? Wow, Ruler did incredible damage too, but it just wasn't enough. Chovy got gapped, which is wild. I just definitely feel like he was dominating the early game. With Xbox Game Pass, you can get all the champs. Hashtag ad. Oh, God. All right, I'm going to be right back. 3 minutes.
I I started playing the game
I do play
seriously
League.
around season 6, and jungle was the strongest role at the time. Feels good to be better than your opponents.
그때 제가 정글러를 했었을 때 가장 티어가 높게 나왔어가지고 그 길을 좀 갔었던 것 같습니다.
I hated jungle players, so I just became one. Desperation, I think. You just get flamed for everyone's mistake. Like you're just escape bullet to everyone.
因为打野位置就很好玩吧，就跟队友配合也是一个很好的玩的地方吧。感觉就队友的优点
You can make a lot of creative plays, play around vision really well. So I think that's one of the specialties of jungle.
If you're not where you have to be, can really make the map harder to play.
그래서 그냥 제 자신을 믿고 그냥 제 플레이를 하는 것 같습니다.
You should generally know like how to play the map, what you want your teammates to do, not just what you want to do.
정글러가 맡는 책임 같은 경우에는 아무래도 이제 오브젝트 관련해서는 정글이 관련이 제일 많다 보니까 그런 부분들에 있어서 책임감을 가지고 또 오더도 내리고 약간 그런 게 중요하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Until then, it's your responsibility.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
We back. Show resumes in 40 seconds. What is happening, by the way? First time watching your stream, just looked up 3 days ago. Follow. Welcome, dude. We're doing a watch party, sponsored stream, watching the League of Legends finals at the Esports World Cup this year. It's not a Riot sponsorship. It's a Esports World Cup sponsorship.
That means that you need to be adaptable in the way you play the game, whether you are a carry or a tank.
You have a really big part on the game.
我觉得上单选手就需要一种不服输的特质吧，不管遇到再强的对手，都要想去战胜他。
My favorite highlight moment in my career is the one and only pentakill I've had, which was actually against G2 as well, with Darius.
This MSI, when I solo killed Broken Blade on Aatrox.
Are there any other games that you play in the Esports World Cup? Yeah, bro. There's like every game under the sun, dude. I'm hoping that I can also get a PUBG sponsorship as well. I'd love to do a PUBG watch party.
就是让我印象比较深刻。我喜欢上单位置的一个原因，就是因为这个位置是1打1的位置，我就比较喜欢单挑，所以我会很喜欢玩上单。
So I used to be a river launcher.
I really like the design of the chambers of Fortnite, like really tough guys.
The champions I've excelled on in my role are Ornn, Cassante.
I don't think you have to be partnered with them to be able to stream and do a watch party. But I don't quote me. I locked the new character in jungle and somehow dodged. Is that normal? Yes, Dennis. I've been playing League for like 7, 8, 9, 10 years.
Game knowledge about the wave state and trading patterns.
Knows how to put yourself in the game, and that's a little bit hard.
我觉得最重要的就是要赢得单挑的胜利，就是要把1打1给做好。
I grabbed another AG.AL fan. Welcome， 欢迎。请问你是 AG.AL 的哪位选手的粉丝呢？
我是香克斯选手的粉丝。我非常支持香克斯选手，很欣赏他能在国际大赛的舞台上有这样精彩的发挥。
I've been a Shanks fan for a very long time, and I'm very glad that I'm able to see him to shine on the big stages. 那请问你是从哪里飞过来的，或者你是从哪里过来看比赛的呢？ Where did you come from to watch today's best of 5?
Dude, she's so talented, bro. That like bilingual and that's crazy. Just to be able to transition like that from Mandarin to English.
那请问你有没有什么想跟香克斯想说的话呢 ？Do you have anything that you want to say to Shanks?
我想对香克斯选手说，香克斯选手加油，一定要把今天的比赛拿下。
加油 ！Thank you so much.
Dude, tactical, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, I mean, dude, the transition is wild. She's like in the middle of her sentence in English and then immediately swaps to Mandarin and vice versa. What's up, Kara? Yes, Lucifer, this is a sponsored Sanash ad, but I also do love League of Legends. It's a wombo combo for me. When I can be able to do a watch party for something like this on a game and esport that I already love watching.
To the chagrin of the Gen G fans, the gamers have showed up, and all of them are finally gaming. Welcome back to the studio. Degon here alongside Finn and Meteos after that last one. And again, you're thinking, okay, AG.AL have this, but then some of these fights start to get close. Gen G may be making a miracle comeback here, but not to be. They were denied. A great job by AG.AL.
Code of the Dragon, I'm not sure why you got deleted, why that got deleted. Oh, it looks like it was Nightbot thought that was an ad link. Yes, I think AG is Chinese. A Chinese league.
I didn't want to accept a 3-0 for Gen G, and it was really Flandre who pulled it out. He was playing his Renekton against Aurora, which, you know, playing against range tops can be pretty tough, but
pretty tough.
To have so many good team fights, and you know, just
you have like no room for error against range tops.
When in doubt, LPL Renekton, baby. I mean, I like the fact that they kind of went back to this really skirmish-heavy style. They had the Xin Shao Renekton Talia, which is just like, you take any fight, and as long as in the river, you're kind of winning it, because Talia will come in, and some really good engagers. I really liked...
I cannot wait to see Game 4 champions that they have to play.
Deep and lock down the key targets every single team fight, and it felt like AG.AL was more synced this game. They were more willing to just...
Volume up, yes, my bad.
To set up, they were attacking them. They didn't really attack them after Gen G had it all set up. They were trying to beat them to the punch, and I think that's what you have to do against Gen G. If you let them play their game, let them get their vision lines and control the river as they always do, that's when the fight becomes impossible. So you gotta fight them before that happens.
I thought AG.AL's bot lane also had a really, really good game. I thought Hope was super
Smolder
impressive
does
on the
scale
Sivir,
incredibly well,
especially
also
in the
great
lane
mobility.
swap where they were 1v2 up against Aurora. They were managing to like chunk Keen out, force him to use his ultimate, just prevent him from farming comfortably. And yeah, I just thought they found really good angles to get on him.
Yeah, I feel like this is a player that we didn't really talk about too much in the build-up. Hope has been consistent.
Sivir, bro.
Standing out up against Ruler. Ruler had a couple of opportunities on the Corki to try and make some plays, but the spacing, holding on to his summoners very, very well on a Sivir who's not mobile, right? You pop
Gifted
the
subs. You got a sub from Cloaksy. Earwax also. Thank you for gifting a sub, dude.
Huge here in this game.
Denny lost a bet. 100 gifted to the stream, dude.
That game number 3. We start off on the
Hype
top
sponsor
side of the
stream.
map at Grubs early on.
Yeah, here Nautilus gets caught a little bit out of position. He walks up and tries to find an engage, but here you see why Kyle played so well. He went first. Before Duro got into engage angle, Kyle just went and forced him and made it a little bit awkward to fight. And this fight was really volatile. A
that
lot
Q,
of right
oh my gosh, man.
The Renekton here, he just gets all the right angles and ends up being a solid fight for AL.
I mean, that was for their Renekton show through and through. He just, it looked really bad for AG.AL in the beginning. I think Keen kind of just solo ulted the support, which wasn't ideal, but Renekton just being patient and then finding that window to get so
I love the
much damage
shade
on
from
everybody
breaking
and just
videos there.
swing the fight was
Solo
really
ulting the
good.
support, very
next
interesting.
One here over at the Drake fight, we're talking about Keen being MVP front runner. Don't forget about the guy that's won it the last couple days in Flandre.
Yeah, if the last fight was the Renekton show, this was the Renekton masterclass. He went so deep, getting the stride break on so many people, and he was just such a behemoth in these fights, chasing this Corki and just really attacking the backline. This was the team fighting that I wanted to see from AG.AL. These different angles, these dive comps that just really separates the fights and kind of gets Genji in their structure to separate.
Yeah, and you were waiting for Chovy to kind of pop off in that one. That, I mean, when you're the Ahri, it's that kind of mid-game fight. If you haven't gotten the picks in the side lanes yet, now's that opportunity. Misses the first charm, and then Flandre doesn't hesitate, gets on the back line and decimates there. And then our final fight that we have here was one of the best ones where Genji looked like they were going to turn the tide at the Drake yet again.
This was, yeah, I thought Genji was coming back right here.
Renekton, and then they bite off a little more that they could chew, Medios.
I thought this was a great look by Duro. Recognizing that AL wanted to flank and just hitting that max
they get
range
dragged
Nautilus
and they're
Q.
up
I think
to
everybody's been
5v3
hit by
and then
Q that they didn't think they should be,
Loses.
and they were just able to quickly kill Renekton, which should be, you know, winning for them. But I think the rest of AG.AL really stepped up, especially Hope. You know, it's not easy to play these fights as Sivir. Sometimes there's a lot of threats. You're pretty low range, but you know, this fight was just so down to the wire. You know, everybody's about one shot, and then he just gets off as much
out
damage
there,
as he can, and then
but
finds
like,
Ruler with a
should
really
he have not
insane
gone for
key
Shanks
flash
or Hope?
here. Just
Beautiful.
barely getting with his hip.
Can we get into slow motion? Can we? Oh, amazing. Such a good fight from...
There's nothing better than hitting a flash Q on Sivir.
When you look at his AG.AL roster, this is one of the guys you
it's
don't
a great
talk
feeling.
about that much. I feel like he's going under the radar a lot because Tarzan, Flandre, Shanks, even Kale, I think, is overshadowing it a little bit. But you got to remember, this guy's worked his way back. He had a 2023 run with JDG where he kind of disappointed and worked all throughout 2024 and now stands on the grandest stage now in 2025. And I think you got to say, he's earned his flowers.
Yeah, he is definitely pulled them back on in on the Sivir. The placement was
Flowers,
great.
no Zay, you know what I'm saying?
Just great to see life back in some of those guys.
Dennis
that we know
knows what I'm
that can
talking
be
about
so good
when we talk about Zay
for
Flowers.
AG.AL.
I think he's in the middle of the league game now.
To go ahead and come up huge as we take a look at the stage now for the keys.
I'm in front of the Key Crusher here before this finals concludes, and I've got all the broken keys here from the tournament here at EWC for League of Legends. These broken keys will be put into the Champions Trophy. 3 of them.
This is such a cool concept.
What are they going to do? Are they going to bring up their region, or are they going to put the opponents that they crushed along the way? The question is there, but I can't wait to see which ones are chosen.
Get your filthy paws off those keys.
Thank you very much, Hysterics. Again, remember, you get to pick 3. The rest go into the resin underneath the totem for the whole year. So
I thought it was forever.
A very, very unique portion of the EWC format. However, you got to get the win. Genji still 1 win away, but AL able to claw back here. What do you think is going to happen, Finn?
I'm a sucker for Silver Scrapes. I really hope we get 5 games today. I really hope AG.AL climbs back, and I hope they can show why the LPL can still compete with the LCK at the highest level.
Medios.
I agree. I would like to see Silver Scrapes. I think AG.AL proves that it's not going to be as one-sided as it seemed like it was going to be, and I think they got one more in them.
It's not an easy feat to win the LPL. AG.AL has done that. Now they're looking to get themselves into a Game 5 to force the opportunity against Genji, who are looking to close on out. The #1 seed from the LCK, the reigning back-to-back MSI champions, trying to become EWC title winners.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's see whether the dream remains alive here in Game 4 as Blue Side has been chosen from Genji. That will continue. A bit of an uphill battle here for AG.AL, but still momentum is so important. Reverse sweep.
Inky, they're playing right now, dude.
Because of that
Ode, welcome, brother.
mentality that can seep in, and AG.AL looked so much better in the last game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted, right? A series on our hands, AG.AL.
So now they go through ban pick phase,
and I'm very excited. A lot of our deskers here, they're feeling the hype, you know, the comeback potential. As Chovy looking to meditate a little bit before we do get into game number 4. It's game 4 of a Fearless best of 5. Always going to be fun as we get down to the wire. I'm always most interested to see if these teams
Flowers on the blacklist for betting. 100%,
comprehensive 5 versus 5 composition. It's not always easy when so much is banned away.
We mentioned earlier
the Insta Yorick ban, Insta Pantheon, Rise.
The last time that AG.AL has side selection.
Nico
will have it now here for blue side.
Those bans were so fast. They knew exactly who they wanted out.
The Rise is the mid laner now with the Talia gone, the Azir gone, Galio, Ari, right? Annie gone. So Orianna is still decently strong, but the Nocturne has already been lost to Fearless ban as well. And things are going to get pretty interesting here.
Jarvan.
I think Chovy's going to showcase how wide his champion pool is for the remainder of this series.
I would agree.
Skarner
has been a really big one for Canyon as well, so that one is going to be taken away. Has been on the ban list so far in this series.
Hey,
we get
Rel first pick, chat.
What is that coveted first
right,
pick
Denny, Kyle, Rel first pick. Who would have thought? It worked out. It wasn't troll.
With so many champions, 30 have been Fearless banned and 6 just banned. Right now in this game, a lot missing as the Victor is going to be chosen as the
Victor. Yeah, Victor first pick's huge.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf was just talking about all the mid laners and how this pool is being chunked down quite a bit. I mean, every pool is, but certainly the top tier mid laners are where you're going to look. Shank's definitely having a great series so far, but also
AG.AL has to pick Gwen here.
They
have to take Gwen. They can't.
And, you know, Orianna, Nocturne taken away. Victor feels like the standalone best mid laner you would go for. I thought maybe with a couple more jungle bans, you
Orianna,
would take the jungle
MF
pick here for Canyon first, but instead they prioritized for Chovy. Looking at the Orianna here for Shanks makes a lot of sense if we're just going down the tier list. But we'll have to see what it goes with.
The question, becomes what's the ball carrier here? You know, we've seen a lot of creative attempts with even stuff like the Fury with this Orianna, but the main one in the Nocturne is gone. So Jarvan is also banned, and they're looking to set up Shockwave bullet time combos. Like, that's kind of the desperation we're reaching into here in terms of setting up for dealing with this Victor scaling later
desperation
on.
we're reaching into.
Very face up here for AG.AL. There's a ton more flexibility in just having a first pick Victor that's going to scale well no matter what. You could play the Ornn still. The ornaments are going to empower Chovy. You could play a slower front to back comp and just try to avoid those combos. That may be the name of the game here. Just grab Ornn and a safe.
But believe it or not, man, we got a lot of people watching right now.
I also don't mind the
on Twitch,
Sejuani Jax or Sejuani
and YouTube, by the way. We have great viewership.
And just play for side lanes. That's exactly what they're going to do, at least theoretically, with this Jace pickup, which hasn't seen as much success as it has in the past. As
Sejuani is such a boring champion.
I just don't think that Jace is in a good spot right now. He doesn't do a whole lot of damage. They already have the shield.
I disagree. I think Jace is good
for the front line as well. It just feels like, you know, you mentioned the Jax. I feel like that could have been good, especially with so much taken off the board in terms of something that can counter a Jax.
I think they're going. I mean, it's a very poke comp right now.
Give a good laning phase for Keen, but I just don't think it's in a great spot. I'm a big fan of Poppy as well, so I'm on the AG.AL draft hype train at the moment.
Yeah, Gwen left open, not picked. Kind of out of pocket too.
A potential Gwen pick. You know, Gwen is still available actually this deep in the series. But you can just say, I'm going to lose Prio, but I want to play a tank into this Jace and absorb that pressure and then be able to empower my comp later on.
That's a good Lucian ban, I think.
I don't hate the Jace here, but I do agree with you that it's a little bit weak for what it looked like.
Leona ban, that's solid.
That Victor first pick.
AoE stun into Shockwave into
Leona's gonna be
bullet time from MF.
Completely unsurprising.
Alexia, hi. Oh, we got
MF is a lane you're
we got the half the Florida crew in here.
Lane, although it is technically possible and playable. And we'll see what comes in that last ban spot here for the side of Genji, as the Lucian is now taken away. The safe Xayah is gone.
Yeah, you got to be looking at stuff like Ezreal now. I mean, Zeri. We're going to be digging pretty deep into the AD carry champion pool. It felt like, you know, with the blind Jace, that Ruler and Duro wanted to kind of know what they were dealing with 100% in the bottom lane before they chose their bottom
The
duo.
Xayah ban,
Might not get
Ornn.
a full chance to do that if the support isn't picked here. Looks like Aatrox thought about. but
Gragas.
then Gragas, also another good choice here. Gwen being totally
Cho'Gath?
ignored for now, but maybe he's just doing a bunch of hovers before he selects it. I feel like Gwen is in a really great spot right now, even into Jace.
I don't like playing Gwen into Jace because of the prio you lose.
Yone
but I do
wasn't
agree
banned,
with
Yone
you
was picked.
That she is going to be more relevant later on. Blitzcrank being the
Blitzcrank!
heavy consideration that Kyle will lock it in.
The
So,
time
this is
of man
completely
has
blind,
come
by
to
the
an
way.
end.
We
The
have
time
no
of man
idea
has
what
come
Ruler
to
and
an
Duro are gonna be
end.
playing, and it's super
The
face
time
up,
of
so
man has
saving that
come to
counter
an
pick,
end. Come on,
but
bro.
they
Are
already
you
know
kidding
what the
me?
top laner is. Kind of a weird choice. Almost feels like they weren't sure, and they just made a snap decision.
Yeah, the Blitzcrank is kind of odd when things are certainly still pretty up in the air as far as that bottom lane is going to look like. It also limits the flexibility of this Poppy one step further, right? Because at that point in time, she was being triple flexed in top jungle.
If the Kai'Sa goes to
support.
if
The
Kai'Sa
Kai'Sa
goes
is gonna be locked
W,
in, though, here
I forget what, I think it's
for Ruler, the
AP,
champion that he
goes
made
like a
his name
W
on,
build.
Years past.
They have
What is Duro
crazy
gonna be
poke.
pairing alongside it. I also feel like having to get up close and personal against this AG.AL composition is a very scary prospect. And
Shen?
there's a Shen to be at least hovered and locked in here for Duro.
I mean, there just really weren't a lot of good options, right? He had to
Yeah.
pick something, but I think that Shen is
Shen?
pretty good. You know, you can at least provide a front line. You can still build tanky. You have the ability to dodge a lot of, at least the damage from the MF a bit. Not the best choice, but again, not a lot of
Oh,
options.
Shen
If you go for
support.
that
Yeah, I
full
don't hate
quick
Shen
build
support.
for the
It's strong in
Kai'Sa, and
lane.
You have the shields to come through from the Shen, plus her shield from her ultimate. It feels pretty decent. As we're going to lock in Cho'Gath as the final pick here for the side of AG.AL. Pretty weird one here, especially into the Jace, normally used as a anti-tank counter pick. It is also going to be very difficult to disrupt what Gen.G are trying to do in this draft because they have so much
Yeah,
range.
these are so. This is
Now
fun.
that the
I love
Cho'Gath is
Blitzcrank.
shown, maybe you actually have the
I also
argument
love
to
playing
go
MF.
for that more AP mixed build here for Ruler and just Jace and Kai'Sa poke rather away from this comp because they need to combo the MF to really do damage. You can just kind of keep this composition at bay. I gotta say, of the drafts we've seen in this series, these are by far the weirdest and the ones that lack the most cohesion.
Yeah, it's a pretty strange situation. There is like, I don't know, microclasms of like things that work well together, like the Killer Instinct plus Stand United, right? That's a big shield on a Kai'Sa. That's cool. You bring your help with you, right? If you can actually, get some plasma on someone, so that is going to be an opportunity. But otherwise, I'm feeling like elsewise, it's a weird draft here from Gen.G outside of being able to outrange a bit with the Wombo combo to coming on the other side. And I just feel like Poppy wasn't remembered by Gen.G. That champion is way too strong to be getting through once we've gotten here to Game 4, and I think has so much power to deny Arctic Assault to make sure that people cannot get out. And Killer Instinct is a lot harder to utilize when the Poppy gets on top of you. So Tarzan going to be absolutely huge in this game.
I hadn't really considered the Cho'Gath follow-up to the Shockwave, but I guess it's a wombo.
I mean, Huni was the one that showed that, okay?
I love how there was a pause in the very first game. I'm really happy that there hasn't been any pauses since then.
Found them all, and Huni's Rupture that also found them all, and then the Shockwave did also find them all. But that was there. That was part of the combo.
We gotta invade with Blitzcrank, right? We gotta invade with Blitzcrank.
Cho'Gath is going to count for
5-man
something.
Blitzcrank
I
invade.
think if Flandre can get a big Cho'Gath game in for Game 4 and tie this up at 2, then it's absolutely a tiebreaker.
All right, hold up.
Our two top laners.
Yes, Detroit Tigers are in a slump.
Unsealed Spellbook for Kyle, Unsealed Spellbook for Flandre. Flandre's ult is also a smite.
Oh god, they are not losing the smite fight. That's the plan.
Poppy. They could just ult the enemy jungler away.
I think they want to get the objectives.
I
based
think
on
they
these
may
runes.
want to get the objective. You're
Yes.
exactly right.
Well, you got to
Play for the Elder.
You got to be on position on the objectives to actually do that.
You definitely need to hit Canyon with it. So maybe Canyon needs to build a Banshee's Veil. Maybe that's the answer, because then, like, Ruler can Killer Instinct back, he can Stand United back if you're Duro, and the other two can teleport back, right? And so
Yeah,
Canyon
Shen support,
just cannot
Kyle.
get ulted away.
Look at
and
the
then it'll be
edited
fine.
sign, by the way. The cover up of the 0. Yeah, she meant that from the beginning.
I think
yes.
she was prepared.
3-1 We'll see. We'll see if that happens. Yeah. You were
Interesting
talking about
trade.
ball carriers as well, by the way.
It looks
Wolf.
like it was literally a dead even trade, and he missed that.
It kind of just feels like Orianna by herself in this game. It doesn't really feel like, yes, the Poppy can get in there.
Yeah, Poppy slams someone into a wall, and
that's
boom,
really
carry the ball.
Oh, another
in.
miscue.
They didn't have a lot of options. I mean, they could, if they really wanted to opt into it, maybe they pick something
-1
like a
CS.
Zac or like even a Viego could have been better.
Oh,
so,
Goofy, thanks for the
yeah,
gift,
just
brother.
Orianna choice as just a straight up control mage for the mid lane. Nothing crazy there, no big combo, but yeah. The Orianna does have a lot of wombo combo potential with the rest of the team, in the team fights at least.
So much of this is going to be about when Genji decide to go in, like when they decide to commit that Kai'Sa ultimate, when Chovy decides to commit in and actually start doing damage. Because if they just sit back and poke with the Jace and the Kai'Sa, then, you know, Shanks doesn't necessarily have that angle because there is no carrier. He is not necessarily going to be able to get into shockwave range. So that's what I'm most concerned about here for AL, because both of these comps are wonky, right? They're a little bit weird. They don't have strong themes necessarily, but it's going to be about control over the objectives. And sometimes you could just say, I don't care, and I'm going to press Smite 3 times and take the objective away.
And see, like, I don't understand. If I'm Kale, I've hooked into that bush 1,000 times, and I'm getting poke out. Like, what's happening here?
The objective, but yeah, that's what I mean. The Feast being essentially the third Smite in this case.
All right.
Well, I mean, I guess he has unsealed, so like 4 Smites. Yeah. Sorry for miscounting, even though I was the first one to bring this up.
Still too many smites. Still absolutely too many smites. As we have a return to lane here from Shanks here in mid. Towards the top side, we do have Keen.
Manas, I think they're full mana.
Here towards the top side of the map, but Flandre doing decently well. Still farming.
Like Blitzcrank is literally full mana.
I feel like feels the best.
That was a great cue from Hope.
Sejuani. It doesn't have like a huge amount of synergy in terms of like melee lanes and stuff like that, but it just offers really reliable engage, which there's just not a lot of left. It's fearless. We drafted, what was it, 6
Yeah, but Kyle, I mean, like,
champions for this.
No matter what, you win a Q trade, like, if you hit a hook on a melee.
And of course, a lot of our junglers are also gone, and Strundle's also
you kite
gone.
back,
So you
know
just
what I
feel
mean?
like Canyon, you know, he can get fights started extremely reliably. He's going to be a frontline. He can just kind of throw out his ults, and there's really not so much that AG.AL can do about it. Feels like a great pick here for Game 4.
Yeah, he is insanely good, or she, but, you know, in this case, Canyon is insanely effective into MF. As Tarzan is going to be
All right,
flash.
Chovy, no flash.
That was a great timing there by Chovy.
Couldn't go south. Kyle was coming up the river.
Don't give a wall
remember,
to smash you
I don't
into.
think Jace is a good
position.
is a good spot. That's what one of the casters said.
Works out. Still has to use the flash, so it's not exactly the greatest of situations. As Keen putting on the pressure here towards the top side. Feral scream from Flandre. Try and clear out these minions, but it is still a plate going over to Keen. The pressure is there.
Yeah, the biggest winner for me, Val, is I really like all the points you made about the Sejuani. I think they're all valuable, but I think she'd probably be a second for me. But I think the Jace.
It's a great clear from Keen here. Keen
initially is the biggest.
He doesn't even know this tank is. He doesn't even know this dive's coming.
This pick, trying to threaten him or
Here we go.
lane against him in this early game is just so difficult.
Oh, he just took an unnecessary tower shot.
Turret shot here. They're still looking to commit.
They're going for it.
Yeah, it doesn't actually have the
oh, Q dead.
After that, it's still going to go for it. Here is Flandre. Bit of an early flash.
So flawless.
Be able to make it as if Canyon dies, it's purely because he took that turret shot early.
Yep.
And also bit of a disaster there as we go 1-for-1.
Chovy no flash.
No flash available as Tarzan.
Oh my gosh, the hook wide.
Oh, man, Chovy reads him like a book.
Kyle, you got to hit those. If he hits
oh
that, Chovy
my
is dead.
God,
And then
that's
you've got Canyon
disgusting.
Down, you got Chovy down. You're really clapping back Genji after the early plays, but just wasn't meant to be. A very close one. Like the dive, you know, this is what you want to do. You want to play around your Jace. It's Keen's Jace. He is so fantastic on this pick. We see it all
Sting
too
and
much
Ultimate.
nowadays, but Game 4 Fearless comes out once again.
Yeah, he's going to have to rush back, but he's going to miss a few minions here. Not going to be the end
part
of
the joint,
world,
mate.
so it's no cannon wave. And it's going to be a little bit of extra damage down there on the bottom side as we do have those lane swaps to come through. Do like AL's position a lot better after they were able to get that counter kill there on the top side. Really helps out with this early game tempo.
Looking forward to seeing what Ruler's going to be able to get done this game. I think that his Corki was very muted in the last one. Had some flubs as far as the team fights as well. So I think going to really need to lock in on this Kai'Sa here as that sidestep. That shows that maybe things are working out a little bit better. Voidseeker connecting, but just a little bit of poke damage onto AL. And Hope really has been phenomenal.
Santi, love you too, brother.
The last game especially looked exceptionally good. So he is going to have a big target on his back. And Ruler can certainly find assassination angles onto this Misfortune if she does decide to ult.
My family's raging right now.
Time. Genji pushing out here towards the top side of the map. And on the bottom side, Tarzan getting as much vision as he possibly can.
My main? My peak was Diamond 1 like a really long time ago, and I've never really grinded harder since that my first ever grind.
To life in Game 3
and
was exactly what we needed to make this series a very interesting
I mean, like
one.
MF, Tristana, Ezreal, Varus. I can play Jinx.
I think LPL fans,
League of Legends.
Yeah, we're probably not hoping for the tradition to be made here in our second year, as it's definitely a big.
I played
bounce back
Sivir a
year
lot
for AG.AL, and another hook will miss.
Yeah, that's thanks to the ward more than anything, is the Shadow Dash able to get Duro to safety. Tough way just to soften up Chovy in the mid lane. Kind of like that play from Shanks, keeping the pressure up as much as he possibly
Phenar, I might,
can.
man.
You see this from
I got the itch to grind
when they're playing pretty aggro. But Chovy is not.
I played a lot of Ashe too.
6 CS in the lead, and is going to be able to retain.
Dude, MF's empowered Q when you hit that bounce. Terrible Q, man. Kyle. Uh-oh.
And now the taunt is going to come in. Canyon does have that glacial prison.
Everything's burned. Hope trying so hard to get away. Wow, Kyle playing out of his mind.
That's a goal in my country.
That was
still doesn't actually matter, as they managed to lock down the kill onto the
as much damage as he possibly could have given.
Over to Ruler.
Chovy dies in the mid lane though.
Yeah, what happened there?
Ganked by Tarzan as
Chovy died too. Decent trade.
Play, but he is able to get that kill onto Chovy. He's still flashless from that earlier exchange. Now we have fight over grubs.
Yeah, these engages, these answers are happening everywhere. As Duro actually just doing the world's shortest stand united. He was already united, we should tell him.
But he wanted to stand united.
Ah, so he was sitting, was slouching.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so he's now standing united. Nicely done.
Hey, he's popping off here.
As Flandre
I'm done grass.
taking a bit of damage.
He's grasping.
Was ahead in farm, but not by that much, right? I think Flandre is going to be pretty happy with how this game has gone thus far.
I think I could have gone pro in League if I was playing this game when it came out, when I was like in my teens, late teens.
And that is not what you want to see. Still not exactly taking that much damage, and the turret's being tanked here by Tarzan. Shanks with not very much
In
damage
another
at this
life,
point,
dude.
with only a catalyst. So Chovy just is fine.
Another life, bro. I was the American faker.
Push. Chovy has no flash, has only his ultimate, which offers a lot of damage back, but it's not quite enough.
We'll never know.
Yeah, you can see him scratching his head there, not happy with the way that
Severe
one played
Cobage then.
Just gets caught out in a position where he didn't expect it. This is the gank on the top side where Canyon did kind of score a goal a little bit later on.
American faker. Hey, man, don't.
Onto Kyle.
Let me.
As you can see,
That was a huge Sejuani whip, by the way. Let me dream, bro.
Kill on a Kyle, and then ult Hope, but not quite able to do both. They still get the kill on a Kyle, but AG.AL do get at least the kill on the Chovy in mid, which is going to be fantastic. Gets Tarzan to that first item a bit quicker.
Oh, Ruler. Hook is going to connect.
What a hook, bro.
As the flash has to be used.
Flash,
the
barrier.
Comes in, but Ruler is going to be okay actually using the barrier a little bit late to make sure that doesn't get destroyed by the ulti, but still that is a lot of summoner spells now missing.
All summoner spells gone for a Q for one spell. Why Blitzcrank is so valuable.
At the very end, and that is definitely a huge win, especially because Ruler has to back and no one can catch the wave that's incoming here. There's no real answer. I mean, Keen doesn't have TP, Chovy does not want a TP bottom, so this is going to be some additional plate gold going over to Hope for sure, as well as some deny of the CS.
MF is cooking right now, 102 CS, up 15 CS, BF, Vamp Scepter.
That swap back here onto Flandre, but Flandre is just going to get
Flandre, no ghost, now he has flash.
He's going to run real fast. Tarzan in position as well, and in fact, the cavalry is about to arrive. Kyle will be coming out of the fog of war, and this is dangerous now for Genji. Canyon wanting to make his way out. The steadfast presence still there, and the knock-up means that he is not going anywhere.
This is going
Tarzan
game 5, dude.
That W to make sure that there was no Arctic assaulting away.
Yeah.
AL, they managed to get the feats of warfare yet again.
I mean, they saw him coming a mile away. Now Shanks is not going to expect this. I mean, they have snuck into this brush. Can they catch him off guard? No, Shanks smartly going to back away.
I mean, he has flash, and the only way they could really engage on that is if Keen like flash hammered him back in, and he's just going to be able to react to that. So
what costume would I have been wearing in a Glab cosplay? It was sneaky.
Ultimately, will just be a free escape there for Shanks, who picks up his rod.
I'd have to get a professional to shave my legs, dude.
We're going to take this Dragon here on the bottom side. Another late first break here as the action is
I do a Blitzcrank cosplay of that, man.
In this game. But some of the plays we've been seeing here for Gen G are relatively haphazard, right? A lot of disrespect on where Tarzan is on the map. And Gen G have been in control of so many games.
I have seen his preferences, dude. I have seen Sneaky's cosplays there.
Getting a lead,
a little too good, if you know what I mean.
But in even game states like this, if you make those aggressive plays and the enemy is ready for you, you end up tossing some of those leads away. I mean, Keen had a pretty significant
I think I'd do an Ezreal cosplay.
He's actually technically behind.
Yeah, and there's actually, we just saw there, the vision toggle, actually really good to illustrate the fact that AL have a lot of information. A lot of these wards were swept out. Those couple that we saw just there, they weren't, as somehow he's out of vision.
Yeah, how is that ward out of range? That's wild.
Be backing. Canyon goes back, gets the heart steal completed. Flandre in a similar boat.
Hope is now almost a full level, and he is a full level ahead of Ruler.
He's also getting stronger and stronger on this.
You belong in a museum.
AL is on a ward.
Dangerous.
Yeah, definitely a big vision game up on the top side, which was very nicely shown by our observers, mentioned by you, Atlas. Does feel like Kyle is trying to fight back in terms of the vision game, especially for Blitzcrank, right? Like, it's so important that you know exactly what angle they're coming from. You want to deny as much vision as possible.
He's got cleanse to it's so low risk for him to be out here like this.
He can cleanse the Jace.
I mean, if the Sejuani ulted him, he'd be totally fine.
This guy's dead, bro. Here comes a Shen ult, though, right?
Trying to overload here as Kane clears out the wave instantly.
Shen ult down.
United means that,
just like that.
There is
the threat.
No aggression at all to be coming on through. So this is what Gen G's composition can do, right? You can turn on a dime.
They got third
if you try
pixel.
and overload, then
They got 2-0'd by AL.
options for answering. Still, that's a long cooldown. See what AL can do with that button now on cooldown. They get it pretty comfortably here without investing too much.
Kraken Slayer so fun on
I feel
Kai'Sa.
like if they waited for AG.AL to commit to the dive, like to actually use a bunch of stuff. And
The
get turret
Bewitched
aggro,
skin is one of my favorites by MF, by the way.
Kai'Sa was running up as well, and Ruler could have joined the fight with his ultimate, and it's grasp Jace. You know, he's not the tankiest,
Goku take the 43 months
but if you wait just a couple of seconds, wait for the engage to actually come through, and then use the Sand United to get some of that shielding through and maybe keep them alive, maybe you can actually get a counter dive going.
Yeah.
They react almost too quickly, and so AG.AL just ran away, and they didn't have to spend anything really for that play.
I feel like, you know, when we look at the game state here and the nice
the gold is dead even.
The lead they
But
generated
AG.AL
somewhat
feels
small,
like they're in the
but
lead.
It's been a pretty good start for them in this game.
The momentum's in their favor.
Trickery, right? It's been
I would have hooked
mistakes
him
from
right
Gen
there.
G. We haven't seen it really through a true 5v5 fight, which is the big issues and concerns and worries.
If I was Blitzcrank, this Blitzcrank, I would be hooking like a madman.
Your chickens before they're hatched here in this one, because
come on, just Q right at that bush right now.
Really seen what this composition is necessarily going to look like when we do hit those 5v5s, where Gen G are playing a little bit of keep away, playing through this Jace. We are seeing the Kraken Slayer build to come out here from Ruler, who almost has his completed Cull. Can still later on build an Asher's Tooth. We've seen some of those teched in late as third item, but not going to be there for a while. But AL, with the control they have, I think they should really hold on to this, because that empowers the Blitzcrank, that empowers these Shockwave engages.
All right, let's see what Gen G can get done as the Rift Herald has spawned.
What a hook!
Come through, and Ruler just caught out. Killer Instinct going to be used as the flash bullet is going to secure the kill. They do take a bit of damage off the back end. The Glacial Prison was there, but I think that Rift Herald was earned by AL.
Hey, Ruler just keeps getting yoinked.
And that's the vision game. You know where the Blitzcrank is. You're gonna walk forward like that. You're gonna get punished. And Ruler again killed, but also loses summoners again. So he's another vulnerable target for anything follow-up wise that AL can send through. They are not gonna need the Rift Herald.
Is his first turret also?
And the mid lane is going to be the next target where they can drop it to potentially get a 2 Drake lead here to use that.
Oh, maybe not even close.
Dragon.
And things are looking up and up for them.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see KAL having so much success on this Blitzcrank.
Bro, that max range.
Fantastic hook once again.
That was
game
insane.
that we've been mentioning all game long coming through once again. And remember, he only picked this Blitzcrank when he only saw the top side of the map, and we were like, huh, interesting choice. You know, we don't exactly say, okay, KAL is the Blitzcrank guy, but he's certainly making a name for himself on this pick here tonight.
Yeah, it was like a solo Q lock, and he's like, no, just trust me. I'm good at the crank. And
trust.
Yeah, with MF,
so
like you have to play her like a bruiser and be really confident.
For AG.AL out of the trickery, right? Out of the vision game, out of the pick potential.
Like a ranged bruiser.
And that's the kind of lead they're going to keep holding.
You have crazy mobility when you have your passive up.
Jovi.
And then a lot of it is very much like committing. Yeah.
Able to get first brick. Actually, as Rift Herald is going to go down in mid, they're going to be able to get the charge, but the turret does go down. So no feats of strength just yet. As there's still one more objective needed.
Denny, you're VIP.
And 2.
Which trumps mod.
Claim it as this Rift Herald.
Or you can't be both. I'm not sure.
Put through her paces.
I don't know if there's any way that Genji are going to stop this dragon from going over. And
bro, the crowd! Did you hear the crowd during that?
Plus the top turret that's basically dead here means that attempt from Chovy comes at such a heavy price, because that is going to be the objective feat of strength to come here with this dragon. Like, they get everything on the play.
Okay, so that's going to mean a balloon of the gold. About 1,000 now in the lead for AG.AL, but they've got 2 dragons, a Mountain Soul once again. I believe, is that like our second or third so far this series?
Dennis, do you want mod or VIP?
Pretty mountainous. But that is going to mean a whole lot of durability, especially for Flandre. My goodness, this Cho'Gath could become monstrously big in this game if they're able to stack that one up. So Soul Point coming up next. See whether Genji can get themselves into a position to fight for it, because right now, looking pretty muted. Skeen finding a shockwave onto Tarzan, and Tarzan saying, you what? To that one, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the best position you can be in as AG.AL. You took down the mid turret. It's just going to make Blitzcrank value skyrocket in this game. And so, you know,
Dennis, I VIP'd you. You can't be mod and VIP.
He's been farming in mid this entire tournament. And now he really is not going to have a great option to do so. Chovy's in the side lane. But Ruler, you know, already 300 gold behind his opponent in Hope. And I do worry about this Kaisa. At least Chovy is doing a decent job. And of course, Keen kind of got this free lane into the tank Cho'Gath where he's farmed up. But again, I haven't seen too much Jace value at this point in the game. So kind of just waiting it out, farming it out here in this mid.
The crowd is amazing right now.
Trading this turret while also deleting a lot of those minions so that a little bit less farm will go over to Genji. So it's a trade of turrets, but I think
I do not like ketchup on eggs, dude.
How much they've
my wife does.
And
I like hot sauce on eggs.
Control on the top side that comes with that turret take. Look at the triple wards there on the top side. Makes it difficult for Keen to step up here. He's finally going to complete that Muramata stacking in just a moment here with a few more of these waves coming through. But the leads you can really feel here for AG.AL. The question is it enough of a lead? 1,000 gold, 2 dragon stacking lead here to be able to win 5v5s consistently into this composition here for Genji that punishes them so hard if they're out of position. If they lose map control just once, like if Genji wins one team fight, they get the vision control, this game turns on its head instantly. So while it's an amazing position for AL, don't get me wrong, they definitely can't rest on their laurels in this one. They need to make sure they can continue to hold on to this.
Staying vigilant, I think, is going to be aim of the game here for AL. But if they do, I mean, the amount of control you do have when you get control of the map, right? With the fact that Poppy's Keeper's Verdict is going to be so strong, and the Blitzcrank always demanding respect if you can't see him. It's such a big deal. And AL now with control of this top side. Atakan has been very, very powerful and is once again on the rift.
Kyle
spawned in.
It's going to refresh wards and come back.
Okay, Tarzan getting softened up a little bit by some of the poke from Genji.
Yeah, should be a decent amount of poke coming out from, you've got Victor, you've got Jace,
if you can,
Kaisa.
Yeah, if you can see where to poke,
exactly.
You can see Genji.
This is going game 5 for sure.
Clear, but they are going to get this vision away.
Yeah, so Rula didn't want to risk it that time around, and you can't really blame him.
I'm Chovy. If I'm Chovy, I am walking at Victor.
They've got a bit of a window onto Chovy.
I can't believe he didn't walk up for an auto there.
Andre lumbers his way forward, and Shanks, looking for that back timing, does manage to pick up his Crypt Bloom. His now looking to join this fight. 2 items now intact. Actually gets them before Chovy.
Look at Canyon. What? He's just in the enemy jungle right now. Is he going to find Shanks rather, and take a 1v1 or something? He has snuck in here.
This is very risky, but it may pay off. He's seen, though. That's going to force a TP.
Comes in from Chovy, who makes his way back with his Leandries in tow.
It took a long time, though. It was a slow play, but Gen G actually get control over the objective. It took a really long time. It was very methodical, but this is the type of fight where Gen G can use their poke. They finally have vision control, and they're going to force AL.
Are they really about to just take this?
To them, and come to them they must.
Yeah, Tarzan going to get stunned up there by the gravity field. Can they manage to get this as they
Oh my gosh, they look at that knock away.
Otacon is just stolen.
Bye.
And Gen G, what was the plan?
Bye.
We knew that the puppy was going to be there. He just flashes in and takes their lunch money. We knew also that they had about 50 smites.
They had so many smites, and they only needed 1. They just had Tarzan just straight up smite it. And
Bro,
you know
AL just seems so composed.
So much, we thought that EG.AL would need position on an objective before really being able to secure them, but not clearing out all the vision is very unlike Gen G. They leave a ward directly in the pit. AG.AL saw everything, and it was the easiest setup for them to just poppy knock away and smite secure. So that's a free Otacon over to AG.AL.
You've got to consider the keeper's verdict.
25 rows to 15.
Be prepared to deal with it, but they decided just to burn as quickly
This
as
Shen
possible.
feels useless, by the way.
Day, AL, big winners here again.
Well, this time Tarzan doesn't have the ulti available for this dragon fight. Let's see whether Gen G can take a little bit more control this time. The gravity field does go down. Death Ray's layered on top here. The poke is landing as Gen G now try to get some control. Hook not quite going to connect there as in goes Duro. Does manage to get the taunt.
Kale gets out. Kale gets out 1 HP.
And Kyle is actually able to limp his way out of there. The Arcane Storm getting some
Tarzan just destroying Victor.
Gets the shutdown.
Oh, Kaisa just got a very big kill.
Kyle still alive, though, in this fight. Chovy looking a little worse for wear as Tarzan now going to turn away from his former teammate and look for his as Gen G look to back off. There is the point-blank ulti comes on through as Canyon. I don't think he's
Gen G just got baited here.
He does manage to get at least one of them. Flashes away now as Tarzan.
That's such good slow.
Absolutely massive. Steadfast Presence comes in, and oh my goodness, the buckler is what finishes off this jungler. And Gen G, they get the worst end of this trade as well.
Oh, it's just such a rough fight to try to take. I mean, Chovy has to do everything in the fight. He gets incredibly low, maximizes his damage. His Chaos Storm is decent, but Gen G were in no way, shape, or form set up to fight that. As they're looking to deny this dragon now, but I just don't think they have enough between this Victor and Shen.
Tarzan is a jungler. He has smite.
He does in fact have smite, and Duro did not have smite set up here. But look at this fight again, because so much of this is about the fact that Gen G are trying to do multiple things at once. They're trying to poke, but also hold this dragon.
Yeah, they gotta get rid of the dragon. That's disgusting.
And then they engage. Instead of waiting for Chovy to be able to do more damage in this
Tarzan does such a good job zoning Victor.
And to watch how much heavy lifting Chovy has to do in this fight as Tarzan is on top of him, wailing on him. Ruler goes in for the ult, but puts himself in a vulnerable spot. Chovy can't help. Everybody's solo. Chovy has to then flash away, wants to get out of here, has the blast cone, but he just leaves his teammates to die on the top side of the map. And Shanks, no fear here.
Yeah, it's just a very messy fight. I feel like it was a bit desperate of an engage, and AG.AL were just so ready. Like, so much went into the Cho'Gath, and Flandre's like, all right, if you want to ult onto me, sure thing, buddy. I mean, now you're totally out of position. You're super low. And it was just in this extended fight. By the way, Tarzan not checked at all. Just a really tanky Poppy, doing a ton of damage. I think he did the most damage in the fight, and he's a Poppy.
And he just sat on top of Chovy. Like,
Poppy does a lot of damage.
Yeah, down to like 0 health.
Goes unnoticed. 4,430 damage
for the Poppy.
He's an absolute monster. The fact that he finishes off Canyon with a buckler to the back of the head as well must have been very cathartic, as the Baron has spawned about 20 seconds ago. Hasn't been started just yet, but you saw some jostling as we did have the picture-in-picture there. So AL going to defend this outer turret.
And everyone's favorite first item Poppy build here. It just means he's doing so much. He's super sustainable. 4 kills on this Poppy as we group up for the Baron. That residual vision here from the Scuttle Crab is going to feel pretty nice here for the side of AG.AL. They know there's no way that even with this Leandries Victor with Rod, like that this could be burnt down by Gen G. They have all the information now. They're just going to clear this vision away. And we talked about it a lot, but
AG.AL have really never given up that control. There was that one fight on Dragon where Gen G had a little bit more, but kind of botched the execution. But since then, they just keep holding on to this, and it makes it so hard for Keen to hit Shock Blast. Like, look at him.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Canyon going to be the target. He's the jungler. That could mean Baron, and they do take him down.
What is he doing?
From Flandre. And AL, that was the target that they wanted.
What the heck was he doing? He just walked at him.
They're looking for even more. The keeper's verdict is nothing. But I don't know whether they really wanted them to go away.
That was a great...
because AL kind of want to kill them all. Duro getting into
Zanya's.
that backline. There's the knock up onto Ruler, but he takes down.
Oh, Ruler shitting. Ruler is shitting. Ruler is shitting. Ruler is... Ruler! 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 Ruler!
Yeah, that was on my bingo card.
What a fight! Incredibly low Ruler. Chovy does 4,000 damage as he just kites his way through, and Keen could not have played that better on the chase. What a scrappy, broken up fight. I was watching it, I didn't want to believe, I didn't think it was going to happen, I didn't think it was possible, but they just barely pull it off.
Oh, you got to watch Ruler in this one as well. I mean, this is incredible. Now, AG.AL used so much in this fight to get the kill onto the jungler, and just take a look at Ruler. He's in the back line. Nobody's checking him. Tarzan's like, I'm the guy in this game.
1,000 gold!
Instead, it's Ruler picking up thousands of gold. The triple kill into the quadra by the end of it all. And he's just calm and collected. Doesn't even have anything special to say. And look at this in live. They take the
And Baron. And they have a gold lead! It's over!
Chovy dies there. He does so much damage before he goes down. The Arcane Storm stacks up as part of why Ruler is able to do enough damage to take Tarzan out in the first place and continue to clean up so much damage from Keen, though. Why is nobody talking about this guy? He is just a huge, huge impact in that last fight. Just completely untouched. There's just too many threats here, and the fight was so split up for AG.AL. This is the team fighting power of this Gen G composition when we reach this stage of the game, and now, for the first time, they take a massive
Feener, right?
lead.
I'm pretty sure
7,000 Jace damage, but he's not in a good spot. I don't like the Jace pick, right? Very, okay.
And a yacht and a mansion at the same time.
Why not?
That is ridiculous. He's now 4 items to the 2 and a bit that Hope has put together. This guy is massive, and with a GA there for the extra layer of safety.
You hear that, chat?
The game went from very straightforward for AL.
Tyson now has a 3,000 gold lead.
Difficult.
You can tell why Gen G are sometimes taking these crazy fights where it doesn't look like they have an angle, because they just know that guys like Ruler are fed enough that if they find the right angle, they can get the
Ruler
job
has
done. The previous fight.
Oh my gosh, he bought a Guardian Angel.
But in this one, oh boy. He just got so much money, and in a broken
He's
up
about to hit
fight,
tier 3, ult 2,
right?
one more level, almost 16.
Way too much, especially this fed.
And also, if a hook lands onto Canyon, maybe that isn't really what you want.
Gen G have control over this angle here. They're going to get the Banana Brush control, and now, like, for what feels like the first time this game, you just can't walk towards this team. The Keeper's Verdict is desperation at best, and Gen G will get their first Dragon here. If AL tried to force into that choke point, it would have been the end of the game. But look at the difference between fighting against Vision and trying to face check with Canyon and trying to look for those wards versus having full control, having Keen with the angle he wants, having Ruler able to follow up on anyone who steps over the line. The zone control that the gravity field gives Chovy, this is just a completely different scenario. They still have Baron.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were warning everyone about, and the fact that we needed that
Kale,
constant vigilance.
Ruler, no flash.
Does have to utilize the flash to get out of the way of the hook. Good respect there from Ruler, but won't have that tool for later on in this game. The Rupture just trying to hold these minions at bay as another hook is going to come on through. This one used on that Siege minion to be able to take that one away. And so now Flandre looking a little smaller as the Cho'Gath really wanted to make this one work. And look at this, it's desperation here as the Glacial Prison comes on down. Canyon looking to try and just brute force this inner turret, and they should be able to do it as Tarzan comes over and Gen G say, yep, that's what we wanted. And a 3,000 Baron power play here as the dust settles. And my goodness, Gen G well and truly back in it. I'm actually surprised because we had a look at the gold grab, and the biggest the gold lead for AG.AL was about 2.3K.
Yeah.
So they do manage to get Otacon, things like this, which is not necessarily represented by the gold, which does give you a bunch of extra power. But yeah, the gold was never that far in their favor.
To me, the gold was less important than the map control.
Not Chovy missing his Q.
Because the map control and the vision allows them to take those objectives, right? They had control over basically every objective this game. They had all 3 dragons. But once you lose that fight, you lose control. Like, that's when the game really swings.
I thought this was going game 5 2 Vaporize.
Towards Genji's side. And it's that incredible turn there, that scrappy fight that Genji were able to clutch out just through raw mechanics, frankly, in a lot of ways on that one. That suddenly put AG.AL in this position with their draft where it feels unplayable. You know, who do you hook? Who do you set up with? Who can you keep his verdict? Yeah, that's the challenge.
Ruler. That'd be a good one, I think.
That would be good. I don't even know if that would matter at this point.
Maybe Keen, based on this damage graph?
What is going on with Keen? Like 30K in this game. Wolf was shouting his name as we were all
total damage.
Ruler.
Yeah, guys, Jason's in a bad spot, by the way.
Do so much, and I said it before, like Keen's just been given a free game, essentially. Like he laned against Tank Cho'Gath, who was sitting there feasting and kind of doing nothing. And we know what Cho'Gath does, but it does mean that his opponent kind of just gets to sit back and relax. And when it's Jace, it actually, you know, begins to really pop off in this game.
Some of that damage was on hitting a Cho'Gath, but most of it was just on team fights, but not from poke because he couldn't see. Now he can see. Now he can poke. That number is just going to get bigger in this game as we fight for neutral objectives. 1:20 before Baron, 2 minutes before the next Mountain Drake here for Genji. You can see AL are already concerned about trying to wipe some of this vision away because the double threats of these objectives are so frustrating to deal with for them as they lose control everywhere on the
Hope's getting chunkied. Healing right back up, though.
Landing there onto Hope, but he's got a Bloodthirster, which is a pretty good answer to it. Death Ray coming on in as AL is trying to hold on. They do spot out a lot of this vision. These control wards that they're getting down are consequential.
Just rip a pole, kill.
For that hook angle. Can see a few of them, and doesn't quite get Dura. Almost gets Keen, actually, as Shock Blast going to connect onto Hope. They're a little bit split up now, but Genji not overly committing. It's actually Canyon looking for Tarzan towards that top side. Tarzan not pressing an ult button, not even pressing W just yet as the buckler comes on in. The fight for the red buff now is going to be secured as the Shockwave comes on in.
No
the
flash
out from Canyon will keep him safe. The heroic charge, and then the knock up on a Chovy for Tarzan.
Nothing's happening.
Just doesn't really do anything, and the follow-up is not there onto the Victor. And he says, cool story.
I mean, they're just baiting out so much. Like, these fights over the red buff, they don't feel like they're that important, but they are actually huge. You get the red buff, it allows you to stay healthy, it allows you to potentially get a lot of vision control, although when I look in the jungle, it's all to the side of AG.AL.
Genji
don't care. They're just going to start at the Baron.
Genji?
Canyon's still low health here, but Tarzan doesn't have flash, and Chovy's got the choke point control. There's that gravity field.
The gravity field's so incredibly good here. Is now Duro looking for that angle.
Genji?
As the Arcane Storm comes down, he's just going to walk in. Vlandre says
Genji?
And obviously he does.
Genji?
There's the setup. Keen is going to be able to take down his opposite number. And can they actually win a fight after this? Killer Instinct is named well here as Ruler goes in, but he's slowed down by the Make It Rain. And Genji, they do manage to get a Cho'Gath, and that's, I guess, a purple monster from the Void, but the Baron works out better. Duro goes in, though, and they really want to force this. Keen goes down as Hope gets the kill.
Genji?
And now it's the Ruler show once again.
Yeah, Ruler's just winning it.
Is going to get taken out.
Oh, that ult!
Double here for Chovy. And Hope stays alive, Tarzan as well, and they are going to be the sole Baron owners that will not get a look in at this Mountain Dragon.
Maybe you ate the Baron, but you ate it right after that. Got taken out. It was never going to be a team fight win there, and Genji, despite having the Baron against them, are able to get the cleanup here. Just watch it away.
Buff timer. Where's that one?
And that's going to be another Dragon going over, but look at this.
This is so silly.
Look at these mechanics, guys.
How many smites we got?
They just did
1,500, yeah.
In front of the
He
team
did
that
1,500.
has like 17 smites.
1,500 smite with his ultimate, just 8 Baron.
In order to do it with how patient Genji were, they're going to trade the tankiest, well, one of the most frustrating members to deal with out, while also Chovy is damaging every other person. Remember, this is a misfortune, so she's kind of more combo-oriented.
That was a cute attempt.
He's not a traditional 80 carry, so even though Hope is full health here, he can't really offer damage on the chase back here to provide heal for his team
that
as
Q
they try to get away.
did no damage to Canyon.
Once the Cho'Gath's gone, once Chovy's got everyone at half health, they just walk across the red carpet to victory, and Genji take a lead in kills here, but it's the 3,000 gold lead, the double Drakes here, the momentum away from AL, and all of that vision that they're going to take away from AL again. That's the biggest problem. Sure, you got the Baron. You technically got a positive play on this one so far in this one, but how long does it really last when your Baron's on a Poppy and an MF?
Yeah, they're the only ones. Still, it's going to be up for another minute, but maybe they can get a little bit more. The power play is not negative. So
not yet.
It's not negative, and therefore that means it's positive, right? Still going to work out. The base gold, it's less than that. So they did get the money for killing it. They denied it from Gen G. They didn't manage to get the dragon though. So soul point available for Gen G. Next, of course, it is still there for AG.AL. They are stalling this one out, but it really felt like this game was taken out of their hands, and now it's even because of their mistakes rather than necessarily Gen G and just being like winning this game from the get-go, right? Things were looking pretty good for AL earlier on. See whether they can pull
Nah, Grandma, you're fine, bro.
Flandre once again massive.
They're just sieging up against the very lackluster Baron buff here, our Gen G. It's crazy how aggressively they're playing it. It's almost like they're saying, okay, if Blitzcrank doesn't have Hook, he's not really a champion.
Yeah.
Cho'Gath, I mean, maybe a little bit.
Every time he misses, they just push in.
On our terms, we always win. So it's almost like whenever they see AG.AL and the hook goes wide, they're just like barreling straight at them. It looks almost ridiculous, but you can kind of understand where they're coming from, especially with the amount of damage they have with this fed Victor. Well, he's got 4 items now at least. This extremely fed Kai'Sa and Jace.
And with a build from Chovy here, with the Zhonya's plus the Mountain Drakes they're stacking here, he's so difficult to kill even if you do get on top of him. He also has that activatable, right? These are the Bloodletter's first 400 armor. Yeah, that's pretty big. It's hard to get. It's hard to cut through these.
Ruler's full build, dude.
Especially when your 80 carry is
with
really
Zhonya's.
just the R button.
AP is not terrible, I guess.
Already winning the fight, right? And with the control that
his W scales off AP a little bit, yeah.
The Baron down so hard, it becomes even trickier to play this out. Now, Gen G, there's a full 2 minutes before these next objectives, so they can kind of continue to sideline, try to play around this Victor wave clear here. But an overextension, I think, is the best way back into this game for AG.AL. So maybe this is the cutoff point. Maybe from here, just move back and clear that vision. Don't try to siege these inhibitor turrets just yet.
Yeah, right now they're searching through these brushes with mostly Keen and some truck.
That's a big hook.
But it is on to Canyon yet again as Ruler is out of the fight. In goes Duro, but he didn't want to be there. He thought that he was following up for his teammates as Keen.
That was not good.
Yeah,
Kale has another hook coming in here.
Them away. The red is obviously going to go over to the team with 1 billion smites. And AL, they just take 2 and give nothing back.
There's just no reason to force it beyond the wards there on red buff, and this is a huge swing here for the side of AG.AL because Baron is now 70 seconds away. They have control. There's
Game
no
5
vision here for the side of Gen G anymore. And all those issues that plagued Gen G in the mid game can pop right back up here. Momentum completely out of their sails. Now, they also could just go straight up into this mountain soul with this massive Cho'Gath with the
Hope's not even full build yet.
That's on the side here of the LPL squad. The choice is theirs, but map control completely belongs to AL. And why push forward past the line?
This is the thing, right? This is the composition. You get the hook, you get the knockup, he silenced, the guy dies. It doesn't matter how much armor he has. It could be 400, it could be 400,000. The guy's gonna die, and that's exactly what they do. And it feels like Gen G are trying to bait out hooks and go from there and try to like set up fights after. They baited out the hook and then died. So that's not exactly the play. I think AG.AL are playing this
another BF. What's the third BF is going to go into? Probably
they play around their 1-win condition.
Guardian Angel again, yeah? Another Guardian Angel.
Get the follow-up, get the kills, and from there you can do anything.
The sync on the objectives makes this a really tough call, though, as Gen G can go, okay, you have Baron vision, but you don't have full vision on Dragon. Let's play through that instead and pull AL down. This may just be the right call, the best call Gen G can make here, and Chovy's just offering a decent amount of poke.
That was a really bad stun from Chovy.
Connect onto Canyon. He's looking for his angle here as the ult is going to whiff. Everything, in fact, is going to whiff, and he's just eaten like a ham sandwich. And now you can see Gen G continuing to try and find the fight, but AL, they're not interested. They're just going to move over towards the Baron. And Canyon, you just come out of the death chamber. You didn't need to go back that far.
There's just no reason to go in like that. I mean, they were starting to get frustrated because even though Chobi's got Leandri's got that poke, they have the keen poke, it just doesn't feel like it's doing impactful damage. They get a little bit impatient. And fortunately for AG.AL, sure, you gave the dragon, but this is the third
armor dragons.
It's not the soul. Still, that's a lot of resistances that they're stacking up, but this is way more valuable here for AG.AL to get the Baron. They make the right choice there with
Gold's
no
even
jungler on the side of Gen G. Then this might actually be the beginning of the end. Sure, gold is even, but we're 40 minutes in. That means nothing. It's just about the pick potential that Kyle has now, and they're just going to push these waves through, starting to take out those inhibitors. Mid lane also now being pushed by Flandre as TP could join at a moment's notice.
Keeper's verdict is just going to be held on to for now, as my goodness, this turret just gets 3 hit by Hope. But you can see Keen doing a fair bit of damage there. Somehow Ruler finds the backline. There's the ult in.
Ruler's dead.
Actually get him, but the answer is so good. Still,
oh wait, no, he's not dead yet.
Go golden. The shockwave connects.
He still has his GA.
That may not necessarily be enough.
There we go, GA.
To get the GA out of
Chovy gets one.
It's a double kill for
Kin's
Chovy.
still here. Ruler.
Like a ragdoll,
Ruler killed Tarzan.
Have the carries. Tarzan gonna go down, and Ruler may have saved it for Genji once again in the same game.
Oh, it's incredible how close these fights are. They're still chasing, and another Seeker's going to hit on a Flandre.
Here comes
he should
Ruler.
Be going down here.
There it is.
The end of him. It's 3v1. It's only Blitzcrank. Can they hold? I don't know.
There's just so much damage in this Gen G comp. If you don't end up wiping the carries, you got Chovy, you didn't get Ruler. The longevity after the combo is gone, after you've used your buttons.
That Zanya's hourglass stall was wild.
For days, they take Hope out.
Look at this stall here. Look at this stall here. So Ruler ults in, gets his Q off, and then boom. Zonya's through so much of that burst, flashes away, and then throws the barrier just to be safe. Now he gets his GA, but it doesn't matter because here comes Keen's back.
And he just cleans up the fight.
And the target selection was exactly what Gen G needed in that fight. Shanks goes down first. Hope is very quick to follow, and then they're just lacking damage.
Dude,
right?
she put a 1 in front of the O.
And so Gen G will swing that pendulum back the other direction, and now I even have less of an idea of who is going to win this game. As that's a negative 300 gold Baron power play, and what was it, the third Baron so far of the game? Yeah. We have 3 dragons on both sides. It's 2.5 minutes on a Dragon Soul for someone, finally. And yeah, I just have no idea who is going to be able to win this. You've seen there's been multiple examples in this game of what winning looks like for both sides. And let's just see what happens in the next fight.
Yeah, I think we're just going to have to.
I think the 3 Mountain Dragons
were see what does occur as pushing forward into a Blitzcrank.
Has so many resistances. Genji has so much resistance
in this game.
Ooh,
Canyon.
It's crazy how much pressure is on Kyle right now. He needs to hit hooks, he needs to hit the right targets, because if they get chipped away, if they get poked out, you talked about ways in which these teams are winning. The ways in which Gen G win, they land poke, they get into the backline, they assassinate the squishy targets. The way that AG.AL
Bro, Sejuani has a 70 or like 70 ECS less than Poppy.
Combos, the ultimate from the Poppy, you know, splitting the team fight up, basically cheating the fight. AL want to cheat the fight, Gen Z want to play the standard fight. Like that's how these comps work. You hook someone, you split somebody up, you get that combo, you win the fight instantly. Gen Z want the longer fight. Oh, you almost got our carry, but you didn't, and they clean up the fight. That's the difference in these comps. But Vision here, and
Dragon in a minute.
Does go to
Crazy
AG.AL.
Vision to AG.AL.
Yeah. Seconds away though. It's a bit early. They hold on to it for now. As we're going to see it back from Flandre. We'll see what he gets for that final item. It's just going to be a ward by.
Yeah, wanting to make sure that they have as much information as possible. As once again, Canyon's lurking. He's spent the whole game lurking, for better or worse. Now looking for once again another angle. As Flandre lumbering toward, like if he stood in the pit, I would assume that he is a neutral objective right now, because he is gigantic. And Canyon clearing our vision where he can as once again we are moving towards the A.
They're looking for the fight now. Chovy alone.
Moves up, Make It Rain comes down. Glacial Prison not
That's
really
a
answered
great
the key.
ult.
Finding a great angle. Shockwave
Canyon dead
connects.
again, bro. Absolutely useless.
But can they win the
Dead.
fight? That's the question.
No.
There is the nom on to Keenan. It's a disaster.
Ruler's in a really good spot. Not good enough. Chovy though.
The Send United was there. The delivery.
I think Hope's gonna die here.
Shen may have almost worked here as Ruler is just trying his best to get everything done.
Chovy did like no damage there.
And Ruler just cannot do
That's
it.
game.
AL, that is
Game
a clean sweep over Gen G. Only a Shen remains, but he's a ninja. He's just hiding, and this should be the end of the game.
I don't think Ruler could have done more, but it still wasn't enough. Canyon goes in again. I think it's his 8th death of the game. Wants to buy space, wants to find that angle. But AL, 1 game away now from that reverse sweep.
Bro,
They stand tall,
Shen
they stand
was so
strong.
useless this whole game.
The resilience of this squad here is something to remark about.
46 minutes on the clock here. An absolute slugfest between these two teams. But AL will bring us to Silver Scrapes, and they're poised
Game 5.
to reverse sweep Gen G here in the grand final of EWC
Game 5.
presenting League of Legends. I can't believe it. After already dispatching of both other LCK representatives, they're looking to do it again after
Game
what
5.
looked like a clean sweep for Gen G after game 2.
Well, it doesn't get better than this. I mean, that game was so incredibly close. Could have gone Gen G's way, but it came down to this final fight. You see the ult miss on the Shanks, who was just running straight into the bush, and it just wasn't enough. Canyon goes down.
Canyon did
AG.AL
nothing.
take it from there.
Canyon was down like 80
Gotta
CS.
say, you know, some of the desperation we saw at Gen G felt really tough to watch at times, but Ruler, man, he just didn't give up. Look at this fight for him. Watch him in these final moments, how close he gets to saving this game, but this time, it's not enough.
It didn't quite work out. We were talking about that pendulum.
Wow, that
to see
hook.
where it's going to swing as we go to a short break. When we get back,
Wow,
it's
Ruler
that Silver
tried
Scrapes
everything
in the
there.
Game 5.
If KAL doesn't hit that hook, by the way, Ruler could have done something. Dude, what an insane tournament. What an insane finals. How did they lose that, bro? Look at the damage. Oh my gosh, that makes no sense. AG, what a comeback. What an absolute comeback.
First question. Solo lanes are the hardest roles in League of Legends. 为什么？
因为站在我上路的立场，现在其实经常要跟下路去换线嘛，所以感觉每一波线要想的东西都特别多吧，所以我反而觉得他中路其实没有上路要想的东西多吧。中路最难。
Second question. Chinese solo queue is the most competitive solo queue in the world, either super server or normal server, but the most competitive in the world out of any solo queue.
不难，很简单。AL 现在是太强了 ，AG.AL 现在是太强了，很简单。因为我一直觉得，不管你在哪里打比赛嘛，就算我们现在回 LPL 打，也是不能够觉得自己已经特别强什么的。我们觉得是不能够轻视任何一个对手嘛，所以我会觉得，不管面对谁，我都会严阵以待吧。
Third question. Yuumi should be removed from League of Legends.
我觉得比起猫咪更应该移除的是诺手，因为我非常讨厌这个英雄。
猫咪没有操作可言，没有操作的英雄。
Fourth question. Games of League of Legends are won and lost in draft.
感觉阵容选的再好，也有可能会输啊。
不可能是，
你觉得呢？
阵容选的再好是有概率会输，但是我觉得，如果你阵容选的不好，你就
一定会输，
大概率一定会输。 但是你选的再好也有概率数嘛，所以我觉得阵容还是
一半一，我觉得一半一半吧，一半一半，选手发挥跟那个阵容。
但我觉得还是阵容更重要。就你选手你玩的再好，给你5个奇怪的英雄，你也很难去赢那些。
一半一半，我是一半一半，我是一半一半。
我是觉得阵容更重要。
I'm like locked into this interview.
发挥也重要。
Next question is, top laners who play ranged champions are annoying and unskilled.
只说我中路，我更喜欢法师纯博弈，不喜欢射手。我是站在中路的立场。
在我上路的立场的话，当我选出来这种长手折磨人的英雄的时候，我必须得打出效果嘛。就是如果我选出来不能够恶心对面，或者说压不住对面，那一定是赢不了的。所以我觉得选出来就代表我有自信嘛。所以并没有说讨厌这个，我非常享受折磨对面这个选择。
That's all. Thank you. 谢谢，谢谢。
The human body was built to move.
The horse can grow up to 9 inches.
12 hours a day.
The giant? Huh?
This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Huh? I'm gonna go upstairs and give my wife a kiss. Give me a second.
For you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We back. Show resumes now.
First, 这次 EWC 队我也是第一次来到参加比赛嘛，所以很期待，然后希望多学一下吧。我最近打比赛心态的话，就是不管输赢，就管好每把的游戏吧，然后就享受每把的舞台吧。我觉得无畏征召模式的话，对我们
I think fearless draft is a good thing for our team. Let's
因
go.
为我们战队不管是战术还是
My team has a deep hero pool.
就是有很多套战术吧。首先就是来到 EWC.
If this was a best of 3, Genji wins 2-0. But now that it's going deep, it's true. They are winning in the deeper picks.
风土人情还有吃的之类的，然后 希望的话就是希望我们 AG.AL 能都拿到一个好的名次吧。我觉得国内的比赛和国外比赛最大的区别就是国内只要做好自己的训练，然后国外的话不有时差的影响，还有饮食或者是训练环境，也有自身状态的，就是需要调整好自己身的状态吧。我觉得来这次 EWC 我们的目标肯定是冠军，但是就是首先根基和 T1 我们也交手过，他们也是非常强的战队吧。我觉得他们也是只要怎么说，就是我们都是2比3输给他们，我们也是有机会赢下他们的，然后我们也会努力去做好吧。
Live from the Free Fire Arena, I heard that you guys had an AG.AL as well.
Yes, by the way, my name is Atmats. I'm a Free Fire caster. And yes, we have AG.AL, just that it's from Thailand rather than from China. And they have, I believe they have just won second match for the finals today, I believe.
We also have AG.AL competing in the championship weekend for the finals. Yeah, we had 2 grand finals going on just now at the STC Esports Arena. And I can't wait to see if they're able to win in their own respective grand finals.
Yes, on Free Fire, we had 2 Thailand teams get the booyah. First, it was Buriram United Esports, and just now, it was AG.AL. We're about to start game number 3 soon. However, we're gonna have a long day, ladies and gentlemen, for Free Fire finals.
Exactly. And on my side, I'm not too sure yet, but I hope it will be a super competitive day.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
If you were watching 2 hours ago, you might think that, you know, you'd be watching something else 2 hours later. However,
wow, that was
AG.AL had other plans. They fought back and forced the series on their hands, and sometimes hands on faces if you're a Gen G fan. A reverse sweep is on the cards as AG.AL have battled back like minute after minute after minute into the longest match of the tournament in that last one. It is 2-2. The LPL champs are here to try and fight and have one of the biggest comebacks in League of Legends international history. According to Stat Guy on our team, Marcus, he says this would be the first reverse sweep in an international finals. So tall task here for AG.AL. Not done yet though, as Gen G still have an opportunity to come back. As we take a look at this gold graph, it's just wonky.
Yeah, that comeback is insane, dude.
What a great game. I love how this series has evolved, where it started with Gen G having a really, really controlled, methodical, objective game, and now it has just turned into a full-on
Game
brawl,
5.
a fist fight. You know, this is kind of what you expect when you watch like 2 teams that might not be the crispest macro teams going at it. 46 minutes. I don't think there was a Dragon Soul this game. They were just constantly fighting, and I loved it. I loved every second of it. We got to see some Blitzcrank. We got to see the Cho'Gath. I did not know which way this game was going to go until the very end.
Yeah, and I love these fights because every time you watch the fights, if you rewatch them, you feel like you notice something new. This fight, for example, Tarzan did a heroic job zoning Chovy and keeping him out of the fight. It was a chaotic fight, and the shockwave really burst down Duro, and while it looks
felt like Chovy did no damage.
Chase into them, Tarzan is making life so hard for Chovy here in the back, constantly stunning him into the wall, forcing the flash out, and now hitting him at the back of the head with a buckler. And these fights, they were just so clutch and amazing. There were so many moments where one guy stepped up, one guy seized the challenge and tried to be a hero, and it's just going to be such a memorable series.
Yeah, again, just like Medio said earlier, it was all of this very LCK-esque, formulaic type of League of Legends, but AG.AL have found a way to drag Gen G to fistfights, who are down to do it, but AG.AL are just doing it better. Flandre has come up huge. Shanks on the Orianna game-breaking shockwaves that we've seen in international stages. It has been so fun to watch here, Finn.
I mean, you say the names, but like this feast by Flandre really getting them back into the game. I'm not sure what Gen.G was doing. They just disrespected the Cho'Gath. Have they played against it? I have no idea. But this was so clutch by Flandre. Getting this was really the first stepping stone to the comeback that we saw.
Okay, I got a question, Ruler, on this one. The Baron was 2,500 HP. He had all the plasma stacks, and the Call of the Void just said, hey man, hit it. You got your plasma stacked up, and it put it in range for the feast. Granted, it probably would have gotten range anyway, but it was kind of a, you know, intrusive thought, I think, for that auto on the Baron there.
Yeah, again, if you like the pressure, but there's little to no world where you want to try and smite fight against the feast of a Cho'Gath that's that big. It's just not necessary. The turn could have been the play there, but Gen.G battled on.
Torsnar's
good.
To
get a bunch of kills there. However, this fight here sealed the deal as Canyon trying to find angles, not quite able to, and gets blown up immediately.
Canyon was really struggling in these fights, and
yeah, he was. Canyon was getting picked in like last 4 big fights.
Do when he's getting Blitzcrank hooked into a feast almost every single time, but you know, it feels bad to be in that position where he's just, you know, kind of the sacrificial lamb.
I mean, I feel like Ruler played this fight so well, ulting over to the chicken.
If he doesn't get hooked right there,
for all of Gen.G to hit him, I mean AL to hit him, and Chovy being untouched for so long, oversteps a little bit, tries to get the kill there, but the silence of Flandre once again shutting him down.
They'll probably ban Gwen here.
It's just going to be a game of interest. When you watch these fights, you see so many people with low health bars constantly playing at the edge of danger, trying to maximize the damage, trying to squeeze water out of the stone that is these team fights.
Yeah, I actually thought Ruler might work some magic in that last fight.
Right?
It kind of felt like it. Everyone was on such low HP, but I think the problem is he didn't actually have vision. So, you know, around all those corners in the bush, he couldn't really see everybody properly. So while we can see them on the spectator UI, it wasn't like that for him, and it just gets a little too chaotic.
Yeah, but that shows how close this game was. It was only a 2,000 gold lead at 40-something minutes, like 79,000, 81,000. It was just neck and neck throughout. Each time that there was an opportunity to possibly close the game, the other team would come back, especially in that second Baron, or the first Baron. They tried to push up down the top lane of Gen.G, did AG.AL. They got caught, turned back around, and then we're in this stall state for another 3 minutes, but the tension continued to build. You had opportunities for picks with the Sejuani, with the Blitzcrank, to get a numbers advantage with the Shen, and it felt like both teams all of a sudden were just so tight. You could feel it in the stadium here, Finn.
Yeah, and I am just so excited for this game 5. The energy in the arena is amazing, and Gen.G has chosen blue side. And my jungler friend to the left of me was very adamant about what champion was
You know what's
selected.
coming. You know what is coming. It is going to be a Canyon Italy. He has to. It's fan service. It's just required.
Yeah, I remember there was like, when you saw the Chinese comments, like when it goes game 5, all of China, all of Korea, all of the West knows what champions is coming, and there's gonna be the Italy. That is what we predict here. I really hope we get to see it because it's so iconic, and it's just such a confidence move to lock in that champion, because that champion requires perfection, and perfection is what signifies Gen.G.
I kind of wonder then, do you just drop that ban if you're AG.AL and you're like, yep, we're going to drop one and stick Nidalee in there, because we know even without a Renekton, something that
Gator, I always feel like that's the thing. I always feel like Kane is such a good champion. Red Kane has a knock-up consistently, great mobility.
Yeah, I mean, if
delay and stall with his ultimate,
deny the fans
good life
what they want to
steal.
see. I want Canyon Italy game 5. I'm gonna get it.
I hope we get it, but I also think, looking over to the side of AG.AL, I don't know why, but I feel like this team in draft game 5, I don't know what to expect. We saw the Shen this game. I thought that was the Blitzcrank by Kyle this game, I think that was a really good adaptation. The blind pick Blitzcrank just signifies so much confidence, and I feel like Flandre is also a champion that throughout his career on Snake was known for the weird champion.
Series is too simple.
Has been banned most of the series. I reckon we're gonna keep that ban, and a lot of weight on these guys' shoulders right now. Whoever steps up right now gets to be the hero.
Absolutely. I mean, we got to see the Panda Yorick skin earlier and how devastating that was in their earlier series in the semifinals.
Yo, Denny, did you run it down on Blue Cane in Kyle's last game?
I feel like it's coming down to execution. It is game 5. Genji's been there. AL has been there. And you go back to the road to MSI for Genji, where it was the #1 seed versus the #2 seed in Hanwha Life. They were down 0-2 and were able to pull off the reverse sweep and kind of electrify the Busan Sajik Indoor Stadium. Now they're on the opposite side, the way that Hanwha Life felt. Where,
I did. I threw
those first 2 games pretty easy. Going to be a clean 3-0 sweep.
We love accountability, Dennis.
Themselves off the canvas one more time here, Medios.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
Never mind.
You know, we're deep into Fearless. This is where it gets super interesting. A lot of the champion pools are pinched, right? It's like, what AD carry are we playing? What, like, are there engaged supports left?
Ezreal's still available.
Weird. So I don't know what's still available. There's like Jarvan, Nidalee for sure. We need it. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is definitely where people like reach into their pocket, deep into their pocket, and say, hey, I won a solo game with this thing one time. Let's try it out.
20 seconds, Finn. Quick thought.
I just want a last game banger. I don't want another stomp like we've seen in game 5s. I just want this one to deliver.
2 worthy organizations for the opportunity to immortalize their name in the totem at the Esports World Cup as the 2nd title winner. Genji and AG.AL. Let's send it on over to the stage to Ian and Fancy.
It's the kind of grand final a neutral fan dreams of. But I tell you now, the nervous energy in this arena, this packed out arena, is through the roof. Just one game separating our 2 teams from a potential trophy lift.
Genji had the game, they had the glory, they had it all. But AG.AL refused to fall. Instead of them chasing this trophy, and now they're fighting for their lives. Genji fans, do you think Genji can clutch it up and win Game 5?
Does it smell like a reverse sweep? What do we think? AG.AL!
It does smell like a reverse sweep, dude.
Genji's gonna take Game 5. Make some noise!
If the trophy is coming home with you, make some noise!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Game 5 of the grand final of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. Let's jump right into it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and here we are.
You know what they have to do, by the way, for the next time they do this? They need to put tiny little microphones at the bottom of like the bleachers and stuff like that, and enable them when they do that to enhance, like, because they're like these types of venues. They're not trying to sell out hundreds of thousands of live seats, right, to get people to be crazy. They you know, when it comes to usual league tournaments, it's very intimate, right? Like, you know, a couple hundred people, maybe even like 1,000 total, and like. Yeah, and then so they flip the mics on when they do that, and they all start screaming, and then they turn the mics off. I think that would make that way more hype.
Years ago was the last time they lost a Game 5 to Hanwha Life Esports. They didn't go to their first international of the year in first stand, and since then they have been able to conquer all of those lengthy series. Some a little bit less lengthy, some very one-sided series. Yeah. But we'll see if that holds water here again over AG.AL. Blue side Genji's in this final game with the 2-0 lead they had. Stopping a reverse sweep isn't easy, but at least they have that extra
Yorick,
edge.
ban.
One thing I want to say here for AG.AL is, well, the draft has disappeared. We'll be back in just a moment.
It will come back, I promise.
Well, I'm still gonna say the thing is you gotta ban Smolder.
Nah, Kara, I mean,
we have Smolder. There's no more engaged.
You never want to feed in crowd noise.
Shen and Blitzcrank.
Hang like microphones above.
There's really not much left. Like there's Orange, right? There's stuff like that. You know, maybe like a Jax, but we're really digging deep here in Game 5, right? There's just
like, what are we talking about, man? You know, like we're really digging deep here. Like, let's be real here. There are hundreds of League of Legends champions, and they're all viable. You know what I mean? And like, I really feel like they have to like stop that. Like, it's just frustrating to listen to, like, competitive. Like, oh, they're digging deep. There's not a lot left. There literally is. There are so many champions left.
very high level, and I mean, Chovy needs no introduction on the champion. Plus, if
I understand the meta. I understand synergizing, but like you could still synergize. There are hundreds of champions.
And so you get to take their bright idea and use it for yourself. As Chovy going
like,
for
are they
going
to be S tier? No.
Reset.
For me, more than any one champion, because we've got a lot. You know, you've got the Smolder, you got the Xayah, you got the Jax, you know, the Pantheon that's still up.
Yep.
More than one champion. I want to see both of these teams come up with
the Aatrox,
real compositions if possible, which is always challenging in Fearless Best of Fives that go the distance. Because we said it many times in Game 4. Neither team had a strong composition, but they were able to play to their win cons. That game was very back and forth. Both teams knew what their comps could do and what they were capable of doing against the enemy composition.
Ezreal,
some mistakes made by Gen G, some great punishes.
Jarvan, that is hundreds,
man. Fifth and final game,
Amen,
having
Smalls.
a comp that has a strong identity may be what pushes you over the line against a team that's otherwise trying to freestyle a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very important. Looks
yeah,
like
Ziggs
we're almost ready
strong.
to jump right back into the draft. The compositions in Game 5s, we've seen a lot of times in Fearless where it's like one team just gets a big comp edge and it's kind of just lights out, right? And this is, I feel like, the game where it can be decided by draft the most. And that's why,
here we go, Pantheon ban, Yorick.
Got to really hunker down here and figure it out.
Bro,
it's a really long series. You saw that illustrated by Kyle with the 5 o'clock.
Is she really that good?
Why
am I? Is Nico really that good?
In fact, it's an hour and a half afterwards. So
Rise ban again.
Nico going to be banned away here. Who has the tenacity to take this Game 5
That's
victory,
a great adjective.
especially when it's Fearless? Look at these champions that
That's a
have
great
been
league
banned away
adjective
already.
to describe that.
40
this
just
finals.
from
Who has the
Fearless
tenacity?
fans.
We just keep
going to have 6 more.
Seeing the same bans here for Gen G. Unsurprisingly, the Rise,
Gwen,
the
gone.
also gone here. First
The
pick.
deeper you are into Fearless, the more you have to ban the same stuff.
Yeah, because it becomes so much more powerful each and every game that goes by, especially some of those picks that are game 1
true. Game 1 bans
Z-tier,
need to
like the
continue to
Pantheon.
be, yes.
But the Skarner will make its way through here, and Gen G have been able to play around Canyon Skarner so
Gen G's
incredibly
got
well.
Skarner,
Domestically,
wow.
he was really the only player at the end
Lucian's
playing
up, they
it
got
as it
him.
fell off in win rate. The only one finding success. A safe pick,
Lucian
but again, we don't know what
Leona!
this comp is going to look like just yet.
And Leona is kind of the last engage in the support role that was left, and that was snapped
Forgot
up
about
there
her.
by AG.AL.
Yeah, that's definitely a good shout. So Lucian Leona, not the most common duo, but certainly something that can.
Lucian
get
Leona
lot
is
of
a very
damage
good
done.
duo.
Would love to see just slam the Smolder, slam the Ornn. It's hard engaged.
What about
the Xayah also available? No Rakan, of course.
They could also just play like Zeri Lulu, but they're ultimately looking for the safe anti-Leona engage here with this Xayah. And even though it's very low range, so is Lucian, and you have a Skarner to kind of pull those champions into you. You could play around choke points. You can make a choke point practically with a Skarner with those fights, so it does make sense. Looking for range support here to pair with it in this Renata.
Wow,
Now, I understand
Renata.
that with the Leona on the other side, it might be a more of a dive-oriented composition here for AG.AL, but you can't really necessarily know that for sure.
Renata
So
is
it's a
like
very
W. Is it
risky
her W or
call,
her
I'd say,
E?
here from Gen G.
It
At
can
least
go
it's gonna be
really, really
relatively low
hard.
range, so, and as you mentioned, you know, the range support into the Leona. There's that Silas you were talking about, Atlas. Just
Silas locked in, Kyle.
right away, and certainly a good amount of ults that he can already steal here. The hostile takeover.
There's the Smolder
and the Impale.
ban.
There's
the
Smolder.
first champ that comes to mind, Valdez, when I see this melee Silas, especially with this low range comp into the Renata, is Smolder. And Tabe thought about it long ago as well.
Smolder ban though, but don't they have their ADC already?
I wonder whether the Tarzan Italy is going to be something that Gen G will consider, as that one could be addressed. I think something like Lilia also will be pretty powerful, although there is still magic damage represented by Shanks. There's a Tarzan special.
Smolder mid, really?
I love that ban.
Yeah, that's a very smart ban.
Olaf.
You know, that's the one thing that would actually just run all the way to the back if it gets fed through the Skarner, through the Renata, and just get straight onto the Xayah.
Oh yeah, that's actually a really good ban.
Not a bad idea either. I mean, he had a fantastic game number 4, so I really like protecting him even more with this ban.
There's a few picks that, you know, Tarzan can go through. You can see Tabe was already, even though they're going to ban the Aatrox here, they use that extra time to just run through what Tarzan may want to run. I think there's a few picks like the Lilia that was mentioned earlier that are incredibly strong here with this draft. But even
Aatrox
something
ban,
like a
top.
Kindred could be something they want to draft towards with this low-range composition.
Kindred.
And really help deal with the Renata Glass ultimate as well, you know, and basically force the angle to be super awkward on how they want to play it. We'll see a potential Zed angle here. That would be an all-in composition on the dive. Can avoid the Renata ultimate pretty well because you can simply jump past it.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're doing that, but I do actually like the Zed. Just a bunch of burst damage is something
Locked
that
in.
Zed can't deal with. Like, do you Featherstorm against the Leona, or do you Featherstorm to survive against Zed? If the Zed ever gets fed in this game, Ruler's going to have a hard time.
They need a second damage threat here, Genji do, I think, because if you just try to protect the Xayah, it's going to be so hard.
So it's Camille! It's Camille!
They just want more engage. Who says the support has to be the engage? It's just TF Camille. We're going back in time.
No, it's not even engage. We just want to 1-3-1. We don't want to fight you ever. We're just never going to team fight. That's all we're going to do. And so Vladimir is going to come in. The team fight extraordinaire. AG.AL have, what, like, how many sources of CC? 2? 3 in this game? It's kind of crazy, but there is so much damage out of the Vlad and the Zed. They could just pop a target before they can do anything, and everyone knows that death is the best form of CC.
Both the Vladimir and the Zed are really easy to play around gold cards with, and even against Camille, because the Vlad can go untargetable, the Zed can just circumvent the fight completely. But the rest of the composition is very vulnerable to this. The Lucian in particular, even the Sylas trying to engage in, if it gets Hextech Ultimatum or impaled by Canyon, is going to have a hard time. For Genji, I think the key, we know that this team can play 1-3-1. We know this team can play through the Camille, play through the TF, the macro. It's about Ruler making sure he's able to survive against all these threats, because you have the tools to set Ruler up for success, set up those feathers. You just have to survive long enough to do that damage, and you can win those longer fights.
Time to make history, bro.
This is a fascinating draft this time around, and I actually feel like the comparison between Game 4 and Game 5, even though there are less champions available.
All right, what are we doing? We're gonna go to blue for
these drafts.
We're going
I feel
blue.
so much clearer. On the side of AL, though, I am a little bit
It does feel like I'm there.
by that lack of CC, that lack of lockdown that they'll have, and the fact that a Camille and a Twisted Fate will be able to pick their target and decide who dies in a lot of these fights. So we'll just have to see whether
Thank you, Mumley. This has been an incredible sponsored stream. Cinema.
AG.AL can just ride
Chat, can I get some cinema spam in the chat, please?
Towards a trophy here at the Esports World Cup, presenting
Cinema,
League
dude.
of Legends. Will bring that back for a different region for the first time, as the LCK already claimed it last
Cinema,
year.
dude.
T1 did it on behalf of the LCK. Let's just see whether AG.AL can find it in themselves to win this final game and reverse sweep their way back to glory.
This is going to be an intense game number 5 after game number 4, which was just absolutely
5-man invade, 5-man invade.
Now we got all the weird picks coming out. You know, we listed a bunch of standard ones, but a lot of good stuff got bans too. You know, even the Jax late in the draft. And eventually we just end up with one of the old classic
She made it. She put a 2 on it. Genji 3-2.
Just keep you at a distance.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but was Sylas often picked into TF as a counter? I'm just trying to wonder.
It was often picked, yes, a few years ago. Back in like 2021, this was extremely common. You know, after we saw Showmaker, you know, end up getting the TF skin when he won the World Championship, and the Sylas was following TFs everywhere during that time. And Sylas was also in a really good state at that time. I'm curious about how this Vladimir-Camille matchup goes, because it's not something that in my modern League of Legends we see almost ever. Vladimir obviously incredibly strong later on, but can struggle in some of these earlier phases of matchups. Not necessarily as much into melee matchups.
That is a
but
good ward win right there for Genji.
Before this Flandre Vladimir gets online, it could be a huge issue.
Shield of Daybreak not actually going to be utilized here by Kyle. A little bit unfortunate there.
Oh, wow, that
push
push
now with the
at the start is insane.
For Ruler and Duro down there. We're having a look. Hextech sweep. This is a start of your answer here, Wolf, as we have a look at the first little salvo of trading.
I feel like especially in game 5s, you can sometimes, you kind of have to throw some lane advantages out the window just because you need stuff that makes sense, that is tier list worthy, but also that makes sense in your composition. And so You know, I really like the response of Xayah and Renata from the side of Gen.G. They said, okay, we're going to dominate this bottom side. The Leona's not going to have a fun time. The Lucian will not be able to farm too much. You see the other two lanes? You know, relatively even for now. Sure, you know, the melee of the Sylas will be pushed in, but that bottom lane should be dominant here early for Gen.G.
Yeah, that ward got so much value for Ruler and Duro where they were able to chip away, push this in, deny so much farm. Great handshake there, denying the engage as well.
Wow, Hope had great trade there.
Taking that extra damage there at the very end from Hope, but this has been phenomenal lane control early.
Yeah, the handshake is pretty good, I guess, against the good old Zenith Blade. As Tarzan
wow, Tarzan has a crazy clear right now.
On this Zed. Canyon doing his very best to keep up on the lumbering Skarner. They are just continuing to have to deal with Gen.G knocking on their door over and over again. Taking the waves.
Rosette is already
well,
back.
7 CS to 17 right now in that bottom lane. It's kind of a disaster.
Yeah, it's the lead you're looking for. Canyon outpaced, of course, as we already mentioned. First back comes through from Tarzan on his full clear, grabs double longsword. And we'll head towards the bottom side of the map to try to help relieve some of that pressure here in this lane as Scuttle will spawn. AG.AL not quite level 3 just yet as Canyon knows he needs to come down here and match. He's seen on this ward.
Yeah, you can see Tarzan in the area as well, and they don't have
oh, they're going for it.
As there is the Zenith Blade in. Kyle looking for
doesn't matter, Hope's going down.
Hope and gets
he knew the minions were going to get him.
Can they actually make it work? The answer is no. But now it's
Ruler though.
Both junglers have made it to the area, and the damage from this Leona is non-existent. So Ruler is able to free hit a double kill to start the game
no.
for Gen.G's AD carry.
It is gigantic here for Gen.G in the bottom lane, but I love the idea from AG.AL. The timing was perfect from Tarzan, but the execution, it just wasn't there.
It wasn't there. The damage was so insane from Ruler. He canceled one auto in that fight. And I thought that was actually going to be the backbreaker as we'll watch this again. As he realizes, okay, I have to go all in. Handshake here, decent. Goes all in, actually cancels that one auto as he flashes here. Doesn't get the last one. You can see he's clicking for it desperately. Decides to kite back here. But then the peel from the Skarner is great. The miss here from the ZQ actually really huge in terms of the damage. And with this pushback, they just cannot actually get that final hit on the Ruler.
Such a good champion.
He will be able to take both of these kills and a massive lead. His CS lead was already amazing. As you can see, the stress and then the relief here in the Gen.G booth is now his gold lead is 700.
Yeah, and I guess he's just reminding us all who actually came up with the skin that he's using there towards now the top side of the map. That one's his, and he makes it look real good. Is Canyon going to be taking away this Raptor camp as well, and Gen.G, I mean, this is the thing. As soon as one of these lanes cracks, Gen.G are able to push so much more aggressively. This mid lane, I mean, Chovy with a winning matchup in the early game, and he is certainly making it look difficult here for the Sylas. Yeah. Currently 600 gold in the lead.
I mean, what you said there, Atlas, is very poignant because if that was their one opportunity, right? If that was their one opportunity to get
Lucian is down 20 CS, dude. He has double longsword.
Ruler and to really punish this double range matchup in the bottom lane, but now it's just all out the window. You got a pickaxe here on Ruler. He doesn't have sums for now, but if he plays safe and they just farm it out, like, you're never touching this Xayah. And I mean, Tarzan's got that one kill at least, so maybe a little bit later on, but it's going to be a while.
And you know that basically the enemy jungler has to camp Ruler, otherwise he's going to keep building leads, so the rest of the map just opens up massively. And now we're just going to have this 3v3.
Kale's going in. Oh, Duro is very weak. Kyle doing incredible at kiting.
Forward, but it's Shanks that's stolen it away. Chovy turns up as well. I mean, everyone can be seen. Destiny's gates all over the place. And the top laners just say hi to top lane. The mid laners, sorry, say hi to top lane, and then we leave.
I think that trade worked for AL.
Here in the top lane, as when someone gets this fed this early, the enemy jungler has to respond or else that lead continues to balloon. That means Canyon also knows this, has to come up, and then the double global mid with the hijack means it turns into a 4v1 before, but Ruler's untouched. They engage onto Duro, eats enough damage, and then backs away. And Ruler, because he has that extra pickaxe worth of stats, the longer fight is always going to be his in these types of skirmishes, especially with this melee Sylas that isn't able to connect CC. Look at the lead that Chovy has generated, by the way, in that range matchup, plus the
Vlad's up 11 CS, Zed down 10, mid down 16 for AG.AL.
Ruler 10 CS up, has the 2 kills, and this early game is all Gen G.
Yeah, did feel like AG.AL just kind of reaching for a second chance opportunity there in the top lane. I was talking about how, you know, maybe this is your chance while Ruler has his sums down, but now that he's got it back, there's just going to be no touching the Xayah and the Renata, who should be sticking around. And Canyon, I love how he was just hovering around them as well, because he knew that that was the one opportunity again for AG.AL to go in. Now, Kyle's doing it here.
Yeah, speaking of going in, yeah, Hope is rotating down. You can see Ruler was thinking about doing the same thing, but just testing the waters. And AL, I mean, it's so hard when you fall behind like this because they have, like, Zed and Vladimir do rely on just doing damage to get rid of you, right? And if you don't have the damage, you are actually just useless. And Tarzan needs to be making plays to try and accelerate himself.
They're only down
ahead of the matchup,
1,400 gold.
But Skarner will always be useful. You have only CC in your entire kit. And so you can see Tarzan now heading up towards his top side as we're going to do this thirsty go again. The hijack is up, but the Destiny
Tarzan taking damage.
is not quite there yet. So Shanks should have the advantage. Oh, unless he doesn't have the Destiny cooldown. So never mind. Not going to be able to head up there. I tell a lie. He could steal something else, though, and then move towards the top lane. He just won't be able to use it to teleport up there.
Thank you, Mumlin.
No, I think looking for the grubs. Gen G getting free grubs here.
They're just going to give them all 3 grubs?
For AG.AL, like, every time you fail those types of ganks, like, it gets tougher and tougher to pull it off, and this time without even the Sylas angle is just going to be so tough. And
why not grab all 3 here?
To further push into this. Instead, we're going to hope for some mid to late game fights here with the Sylas. That's going to be a bigger threat later on, and this scaling Vladimir, which we haven't talked about too much in this game, but Flandre is actually laning really well here against this Camille and has generated his own mini lead here, which is important because he's now one of the biggest win cons here for AG.AL.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre's entire tournament has just been beautiful, right? Like back-to-back Sony MVPs 2 days in a row, and it was, you know, he's even in consideration for today, right? And it's he's winning this matchup before the Vlad's even level 9, which is kind of like the key level for the Vlad, but when he levels up his Q to level 5, still doing a good job into the melee matchup of, well, the range versus melee matchup of the Camille. So having a good time there. We'll see just how much damage he can do in this game. Currently just farming up as much as possible. There were only 2 grubs taken by Canyon. Immediately just went back to farming after that. Didn't care for the 3rd one. Maybe wanted to hang around the bottom side with this rotation coming in and look for a dragon, or maybe just another fight.
Looking for a drag fight. I mean,
it feels like every speck of tempo is so incredibly important. For both of these teams, Canyon has made sure that he's getting to exactly where he wants to as soon as he possibly can. Where he wanted to be just then was right on top of a ward, which is not necessarily the greatest. This dragon is going to be the next target, though, as over the wall he goes. There's the dash out from Hope, though. Still, it's...
Yeah, that damage is still so strong.
Even though they do manage to get out of the gank, they still lose half of the health bar on their solution, and the pressure is still mounting.
He's so patient with this Impale, too. He could have looked for the 2-man there.
I think Tarzan snuck in this bush.
That for the objective itself. When this Sylas comes through, even potentially the slippery Zed, depending on the scenario.
Old Ruler has no cleanse.
Ruler is pretty nice, but the culling.
That was a decent culling.
Quite a lot, and that's going to mean that Tarzan gets some control over this dragon. Mid lane is just going to be shoved in as now the Destiny comes through from Chovy. He's looking for the target. Tarzan getting taken down low as Chovy just trying to distract them as best he can. The flash forward from Kyle on top of Ruler, who's in an awkward
What's
position.
Kyle doing?
Comes on down. Kyle is going
All right, well, they got dragged.
Gets another great smite, but there goes the Leona, and AL still not on the board when it comes to these kills in this fight. There's a hostile takeover. Shanks is extraordinarily dead in this moment, and Canyon is the one that locks down the kill, making it the 4th for Gen G.
It's so tough for these fights for AL because the running of Zed doesn't really offer any CC at all, frankly, in these moments. And even though the fight looked pretty split up and it looked like maybe Chovy was going to be left out to dry as they engage onto a Leona, he's able to kite it out. He gets another stun. He's ranged, and he can just kind of space his way out there as Gen G look for the reapproach. Duro has flash. He has ult. He's going to be able to
I can't believe he didn't go for that plate.
And ultimately, Gen.G, the decision to go on to AG.AL, which looked so risky, does pay off.
I mean, this is a pitiful engage on a ruler, but you don't really have any other option as AG.AL, right? He's still at Featherstorm this whole time and Flash, and AG.AL's like, well, I'm just going to sacrifice myself. Maybe my team gets the dragon and gets out. You see that Gen.G, they've been doing this all night, where it's like, if there are kills in front of us, we will expend everything to get them, to get the leads, to get the tempo.
AL throw with the Zed pick. I mean, so far he's got one elimination. We'll see. Like Zed, I feel like Zed needs to start doing a little bit more, having like a larger impact.
A large amount of tempo going the way of Gen.G.
He's a level ahead of Skarner, so he has no kill potential on Skarner though, right? Like, so he has to start positioning himself to get picks.
Hostile takeover, making these two little 1v1s off to the side, really distracting Gen.G.
I don't think Zed is the problem. Shanks is really behind.
Onto Ruler as Keen was doing a bunch of work. But unfortunately, it was too little too late, right? The targets had already been taken down, and Gen.G weren't under any extra threat from the rest of AL.
The TF was so important in the end of that fight, because Jovi's offering so much damage, right? And the extra CC. And if you're playing Zed, you have burst damage, but not that much this early, and you can't CC anyone. Like, nobody can lock Chovy down, so they are able to peel off the Leona and then just win the longer fight. And speaking of Leona, AG.AL is going to be the target here again.
Shot going to come through there as Keen. Down to 50%. Hextech ultimatum going to come in. Though,
decent ult.
Getting some decent work done. The culling is lying in.
Vladimir got like a triple ult.
As well as Canyon just going to present Kyle as a target. He's going to go down. Hextech sweep comes in. But now it is another gate combo. And this time.
Wow, Duro gets away.
But he doesn't actually get there.
Oh my gosh. And Shanks just flash trying to get the kill.
It is actually Tarzan that gets the max range shuriken.
Yeah, that was a really weird fight. I mean, Gen.G were like, okay, we really want to kill this Leona. Let's kill this Leona. Let's do it again. They were so close to killing AG.AL so many times, and it's just a Leona. They didn't want to overextend, but they finally got him, and they did overextend a little bit. I mean, they just trade support, so it's not the biggest deal, but a lot used for that weird fight.
It's why I was
Zed has two limbs now.
Fight where they collapsed onto AG.AL, but because it was split up and the rest of AL couldn't actually try to
Camilla is 2-0, but it's down 30 CS.
It did work out for Gen.G a lot better the first time.
Which is great for her.
Still a pretty good fight for Gen.G at the end of the day, but I mean, this is a Leona that's going to absorb so much pressure. You know, they end up ulting her, but she's got a clip.
AG.AL just getting bullied on Leona.
Be used here. Keen is so incredibly low, and then the suppression is used on the AG.AL as well. And Zed is actually doing so much damage here in the interim, and then the follow-up does come through Tarzan. Look at how much he does. Really funny to see Shanks attempt here because he thinks the handshake is enough to get Duro out, but Tarzan actually with the shadow is able to get him. He thought the shadow wasn't going to be there in time, so he flashes for it. That's another small advantage that Gen.G do end up picking up here, that the fact that Silas did flash for that even though it wasn't necessary, but at the end of the day, I think they were probably hoping Duro got out instead.
And that's the least of the Silas's worries as well. As you can see, it's a 2.1
Keep him on. Honestly, we want AG.AL to win. We love a good underdog story. And they beat T1, so it would be really unfortunate if they beat T1 and lost to Gen.
This
would be a 3-0 comeback, a reverse sweep.
Maybe sooner than is good, you know, because
nice snipe from Tarzan there.
Level up, you require more and more experience. Maybe he goes from levels 9, maybe like 13 to 14 instead of that 15
it's a game of inches.
You can often get with this item. He just builds it a little early. Yeah, see when it does come in. 5 stacks on it so far.
He is Jovying out of control right now, by the way.
Pretty obscene.
Vladimir is going to do crazy damage soon.
Keen in a bit of trouble in the bottom lane.
Keen is dead here. There's no way.
Make a bit of an ultimatum here with AL as there's the flash in.
Dead.
Kyle, and where did she go? This is what we were talking about. Best CC is death, and they've got a fair bit of that.
Zed has 3 limbs.
The Vladimir pick into this feels pretty good when you can just get out of that.
So far as Hope gonna flash, and Canyon says you deserve the ultimate. He does press that button.
Good ult, good ult, good ult. Can you get everything? Nah, not gonna be able to clear the wave.
Turret secured here for Gen.G.
To be clear, the death on to Keen is not a trade up here for AL with that turret going down on the control trophy.
Oh, go on Duro there. Go on Duro.
Gold here to AL. Zed has all the kills right now. TP flank here is going to be
Cal, what a choke.
Let's say in terms of
not really. Obviously, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
To avoid it entirely and look for the Herald versus break trade.
I love fighting.
Dragon going to be taken here. Second one for AL.
Jovi's going to get that turret topside, it looks like. Yeah, down it goes. So he just has such a lead. So that's why I was saying, yeah, you got Camille, but you lose 2 turrets. You're going to lose a Herald, which will guarantee a third.
Is he going to hit 200 CS at like what, 17.5 minutes? Hey, what is
he is going to hit 200 CS. He's going to be very fast and very Chovy.
Yeah.
And,
Chovy is 21 CS above base.
That's going to make him almost 3,000 gold ahead 17 minutes into the game. And it's not just because his team is stomping or anything like that. That's not even really happening. It's just him. And he's already got his Lich Bane, 2 items, and a dagger on top of it all. So, and, you know, I feel like in general, especially with the Cloud Soul on the way, like the 2 Drakes should feel really good for the side of AG.AL, but with the amount of tempo and the 1-3-1 style of composition that Gen G have, I feel like the Rift Herald is just going to get so much value here.
Time, I think, is all AG.AL are praying is going to come to them. Like, they have 2 Drakes, so that buys them a ton of time. They can avoid fights for a little while here, and this Vladimir will become stronger and stronger. The burst potential of this Zed onto the Xayah, force out Featherstorm for any other reason, becomes
They're not funneling him. He's just dominating.
But it's just surviving. That's the hard part now, getting that extra time, living long enough. Because yes, the Sylas feels so useless when you look at the 2.6k number on your screen.
2 jungles up, 2 items already on jungle.
Gold to be a threat in this game.
He might be able to solo Chovy.
Top of the Xayah, that 1 Featherstorm isn't enough, because yeah, Chovy just gets more money. But I'm really trying to say with so few words that AG.AL still have a chance in this game despite all of these deficits, but survival, that's the hardest part. Like, if they can live to see a 35-minute game, maybe we can have that conversation.
Well, you can see the shadow was set up. Tarzan had an idea that perhaps there was someone lying in wait there, so nice little defensive play. Still sacrifices a fair chunk of his health bar. There is one thing that I'm worried about, and it goes back to Double F's question earlier on in the day, and that is, you know, why the TF and the Kalista. These are 2 picks that haven't necessarily been working. TF we haven't really seen here at EWC that much, and we'll see whether Trophy can make it happen. His time is now as the Destiny does come in. But the gate will not follow, as he has found an inner turret, guys, and that is something he'd prefer to have, as the rest of AL are moving over. And a gateless TF, certainly one that is a little bit more killable, but look at the vision. Look, there's like, he's flanked by control vision everywhere right now. And so far, so good here for the TF comp. But I want to draw your minds back, right, to Chovy of another time.
You wondered?
And he, like, when TF was meta, he would do this all the time. And then sometimes they just lose anyway, because it doesn't do as much as a lot of his pivotal picks for getting AoE CC in team fights. You're reminded of his Galio, things like that. AoE damage with his Victor and his Azir. This is a little bit more finesse.
He lost the smite battle.
Lane and a bit more map control. And in the past, it didn't work. I'm looking forward to seeing the evolution of Chovy as he tries to make it work here in this game number 5 for all of the marbles.
Gen G are just insane with how much they bully. Like, they got this lead, and now they're like, everything is ours. Your Raptors, your wards, your red buff, your turrets. We're taking everything. And AG.AL, I mean, they got to make something happen. But again, they found an engaged champion. But yeah. There was still the Xayah available. There was still the Renata Glask available. And what target do you go on to here? Just
how much gold is Vlad sitting on right now?
For Gen G.
There's no
they gotta
proactive
find
play.
something.
There's no proactive play I think you can make right now. You have to do exactly what Flandre is doing and like hold the wave as close to turret as possible, hold Shanks' wave as close to turret as possible, and farm minions and pray that Gen G are going to make a mistake. Pray that they're going to overextend. You have 2 extra dragons worth of time for Soul.
Xayah also, by the way, is up 30 CS.
So that's like 10 minutes of time they've arguably bought here. As long as they keep their inhibitors up, you will still have to do things like contest Otacon. You will eventually have to contest Baron in 4 minutes time here, but spend those 4 minutes getting any money on the map that Gen G will allow you, because right now, that is all that you could do.
Chovy's about to Flame Horizon his top laner. This is kind of obscene. We can tell where a few of these minions are coming from. Chovy making sure that he accelerates as fast as he can. The Rapid Fire Cannon actually very important item here for the Twisted Fate.
Here's that Otacon take.
Yeah, they're looking for the angle here as the handshake comes in. And now they have to face tech. They have to go for this.
TP.
And what are they going to be able to do? I mean, Kyle,
they just turn on this TP?
Destiny just
they
gives
canceled
you
it.
infinite vision. The black sheep wall just typed in chat. feeling pretty good as Chovy hunting for a target.
Chovy stun card out.
With this yellow card, but AL getting into a decent position. It might even just be a 50-50 here.
No, Skarner wins the smite battle.
Canyon as he doesn't find the impale, but the hostile
Here comes
takeover is
Berserk.
absolutely fantastic. Another handshake is good, and Chovy picks up the first kill
I
of the fight.
think
There is one back as Shanks gets
AG.AL's
one.
winning?
And now the Vladimir might be able to get something done. Shanks finding the chains, but he then goes down as it's a double for Chovy.
And there goes
Could it be
Ruler.
triple? The answer's no, as that kill belongs to Ruler.
Genji,
There's
dude.
the shutdown as Canyon says he wants a double. And Genji will win yet another fight. Grab
My
an
heart's
ace and they
beating
can
so
take whatever
fast.
they want.
I don't think it was the safe fight that Genji fans are looking for. I don't think it was the safe turn they were looking for, but they secure the objective and they win the fight in the end. A fantastic impale from Shanks almost saves the day, but they still had bailout. Ruler was still alive. He was able to do massive amounts of damage in this. And unfortunately, despite a really good performance from Flandre in this fight, he just doesn't have the damage yet.
He's just not quite ready yet, and it feels so bad for him. Like, he gets in and he actually does do a lot of damage. This impale you were talking about, the stolen one, is gigantic. And then you've got the Momancer right in there, Flandre trying his best. He almost bursts down Ruler, and they finally get him through the bailouts as Ruler has to flash forward just to get the takedown, but immediately dies. Actually really close down to the wire, but Genji barely get across the line. And a huge reaction from Ruler as he knows, okay, we did it.
Look at Tarzan's face as well. Like, that fight could not have been closer. And I think given the circumstances of how much of a lead Genji had in this game, every Genji fan is like, okay, thank God it didn't go the other way, because it was a little bit risky the way they played that one out.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been allowed to be that incredibly close. Like you guys say, Shanks wrapping around and finding the angle.
Nice that red buff.
Going aggressive, another Destiny comes on in. They know exactly where everyone is. Kyle going to be the target, and he should go down pretty comfortably as a Feather Storm.
Illusion just does no damage.
It's a decently large cooldown, but Canyon is just driving around. He'll take 2 ultimates for his trouble. Gets the suppression, but he does fall. Another hostile
Tarzan's still
takeover.
up.
In fact, multiple of them all over this rift right now, but the handshakes are so good. And Genji are just controlling this battlefield. And even though they lose Canyon, they will win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, again, another kind of close one. There were double ultimates used on the Canyon by Tarzan and Flandre, and they barely were able to chunk him down. And yet still, they almost were able to win a bit towards the end of that fight. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but like, man, Genji, again, they're bullies. They're getting in there. They just want to take any fight that they can.
They just have so much.
Genji almost a 10K gold lead.
And this Xayah is so fed, and even Chovy does a decent amount of damage in these fights range-wise, that even if you kind of just roll in and play it very aggressively, you don't play it subtly, you don't try to kite back.
Man, Lucian is just so behind.
We still win, by the way.
He doesn't even have 3 item yet.
When you're
He doesn't have tier 2 boots yet.
3,600 gold ahead. Your Xayah is 3,000 gold ahead. Hope is often alive at the end of these fights, but he can't offer anything as Kyle's looking for an angle here.
Possible 2v3 here in favor of AL as
Oh,
Tarzan takes
Kyle
so much damage. Okay,
missed ult.
maybe it's not, as Keen will take a bit back, and Duro, he's going to turn up. Chovy looking for the angle here as Handshake brings back the Leona, and look at this. They're just holding them at bay, and down goes the Leona for the first kill in the fight. Now Canyon throwing rocks around. Hope is going to make it back to the turret and should be able to deal with this wave, as rapid fire cannon is just such a ridiculous item. Now the Destiny comes in. That's going to confirm the inner turret in this top lane, and maybe they can move
This is
to a
game,
Baron.
ladies and gentlemen.
Although that sounds risky.
Shanks and Flandre do both have TP here. Hope is still alive, so I think trying to start this Baron with pretty low health bars here from Genji without a reset is probably not going to happen. But look at the vision control they have around the pit, in the pit, to the left of the pit. They can just reset and look for a take, as Shanks is trying to delay those resets.
Yep, gets that information that Keen is in this brush, as now it's a bit of a struggle.
Oh,
and he
no.
will just get taken down. That is not the information that he wanted when he pressed that
Tarzan, the most fed guy on AL,
Flandre having to use
did a
that
full wombo combo,
early.
didn't even break
They will be
1/4
able to make their way out.
of Skarner's HP.
Flandre teleporting into that is also a really big deal, because he was a big threat on that side lane, making sure that he gets as much money as he possibly can to try and do that damage, because that's what keeps him relevant.
Yeah, I love this from AG.AL. They're getting very scrappy. They're trying their best to find whatever angle they can, but unfortunately, little mistakes here and there are just
Chovy
tipping the
is
scales bit by bit towards
killing
Genji,
it.
and it's already really heavy on their side. They're just about to crest 50,000 gold.
Yeah, the timing of that Hextech ultimatum for Keen was so massive, because it denies the CC. He's able to get on top of Shanks, get past him there.
and then they end up getting the pick onto the Silas, who still has TP should Gen G decide, should they have decided to immediately start up that Baron again. But they still have vision control. They don't have to force this right
Chovy's
now.
having so much fun. He's almost full build.
Big in terms of the 80 damage they can offer with this TF and the Xayah. There's not enough damage to rush this down before a contest here, and you just don't want to keep the game flippy. You don't want to.
Chovy is level 17. He is 3 levels higher than everything.
You just want to push waves, keep that lead. You had choke out the Vladimir, so he can't actually get the farm he needs to get that third item online. Just make it hell for AG.AL to even farm on the map. Don't give them that scrappy fight they're looking for.
Certainly not looking like it's a thing they can take right now, as this inner turret going to be taken immediately. Dragon going to be up in 8 seconds time. That may distract Gen G
Camille's
for a
ult.
few moments, as they will send Canyon and Ruler over there.
Mid lane is almost down 100 CS, dude.
And we're now up to 4.5k, was approximately the advantage that Chovy had in this mid lane.
So in 18 minutes, that was when really the second Dragon was taken for AG.AL. You can see that extra 10 minutes of time those two Drakes have bought before now we're at Drake parity, 2 Clouds. No inhibitors have gone down. No Baron has gone over.
Can they FF?
It's a thread that 9,000 gold behind AG.AL hang from, but they do have.
There's no way Gen G loses this game, bro.
And it is this Vladimir that now has a Shadow Flame online. If there's a fight they could take, it's going to have to be stopping Gen G on an aggressive Baron take. One more chance, one more try for the LPL representatives to do what they could not do in Game 5 against Gen G at MSI, what they could not do against T1 at MSI to try to take this title.
Do you know what they could do? They could smite Barons away from Gen G. So hopefully Gen G do not start this objective.
Oh, they just stopped KAL's back. No, he's out of wards.
To just not do that. And as I say it, immediately, that is not going to be the case. They do start it up. Tarzan, is going to be taking a lot of damage. Information advantage is massive with that Destiny just being thrown out. And AL will move back. That ulti is going to wear off, though, before the Baron is actually down, as into the pit goes Canyon, and can they burst this down is the question. Yes, they can, because the Blade Caller is going to be there.
That's
now
game, ladies and gentlemen.
With the death mark, but the death is his in this fight. Now Chovy just trying to kite around Flandre, who gets out of Hemoplague, but the pool's on cooldown. The flashes go forward, and Hope is the target. He's taken down, and in fact, he dies
GG,
with
boys.
all the hope of AL at the same time, as this should be the ace.
That's it.
Just after the Baron. And
Ruler had an
Gen G,
incredible game.
They may just have done it. They may have just won Game
Chovy
5
carried.
the EWC winners here for 2025.
EWC World Finals, bro. Esports World Cup.
Done exactly that, Atlas. Gen G will be your winners tonight.
Pad the stats.
Gen G accomplishing what they could not with the early drop.
Gen G, dude. Congratulations. Almost a reverse sweep, but they pull it up. And they pull it out, dude. Wild. Absolutely wild.
Lift the trophy. A hard-fought series despite a 2-0 lead.
Listen, I want to say thank you so much to every single person who came in the stream today and ended up watching this with me. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to spend the rest of the day with Jess and just hang out and vibe. Happy Sunday. Huge shout out to EWC. Thank you so much for sponsoring this watch party. Absolutely love League of Legends. It was an honor. I had so much fun with you guys as well in the chat. Denny, Kyle, Kara, welcome again. Thank you guys so much. I'll be live on Tuesday. Tomorrow, I'm probably just going to do a bunch of stuff around the house with Jess and just clean, etc. and just vibe. Also, I've been up since 4:50 in the morning, so I feel a little tired. No, I don't feel a little tired. I am tired. So thank you guys, man. Appreciate it. W's. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your